Good morning and welcome one and all to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I am your host Mike. This morning I have a few articles and a movie trailer to show you. And I also want to wish each and every one of you a good morning. Thank you to anyone who comes by during the live stream or during the replay. I greatly appreciate it. I know no one is obligated to come by and support the channel at any time. You come when you can, and if you don't, well, that's because you're doing something else. Or there's a better content creator out there. So, the stories I have for this morning's edition of Pop Talk are from Cosmic Book News, Star Wars Andor ratings in the gutter, and then from Superhero Hype, DC Films, Walter Hamada officially leaves Warner Brothers Discovery. And I have an article from comicbook.com that says Lucasfilm executive steps down amid stagnant Star Wars movie slate. And the other story I have lined up for this morning's edition of Pop Talk is Elon Musk planning to lay off nearly 75% of Twitter employees or 5,500 staffers. That comes from Variety. And then I have an article from Anime News Network that has an interview with Transformers War for Cybertron showrunners FJ DeSanto and producer Mike Avila. And then I have an article from CBR.com that says One Punch Man creator teams with Tenkachi artist for a new manga. And then the movie trailer I wanted to show this morning is for All Quiet on the Western Front, which is coming on to Netflix. Before I get into the first article, I do want to say good morning to George Lucas. Good morning. So let's go ahead and get into this first article here. And the first article is going to be about Andor and its ratings. Now, I will admit, I have not taken the time to watch Andor, and my reasoning for it is after being disappointed with what was the Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi, I really have no interest in watching the show. Yes, I've heard from many a source that it's a pretty good show, but after those two disappointments, I just have no interest in watching anything Star Wars related at the moment. And this article starts off by saying Star Wars Andor ratings in the gutter, worse than Boba Fett. An audience trending chart reveals that Andor is at the bottom, the way bottom. And this article is by Matt McClung. It was actually published on Wednesday. Of course, for anyone who had stopped by, you know that I wasn't doing Pop Talk on Wednesday. I was doing my live reaction to episode 3 of Chucky Hail Mary. So the article goes off by saying, according to new analytics data, the ratings for the Star Wars series Andor on Disney Plus look to be in the gutter and are much worse than that of the Book of Boba Fett. While Disney never releases specific numbers, which should tell you everything, and Saba TV has even stopped reporting data for some reason, since it last reported numbers for Amazon's Rings of Power, Parrot Analytics has released a chart of audience demand where Andor is at the very bottom. Parrot Analytics describes itself as the leading global audience demand analytics across TV, movies, and talent. Brand, Brandon Katz, an industry strategist at Parrot Analytics, who has also written for The Wrap and The Observer, posted a daily demand chart on Twitter that charts The Mandalorian Season 1 and 2, The Book of Boba Fett Season 1, and the first season episodes to date of Andor. As you can see below, Andor is nowhere near any of the other Star Wars Disney Plus shows and is the blue purple line at the very bottom. Then there's a quote here that says, "The most disappointing trend I've come across recently is how audience demand for Andor is overwhelmingly lower than The Mandalorian season 1, 2, The Book of Boba Fett, and Obi-Wan, despite the fact that it is easily the best Star Wars series by far." Which a lot of people have said, but like I said before, because of what I've seen from the Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi, I just have no interest in watching Andor at this time. As I was actually hoping we would get data from Samba TV about Andor as Lucasfilm released the first 3 episodes on the same day. I'm betting that similar to Marvel's Hawkeye, seeing a huge 20K, sorry, 200K drop from episode 1 to episode 2, which was released on the same day, that Andor would have also see a huge drop with its first 3 episodes. Again, Samba TV stopped reporting the number of households that watch various shows for some reason. Now we only have the Parrot Analytics chart to measure things, and the Nielsen ratings are weeks behind, but the first 3 episodes of Andor should be reported by Nielsen at the end of the week. Bear in mind, Nielsen will be measuring ratings for 3 episodes of Andor, not 1, as Nielsen reports the number of minutes watched for the week. And then this is the chart. Let me go ahead, stop sharing one screen. I'll share the next screen real quick. Give me a moment. And let's see. No, that's it right there. Okay. So there you can see for the week of September 19th to the 25th of this year. Of course, you have Dahmer at the very top, and that's on Netflix, followed by Cobra Kai. Then you have The Reigns of Power, and followed by that, you have Fate, the Wink Saga, followed by LNA, Vincent Fernandez. And then, of course, you have Andor, you have The Crown, you have The Handmaid's Tale, The Great British Bake Off, and Stranger Things. So let me stop sharing that screen. I'll go back to sharing the article. And speaking of the article, let me post it into the chat for anyone who wishes to read at their own leisure. And of course, you can find the links for all these articles in the description below. So let me get that screen shared once again. There we go. And the article continues by saying Andor Nielsen ratings are in. Update: the Nielsen ratings are in the above, and the first 3 episodes of Andor were watched by a total of 624 minutes for the week of September 19th to the 25th. That's an average of only 208 minutes an episode. It's probably safe to assume, just like I said, that the first episode was watched the most, followed by a decline in episodes 2 and 3. Again, similar to what happened with Marvel's Hawkeye. The good news is that, for comparison, the first 4 episodes of The Book of Boba Fett were viewed for 580 minutes, so Andor is performing better. However, Andor did see 3 episodes released right away, so it will be interesting to see the ratings in subsequent weeks as Boba Fett's episodes were released weekly. And then it says, "Don't give up on Andor." The author says, I will say that Andor started off with a big time slow start, and the first three episodes didn't impress me all that much, but I have since changed my tune as Andor has been really, really good as of late. Andor is intellectual science fiction at its best, as Tony Gilroy and his brother Dan Gilroy are really doing an excellent job with the series. Well, I can certainly say that I'm glad this author has found something that he likes. I know I've recently found something that I like. Yes, it's been airing on Epics since 2019, but I only just found it the other day, and that's War of the Worlds. You want something that's intellectual? That show is intellectual as well. So it goes on to say episode six finally had some big payoff and was a really cool episode. Then it goes on to say episode seven is out this week. Of course, at the time this article was printed, it actually came out this past Wednesday. And it says another really good one. Episodes 8, 9, and 10 are another story arc, and episodes 11 and 12 make up the finale. So if you gave up on Andor, I suggest you give it another try. Well, like I said, I haven't even watched Andor because after being disappointed with the Book of Boba Fett and then Obi-Wan, I'm just not interested. Not interested. Not to say that maybe at some later date I might not go and check it out, but right now I'm just not interested. If you are enjoying, Andor or anything that's Disney, Star Wars, well, then good. Because we don't all have to enjoy the same things. We don't all have to like the same things. Everybody's different. Everybody has their own likes and dislikes and their own preferences. So if you like it, good. I can't, not, honestly, I can't say anything more than that. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next Lucasfilm Star Wars related article. I'll go ahead and post a link to that article in the chat. Once I've read the third article, then I will put out the invite link for anybody who wishes to join the panel. And if you need to be caught up as to where we are this morning on the program, I've already posted the first two articles into the chat for anybody who wishes to come by and read those articles, join the panel. It's entirely up to you. So, this next article from comicbook.com says Lucasfilm XX steps down amid stagnant Star Wars movie slate. This article was also posted on the 19th, which was Wednesday. It's by Spencer Perry. It says Deadline brings word that a key senior vice president at Lucasfilm has stepped down from their post, revealing that Michelle Ridwan, and I might have butchered that last name, and I do apologize, has departed from her position of Senior Vice President of Live Action Development and Production. The trade notes that Redron leaving the company isn't one that will have her out of business with Disney and Lucasfilm entirely, however, as she's now signed an overall deal with Lucasfilm and Walt Disney Studios with the intention of developing projects for both studios. They also report she will continue to be based out of the Lucasfilm office. In short, it's not a major change for her in the short term. And before I continue, I do want to say good morning to Kathy Skywalker. Says just stopping by to say hi. Can't really stay as I'm phone banking today. Understood. Thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it, Kathy. Redron began her career in Hollywood working as an assistant to none other than J.J. Abrams, a role that would lead to her advancing toward higher and higher on the call sheet. She would go on to collaborate on several of Abrams' projects, working as associate producer on Super 8, a co-producer on Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Wars The Force Awakens, and later a full-fledged producer on Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker. After working with Lucasfilm on the 2019 film, they hired her full time in her position, which saw her oversee theatrical and direct to consumer live action content from Lucasfilm in that time period, including The Mandalorian and Obi-Wan Kenobi. When the confirmation that Redron was hired as senior vice president, Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy said, working with Michelle over the last 7 years as a producer on both Star Wars The Force Awakens and now The Rise of Skywalker, I have seen firsthand her skills collaborating with writers and directors, and I've been incredibly impressed with her creative skills and her ability to manage the complexity surrounding these massive projects. And I do want to say good morning to Dempsey. How are you doing this morning? Goes on to say Deadlines report on the transition for Redron reveals that she will continue to work on Lucasfilm projects that she was already attached to, including the ongoing Disney Plus series Andor and the upcoming Willow series. Redron is also attached as producer for the Taika Waititi Star Wars movie, which he is writing and directing. Despite a handful of release dates on Disney's calendar, no Star Wars feature films seem poised to debut in theaters anytime soon. Patty Jenkins' Rogue Squadron movie reportedly remains in development alongside Taika Waititi's new feature film. Two release dates are on Disney's schedule: December 19th, 2025, and December 17th, 2027. But it's unclear if those will stick or what movies may be released in those slots. So, very interesting. It's this is my take on the article. It's an article pretty much about nothing. They say that she steps down, but guess what? She's still with the company. She's still with Disney. So she's still working in the Lucasfilm offices. So it's not a gain. It's not a loss. She's still there, in my opinion. It's an article where they just tried to make a fluff piece and it you know, it's inconsequential as far as I'm concerned. No, there's no consequences coming out of it. She just stepped away from one role to accept another role. So it's a story about nothing. But that's my opinion, and I'll stick with it. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the third article. Then, after I read this third article, I will put out the invite link. And this third article comes from Superhero Hype, and it's about Walter Hamada officially leaving Warner Brothers Discovery, specifically DC Films. So let me go ahead, bring it up there, post a link to it in the chat. And there we are. So this article comes from Superhero Hype. It says DC Films Walter Hamada officially leaves Warner Brothers Discovery. This again was posted on Wednesday the 19th. And it goes on to say Walter Hamada's future at DC Films was in doubt ever since the Warner Brothers Discovery merger was finalized earlier this year. But after the studio's controversial decision to cancel Batgirl over the summer, Hamada reportedly began plotting his exit from the company. Now it's official. According to Deadline, Hamada has formally vacated his role as president of DC Films, bringing his 15-year tenure at Warner Brothers to a bitter conclusion. Earlier this week, The Hollywood Reporter claimed that Hamada was in the process of clearing out his office on the Warner Brothers lot in Burbank. Regardless, there were a few other signs hinting that his days at the studio were numbered. Hamada was noticeably absent from last week's Black Adam premiere in New York. He also hasn't been part of a recent creative meetings with other executives. At this time, all that's left for Armada to do is to wait for WBD to finalize his exit payout. Goes on to say, Armada began running DC Films in 2013. Although his tenure wasn't without controversy, it does boast a handful of wins. He served as an executive producer on Aquaman and Joker, which netted DC two of its biggest box office hits. More recently, he oversaw the Batman production during the early days of the pandemic, leading to another rousing success earlier this year. Hamada was also responsible for inking the films of the DC EU to assorted spin-offs on HBO Max, including Peacemaker and the upcoming Penguin series headlined by Colin Farrell. Goes on to finish up by saying, in January 2021, Hamada renewed his contract with the studio to stay on board as president through 2023, but he struggled to adjust to WBD's new corporate regime, and he's far from the only one. Hamada's departure makes him the fifth WB executive to leave since David Zaslav took over as company CEO. And while Hamada was offered a producing deal with the studio and following his exit, he reportedly turned it down. Meanwhile, Zaslav is still searching for DC's own Kevin Feige, who can hopefully tie all their films and TV shows together in one shared universe. Deadline sources claim that Hamada wasn't a gifted talent schmoozer, as evidenced by his ongoing feud with Justice League's Ray Fisher, which likely hurt his chances at filling this role himself. However, one person who might still be in the running is Emma Watts, who previously served as 20th Century Fox's president of production. And as far as Hamada stepping away, it was a situation where it wasn't working out for either side once David Zaslav's discovery took over. And to only have a couple of hits as part of your, you know, if you want to call it, as far as your tiers concerned, as far as your credits are concerned, that's not saying much. And before I continue on, I do want to say good morning to the lovely Sherry. How are you doing this morning? So I think this was good for him to step away. I think it's good for Warner Brothers Discovery not to have him there. As far as finding their next Kevin Feige, if anyone's been paying attention to Marvel's not what it used to be, especially with She-Hulk. No, I haven't watched a full episode of She-Hulk, but I've seen enough clips to tell me everything I need to know about the series, and I'm not even going to give it a watch. Just like Andor, when it comes to Star Wars and Marvel, I just don't have any interest at this time. Zero interest because as far as my thoughts on DC are concerned, they've tried to be like Marvel for a while now and they've just failed. They've had too many, hands in the pot and it hasn't worked out for a success like, Aquaman or even the Batman was a lukewarm success, in my opinion. It wasn't the big success that they actually wanted it to be, but hey, you can't really boast too highly on his credits, but that's just my opinion. So now, for anyone who's just joining, I've already talked about 3 articles so far this morning on Pop Talk. I have put them in the chat for anybody who wants to read them. The first one was about Andor and its low ratings. And then the second one was about senior vice president for Lucasfilm stepping down, but don't feel too bad for her because she's still with Disney Lucasfilm, just in another position. And I've just went through this article from Superhero Hype talking about Walter Hamada. And now, as promised, I will put out the invite link for anybody who wishes to join me. And if you want to catch up real quick, go ahead and skim through those articles and we can discuss them. If you think we should just move on, we could do that because the other stories I have lined up for this morning for anybody who's just joining is Elon Musk's plans for Twitter and its employees. Got a story about Adam Driver being rumored for Fantastic Four. I have another article with showrunner and a producer for the recent Transformers Cybertron Netflix series. And then I have an article that the One Punch Man creator has teamed up with an artist for a new manga. And I think at this time, I'm going to go ahead and show this trailer for All Quiet on the Western Front. And if that sounds familiar, it's because it's based on the book of the same name that takes place during World War One. So let me go ahead and put the link for the trailer into the chat. 1 second. Make sure. There we go. And if you want to watch it on your own time, you can. But I do want to let you all know that I will be pausing the trailer just to try to avoid any copyright claim or copyright strike. So let me go ahead and switch screens here. And here we go. And I saw this on Friday. I actually watched it a couple of times. To me, it looks like it's going to be pretty good. And I'm saying that as someone who has always had interest in watching, you know, movies, especially if they're based on any actual fact, based on World War One, World War Two, Vietnam, anything that is actually factual. Yes, I know there are movies that are produced that, stretch the truth a little bit, but it's something I've always been interested in. And, that interest started with my father. He would be watching different movies and based on World War II, like, Midway comes to mind, and a few others, and that's where my interest comes from. But before we take a look at this trailer, I do want to welcome our next panelist. I hope he doesn't mind me playing this, but I'm going to play it because I usually play it when he comes here. Anonymous. 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 Good morning, Anonymous.
Good morning. At this point, does it matter if I care if you play it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You were
okay.
a little low when you first started, but now you sound good.
Yeah, I sound good. Does that sound really smooth and creamy?
I'm not even gonna go there.
How you doing,
But
Mike?
by the way,
Huh?
by the way, so you were here the other day, and that was Tuesday. Am I popping too much? Am I not popping?
Right now you're not. I didn't hear any goings on of interruptions, so I think you're doing pretty good.
All right, yeah, because anytime I hear that, Mike, you're popping, I'll always go back and I'll try to change the settings. But it's like I said to you the other night, and I said to Cash, I said I don't listen to myself when I'm speaking.
Oh no, you don't. You can't hear yourself.
No,
Yeah, you have to go
and
back
the
and listen.
the reason why I don't have it set where I can actually hear myself as I'm speaking, because that throws me off.
Oh yeah, you can't do that. You really can't. So yeah, the only way you're gonna know is somebody tells you, and then or you go back and watch your own stream for a little bit,
Yeah.
and it's just the way it is. But see, I always when I first started doing this, I always worried about is my volume too high, or am I talking too loud, or can you hear me at all? Just it it's something weighs on your mind when you first started doing this, and yeah, you get over it after a while. Once you usually get your settings, people say you sound fine, and it generally moves out of your head. But yeah, if something goes wrong, somebody else has to tell you about it.
And I do want to say good morning to the Nerdporial Life Form. He says, I see Pacific change to his avatar. He's turning into a machine man with a machine mind and a machine heart. Well, I just wanted to change it up for a little while. And I figure, Fat Steven Seagal, Justice Steven Seagal, Juicy Fat Gamer, depending on how you know him, he took the time to make the banner for me, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna take part of that banner and make the Optimus Prime part the Avatar. So why not? Optimus Prime was always and actually still is one of my favorite characters, and not just from Transformers, but just inspirational characters. And why not have Optimus up there?
Hey, it doesn't hurt to have multiples, and avatars evolve. I mean, look at me. I was just a black and white avatar for the longest time, and I drew my avatar, and it sucks still, but looks better than the original one.
Well, I did the same thing. I'm with the one that I'm still going to keep using, and I've had people hit me up on Twitter. Hey, you want somebody to make you a new avatar? And I'm on, thanks, but no thanks, because the thing about doing this channel is trying to do everything myself. And if I can't do it, well, then I'll watch a video and I'll keep practicing and practicing. It may be a while before I actually debut what I've learned, but I'll still give it a shot.
Doesn't hurt to give it a shot.
And real quick, before we take a look at this trailer, I want to say good morning to Jet Sparks.
Hello, you guys. How are you?
Hey man, how's it
Doing
going?
good.
I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I actually saw this trailer. I forgot what the title of it was, but it looked really good, and it kind of gives highlight to, like it said, one of the forgotten wars of the 21st century, the Korean War. Technically, my grandfather would have been serving during the time during this war, but again, it talks about a man who was, well, one of the first people, one of the first men to be integrated, one of the first black men to actually be integrated into a fighter squadron during that time in the war. But I know my grandfather he served in the Air Force, but he never flew himself. He just did more administrative work in the military.
Well, this one that we're looking at is All Quiet on the Western Front, which takes place during World War One.
I thought that was a. Sorry, that was a different movie. That was a different movie I was thinking about. I saw it when I was watching Black Adam on Thursday, and in fact, I'm gonna be seeing it again in a couple hours of the matinee, so I can fully gauge my thoughts. That's why you're seeing my keyboard, because I'm actually gonna finish working on a script for a review I'm gonna do afterward on it.
Okay.
So
But yeah,
continue on.
if you can think of the name of that movie trailer, we can take a look at it.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play the trailer again. I'm going to pause it every few moments just to try to avoid any copyright claims and strikes, and I'll try to talk over it. So here we go. Oh, morning, Phil.
Morning, everybody.
Phil McCracken.
Man and Phils. Looks good, but I don't like to read.
I've seen another movie that was in German that was pretty good. It's called The Fall.
Excuse me one second, everybody.
Yeah, World War II. It was actually really good, but if you're not a person that's into closed caption, unfortunately, it's probably not for you.
No.
I mean, it looks pretty good, and as someone who's, I wouldn't necessarily call myself a history buff, but I'm into important aspects of history, and I'm definitely going to give it a watch. And
yeah, it's weird. I have a scale of the types of movies that I like, and obviously, science fiction stuff ranks on the top of that scale, and like police movies and like gangster movies are pretty close to the bottom. All of these movies that they can be excellent movies, everybody loves them, but my interest in them wanes as as the scale goes down. And war movies are pretty close to middle, maybe a little higher on that scale. And because I like war movies, I like Saving Private Ryan. I like oh shoot, what's more? I can't even think of it off the top of my head. Lots of war movies. I've seen
Midway, Tora.
The one thing that I like in the last 20 to 30 years.
I'm not done talking, Phil.
I'm sorry.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Look out mean.
Play nice, guys. Play nice.
The only thing that I can say in the last 30 years, when it comes to something like World War I, World War II, we always seen it from one side. We never got to see it from the other side.
Yeah, the axis or the
And I'll say this, and I had a grandfather in World War One. World War One is one of them wars that really should never had happened. It was a domino effect.
Yep.
And to blame one country, one side or the other, you really can't do it. If you and that might have been controversial to say 40, 30 years ago, but it is truth. And had World War I not have happened, we wouldn't had a World War II.
Yeah, it's those ripple effects. I mean, that's the classic sort of thing we can see with the butterfly effect in action there, because ironically enough, a certain person who rose to power in Germany fought in the trenches of that war, and there was actually said that there was a soldier that spared his life. Yep. Now, if the war had happened and he actually shot him dead, probably World War II never would have happened. Most likely, maybe it never would have happened, but it still would have. Somebody probably would have had. Probably know Heinrich Himmler or even Joseph Goebbels probably would have rose to power. Most likely,
there was. If you look at what happened afterwards, the blame, and you have to remember, technically the Germans were right. They didn't sign a surrender. They signed when this war ended. It was a ceasefire.
Yes.
A ceasefire is not a surrender. But when the
Yes.
Allies started to want to make demands, the Germans didn't have a choice because, according to the ceasefire, the Germans had to leave all occupied, at that time, they occupied most of Belgium and parts of France. So technically, they would have to restart the war in order to, get a fair deal. And even if you look at the 14 points, the Allies never held up to the 14 points. The
Mm-mm.
very first thing they did was, okay, any territory, quote unquote, any territory that felt they don't belong to another country, they were supposed to vote. And the very first piece of land they did that to was Schleswig-Holstein. Denmark wasn't even in World War One, but the
Nope.
Allies wanted to give that to them, so they held a vote, and they divided it in Zone 1, 2, and 3. Zone 1, yes, voted to go to Denmark, so they went to Denmark. Zone 2 voted to go to Germany, and they never did a vote in 3 because it was pointless because Zone 2 had already voted. So the Allies were pretty upset that Germany kind of, if they were going to do this vote, kind of the Germans kind of walked away a little bit from that vote unscathed. They lost a little bit of land, but they didn't lose to where the Allies wanted to punish. And the Allies never held a vote in Alsace-Lorraine. They never held a vote in the Polish corridor. So the Germans felt, okay, we were going to do it your way, even though we don't like it. And you didn't like the outcome of the vote. So, yeah. Germany had no choice but to give up their royal family. That wasn't a choice. The Kaiser had to have been gone. And I feel this way. They might have not wanted to keep, the Allies wanted to keep the actual Kaiser, but having another royal family member become the Kaiser or the Emperor of Germany might have prevented a lot of things that we saw happen in the future. Notice that in World War II with Japan, when they surrendered, Japan did not want to give up the emperor. That was why they held out so long. The United States finally said, okay, we'll not take the emperor out. We're not going to remove him from power. And for the better. Had they did that with the Kaiser in Germany, had they did it with the Emperor of Austria-Hungary, you might have
Franz Joseph.
Yeah, Hungary later tried to bring the emperor back, and in particularly France was threatening to go to war if they ever thought to bring the emperor back.
I'm
sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry, interrupted.
I feel had we did what we said we were going to do at the end of World War One, even though, technically, no matter what, you lose a war back then, even after World War II, you lose war, you lose land. It happens. There's nothing you can do. But I think the harshness of the end of World War One really brought things into World War II. So,
yeah, because think about it. The League of Nations, that was weak, and that's why World War II happened.
If you look in history and you really dig, and this is not to put him down or anything, look at our own Abraham Lincoln, whatever you think. Some of the things he did, if you really look at it, you're like, wow. What he did to Maryland, he didn't let them vote. He took them over pretty much, and you can understand that. But another thing, he did a lot of self-promotion, even before the war. He never would have been president if it wasn't for his wife's family, who were slave owners. The money that he ran to be president on was on money given to him by family members that were slave owners. The very institution he hated put him there. During the Civil War, he said, "A house divided can't stand." His own family, besides his 2 sons, his whole entire wife's family, sons fought for the South. His brother-in-law, that was one of his best friends, died as a Confederate general in the Battle of Chickamauga. He had his wife and their children come visit him at the White House. A particular Union general at the time was there and threw a tantrum fit that he was hosting a Confederate wife and children, even though that was his family. You know, when you think of history and you look at it, sometimes what you read or what you're told is not enough. Sometimes you have to dig deeper. We never knew 40, 50 years ago there was a British soldier that was aiming a gun at Mr. Badman. And had he pulled the trigger, probably would have prevented World War II. We didn't know that. We didn't know that till recently. You know, some of this stuff doesn't come to light till like 50, sometimes even 100 years after the fact. So sometimes, that's why I say, when you watch a historic movie like World War I or World War II, it's always good to get the other side perspective. Because sometimes when you go to war, everybody wants to be the just cause, in God's side, you know, the hype. No one wants to say you're fighting for a bad idea, regardless of what side in any war in history you ever think about. You know, every side that wins is always the side that these were the good guys, these were the bad guys. You know.
Yep. Well, you know, even with that, I do have a question for everybody. If I were to host a watch party on the Discord on Friday at, say, 8 p.m., would anybody be interested in watching it?
I would be there if I can make. I can 90% say I should be there.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. When is it supposed to be again?
It comes out on Friday, and I'm thinking about hosting a watch party on the Discord at 8 p.m. on Friday.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna do. I already have like one thing I'll be doing. This is gonna be the last time I'll be doing it for the month, and that's for Friday Night Biohazard. But I think I'll probably be doing. Like I said, I do it early in the day, like around 5 p.m. my time. But I think maybe I'll get it done early, and then I'll probably just like I'll come on over.
Well,
and
it'll
then
be 8 p.m. Eastern, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be done by around maybe that time, but again, no guarantees. I just like get really into like playing this game because I've been playing Left 4 Dead 2, and it's just after like 10, even after 10 plus years, it's still a good game. And I just do it and I've been playing on my Twitch channel and re-upload it to my YouTube later on.
Okay. Well, if you can be there, cool. If you can't, I understand. All right, so let's go ahead and look at Devotion. I think I have shown this trailer on Pop Talk before when it first came out, but I don't mind showing it again because it does look like a good movie when I saw it the first time. Just think, how many men that went into battle were doing exactly what he's doing right now. That, all the nerves, being scared about going into battle.
I think it's a little.
Go ahead.
I think it's a little different if you're like up in the air or something. It may be a lot different. I know, sure, the skies can get rattled, but it's a lot. I think it'd be a lot less hell on earth if you're like fighting on the ground than you are fighting up in the air.
You ain't shit. You shouldn't even be flying.
It's good to know the men you're flying with. See what they're fighting for.
Oh, hey, look, it's Hangman from Top Gun.
Mm-hmm.
What are you fighting for?
Hoping to find that out.
Try to keep up.
This is war. And we're up. Can't tell you how many times people have told me to give up, quit, die even. That's why you can't always do what you're told. If I did, I wouldn't be here.
It looks good.
Yeah, it does.
And it comes out next month.
And it don't have to read.
Yeah.
I know some people don't like subtitles. It's like when then they watch anime. Some people prefer the dub over watching the original Japanese and having to read subtitles. I get it.
Yeah, just as long as the dub is really good.
It helps, yes. Well, yeah, like I was saying before, it's like I love war movies, and I've seen lots of them. Enemy at the Gates, a lot of Vietnam War movies, some of the older ones, Bridge Over River Kwai, all that stuff. But when it comes to like subtitled stuff, like RRR, I have it. I could watch it at any time, but I just can't get motivated to watch it. And it looks really good. I know it's an Indian film, but it looks really good. And everybody's hyping it and everything. And but the fact that I have to read it, it keeps me from actually turning it on and watching it. So and that sucks because I kind of want to watch it, but it just it doesn't motivate me. And I'm afraid this other one won't motivate me either. Some subtitles fine. I can take short bursts of subtitles. It's not a big deal, but the whole movie it kind of takes me out of it. It kind of, I'm one of those guys who has a brain who can't do two things at once. So playing guitar and singing at the same time doesn't happen. It's either one or the other. I can't focus on both. So reading the whole story and paying attention to what's happening on screen isn't something I could do very well. Mm-hmm. And it kind of ruins the movie for me, really.
Okay. Well, I do have a series recommendation. I only found out about it, on Thursday and started watching a little bit here, a little bit there on Friday, then finished it up yesterday. And it's War of the Worlds on Epics. It's a pretty good series. It does have some moments when the characters are speaking French where you have subtitles, but it's not the whole entire show.
That's fine. Yeah, a little bit of subtitles, no big deal. It may pull you out just for a short, small amount of time, but you get right back into it. When you don't have to worry about pulling your attention away. That's fine. It's great.
A lot of foreign films, depending on the country, they don't mind overdubbing into another language. Japanese tend to do that a lot. I watch a lot of Korean stuff, and unfortunately, they don't do the overdubbing. It's all closed caption. And I would say if they were to ever to overdub, some of their shows I think will be a major hit in the United States because they do a lot of what do they call it? Historical drama. That means it's like a movie, but more like a soap opera movie based upon historical things that went on in Korea. But yeah, if you're a closed caption person, you Korean movies or Korean shows would, and they're not the only ones. There's a lot of other countries that don't do overdubbing. I like the overdubbing, but in some cases, like I said, if I want to watch a Korean show or even the Chinese, sometimes tend to don't overdub. If you want to watch like what's the show called? Romance of the Three Kingdoms, huge hit of a movie or TV show, if you want to call it that. Their only problem is it's all closed caption. So but I understand that. I have family and people that are like on the mouse. It's closed captions more a pain than a help, you know?
Yeah.
So, but I do like that they are making a Korean era war movie because that tends to be one of them. If you want to call it a war or police action or whatever you want to call it, I call it a war. That tends to get forgotten because it's in between World War II and Vietnam. And I would tell you, and this is just my opinion. So, hold on one second. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Korean War, a lot of people felt that we were just unloading the use of surplus World War II equipment, which is kind of true. But if we didn't go into Korea, we saved South Korea. Had we not been there, South Korea, the whole Korean peninsula would have went communist.
That is true.
That is so close to Japan, we couldn't afford to have the sea of wherever that part of the Pacific Ocean between South Korea and Japan. We could not afford to lose that, like we lost all China besides Taiwan. And you see the craziness we have to deal with today because of it.
Yes.
It was a war. I felt MacArthur was right. We practically had the Korean War won.
Yeah,
and when China invaded, I'm sorry, when your soldiers are fighting their soldiers, you're at war. You're at war. And for me, that put China in the game, regardless of what anybody says. And I think if we did a little push, I'm not saying invade China, we really didn't need to, but had we showed a little bit of force, the Korean War would have ended differently. And I don't think the communists would have been so gung-ho like they were afterwards to make Southeast Asia, like Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, fall to communism. You know, I think if they would have tried that at the time and we showed force and they would have did something in Southeast Asia, it would have been something like Afghanistan for the Soviets. You know, they would have tried, but they would have failed. But when you win, you tend to sometimes, I don't want to say they won, but let's just say they weren't defeated. Communists was able to go, you know, keep on going. And let's be honest, they won Southeast Asia, you know. So
yeah, and I
a
could say
domino effect, kind of like we were saying with World War One.
Yeah, but also I kind of think this is where I kind of muddied the geopolitics of like a superhero story that I'm working on. I kind of muddy the geopolitics where look, communism it kind of largely fell, but they took refuge in a lot of more of those Southeast Asian countries and across the Middle East, like places that you wouldn't expect, like of course Syria, Iraq, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, even going as far south as like Indonesia. So a lot of Soviet and Sino elements sort of like held out in those areas, and they're just mostly bogged down in ground wars, more or less. Not anything too serious. But we're keeping the commies more or less contained in those areas, and any countries that are dealing with it, they're just dealing with it on their own. Australia's dealing with them. Russia is dealing with stuff going on in the Middle East because Russia is now like a republic now, not like the USSR. After communism fell in the 90s, it became more of an actual true republic instead of like the somewhat dictatorship it pretty much currently is, because we already know Putin's been in power for over 20 years, so it pretty much is a dictatorship.
The sad thing is we kind of defeated most of communism, besides, like you were saying, China, Southeast Asia, where it still exists. But we're dealing with people that forget all that, and in our own country, most people,
support it. Yeah.
I don't want to say the bad word, but I'm not sure. But then people that were supporting the protest begins with an A. You know who they are.
Yes.
Look, they had their stuff were painted with the hammer and the sickle and everything. Don't have no clue of what people were suffering under communism.
Yeah, and literally anyone who could tell you who's lived under that system, it isn't pretty, but these people, they probably just don't listen to any of those people.
No, they think that the idea, and you can even understand, communism is socialism, which a lot of people do believe in it, but communism is socialism to the extreme.
Yes.
That's the difference between the two. There is a difference, but they're all based on socialism. But socialism, even in some of these countries, even in Western Europe or in some other parts of the world that practice socialism, their electric companies are state-owned. Your water companies are state-owned. And, I mean, you have to understand, some of these countries, they had never experienced ever what it's like to be totally free. And all right, take the Middle East. We can bring freedom or bring the American way to them. To them, it will never take hold. It will never be accepted, because to them it's a foreign idea.
It's a foreign concept.
Yep, and they'll never accept it.
But sometimes I think that's a bit changing a little because of like internet access and social media. But I know some of these countries have managed to like censor parts of the internet to keep their citizens from finding out about larger and other ideologies around the world. But that's where the internet, and that's why the Arab Spring happened in more recent years.
Yeah, and about the Arab Spring, I think we misunderstood it. They might have wanted to be more freedom, but I don't think it was to be based on American freedom.
No, they don't like the Western way.
They don't like Western ideals or like Eurocentric or any Eurocentric like stuff.
For the most part, most of them people over there think that we are the great Satan still.
Yep.
Our ways are not their ways. They're steeped in religious ideology of Muslim or
Islam.
Islam. Yeah, sorry. And it's antithetical to how America was made and built, and they will never accept that. Some, I mean, there's outliers. Obviously, there's moderate Muslims that do want freedom, do want liberty, that sort of thing. But for the most part, it's
everything that we deal, especially here in the United States, it's all based on It's all based on Eurocentrism. Again, a lot of everything that we have of our modern era, especially from Europe, is all really due to Europe. Europe was probably the most modern civilization from the Renaissance all the way up to now. Everything that we owe, all of our cultural significance, all came from Europe. Even when we moved to the New World at the time, which was the Americas, it spread. It's that influence spread over there.
You could say we owe it. the Romans, but we can go even
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Greek.
Everything. Yeah, Rome.
And not to say anything bad about it, but we can also borrowed from the Egyptians. Yeah, they had their kingdom and everything with the pharaoh, but believe it or not, a lot of ideas that went from Egypt. Let's be honest. When Alexander the Great went on his creation of his empire, if you want to call it that, he adopted a lot of ways, the ways of the Egyptians, the ways of the Persians, even further east, close to India. He adopted a lot of the ways, and he was trying to gel it all together with the Greek ideas. And there are some people that didn't want it, even then. If you look at a statue, an ancient statue of Alexander the Great, it says he thanks all of Macedonia and Greece except Sparta. He
Wow.
excludes Sparta. And the reason he excludes Sparta, because the Spartans never will ever fight with their fellow Greeks unless they're in charge. When you think of the Battle of Marathon, the Spartans didn't show up. They came late because they were doing their religious ceremonies and they didn't want to be interfered with until afterwards. And they were shocked that the rest of Greece defeated the first Persian invasion. And it was humiliating to them because they were the military power of Greece at the time. So when you had the Battle of Thermopylae, there was more than just the 300 Spartans fighting there. There was a good 10,000. But when they knew they were going to get beat, they withdrew. And so the Spartans, to reclaim their honor, decided they were going to be the rear guard. They were the one that was going to hold back. And that was their idea. Giving their lives up and dying was a way of reclaiming that honor. And look at today, when everybody hears about a last stand, what's one of the three you would say? Spartans' last stand of the 300.
Yep.
But your people don't understand. The reason they were doing that was to reclaim their honor from the Battle of Marathon, where we're not showing up yet till we're ready. And then by the time they get there, they get to, the other Greeks are showing on the battlefield saying, look what we did without you.
Yep. And let's go ahead and move on to this next story from Variety that says Elon Musk plans to lay off nearly 75% of Twitter employees or 5,500 staffers.
Yay.
This was posted on Thursday. It's by Todd Spangler. And it says Elon Musk could be set to slash Twitter's headcount drastically once his $44 billion deal for the social network goes through. The mega billionaire has told potential investors in the Twitter deal that he plans to lay off almost 75% of the company's staff, or about 5,500 employees, to reduce the size of its workforce from 7,500 to just over 2,000. The Washington Post reported, citing anonymous sources and documents. Reps for Twitter and Musk did not respond to requests for comment. On Tesla's third quarter 2022 earnings call Wednesday, Musk said he was paying too much for Twitter. Earlier this month, he agreed to go forward with the original $54.20 share offer for Twitter after spending 3 months attempting to back out of the deal. Although obviously myself and the other investors are obviously overpaying for Twitter right now, the long-term potential for Twitter, in my view, is an order of magnitude greater than its current value. Goes on to say, per the Post story, Twitter management had planned to cut its payroll by $800 million by the end of 2023, representing a 25% reduction in headcount. As such, Musk's $44 billion acquisition is a golden ticket for the struggling company, according to the Post article, potentially helping its leadership avoid painful announcements that would have demoralized the staff and possibly crippled the service's ability to combat and excuse me, misinformation, hate speech, and spam. Twitter General Counsel Sean Eggert, in a memo to employees following the Washington Post stories, said that the company has not had any plans for company-wide layoffs since it signed the deal with Musk in April. According to a Bloomberg report, Eggert said discussions among Twitter's leadership about potential layoffs occurred earlier in the year prior to Musk Pact. We do not have any confirmation of Musk plans following close and recommend not following rumors or leaked documents, but rather wait for facts from us and the buyer directly, Eggert wrote. Per the report, in June 16 Q&A with Twitter employees, Musk said there needs to be a contribution, a rationalization of headcount, and said anyone who is a significant contributor should have nothing to worry about. That was before Musk tried to exit the deal in early July, whereupon the company sued him, seeking to enforce the terms of the merger agreement. Musk evidently reversed course after realizing he would likely lose his legal fight with Twitter over the agreement. And this is something Phil has mentioned multiple times here on Pop Talk, so I'm sure this will bring a smile to his face. The Delaware Chancery Court judge overseeing the case granted Musk's motion to halt the trial until October 28th, which is Friday, to let him secure the debt financing he needs to close the deal. Progressive groups are concerned that the right-leaning Musk may roll back Twitter's policies restricting hate speech and misinformation. Musk has said he wants to make Twitter adhere to principles of free speech and has accused the company of censoring conservatives. Musk has also said he would reinstate Donald Trump's account on Twitter after the social network permanently banned him in the wake of the Jan 6 attack on the U.S. Capitol for violating his prohibition on incitement to violence after he praised the rioters. Musk called Twitter's ban on the 45th U.S. president was a morally bad decision and flat out wrong. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, Snapchat, and other tech platforms also banned Trump for similar policy violations. On July 8th, Musk lawyers notified Twitter that was terminating the deal, alleging the company appears to have made false and misleading representation that represented a breach of the agreement. Among other things, according to Musk, his team's preliminary estimates of the proportion of spam and fake accounts on Twitter were widely higher than the sub 5% figure that Twitter has repeatedly claimed. Twitter's attorney have accused Musk of having buyer's remorse and claimed he wanted to renege on the deal after a drop in the price of Tesla stock, which represents the bulk of Musk's net worth. So before I ask you all for your comments, I do want to say good afternoon to Joker Voice. I hope you're doing well, or for you, it is still morning. So good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
So, what do you guys think? Now, I will say real quick that this isn't surprising with Elon Musk coming in there as the new owner and new CEO of Twitter. He's doing what any boss would do when he comes into a new company. He'd look at his current staff and see who's still valuable to the company and who needs to find work elsewhere.
Yeah, he needs to recoup some of his money. He paid too much for it, and he knows he did. And he has to. He needs to drop a lot of dead weight, in which Twitter has a lot of dead weight. Freaking woke. I don't even know the names of the stinking positions, but there's a ton
woke
of
executives,
coordinators,
programmers, moderators,
activists.
most likely,
All this stuff, inclusion and diversity, coaches and executives. Yeah, all that's got to go. It's just a waste of freaking money for the company.
And besides, most of the people who came into Twitter now came from Tumblr. So guess what? If Elon takes over, guess what? Go back to where you came from, you freak.
Yeah, that's just why burn your money. He's not stupid. He's on most things, but he's about the money. He's not about the agenda. So when he's got to look out for his investors also, people who backed him. He's got to make them money. They're not going to just blow their money on Twitter and then do the exact same thing with a bunch of bots and just losing money left and right. That just can't happen. These people need to start looking for jobs right now and abandon ship like the rats they are.
I just want to say that this would have been happening with the Chancery Court in Delaware, regardless of both parties were in agreement. Anytime a corporation or a business buys another business and it's on the not just national level, but international level, there's always a review. That's why when he first agreed that he wanted to buy, again, nothing's official. This is when it goes to front of the Chancery Court, then it's official. First thing when a company, just like he did, they have to look at the books. And if you guys remember, Twitter didn't want to open their books. They didn't. And that's when he found out with his people that they were cooking the numbers. It wasn't just the bots. They were cooking the books to make their stock prices look higher.
Yeah.
And anybody, I don't care if it was General Motors, I don't care if it was the family that owns Walmart, was buying Twitter. They would all be going through the same things he's going through. I think once it gets in the hands of the Chancery Court on the 28th, the price that he's got that they wanted him to pay per price, what was it? Let's say $55 a share. I don't think it will be even $30 a share. It'll be close to there, but I think it will be about $30 a share. And after that, he can buy it at that price. That's what this whole matter is. But they would have had to go through it if both parties even agreed. So, and any company that buys another company, you're not going to keep everybody. That's always a given. Let's say Elon Musk has plans where people that run his Tesla, let's say, finance department. Do you need the exact copy of a finance department with Twitter where his own people can be running it? No, it doesn't make sense. Let's use an example. Let's say cell phones. Let's say Verizon decides they want to buy that actor. I forget his name. The guy who played Deadpool and Green Lantern wants to buy his corporation. His business.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, they go through the same thing that Elon Musk is going through, and once he gets a hold of it, Verizon has everything set up. They don't need the same customer service at the same amount. Let's say they had 300. Well, they might only need 100 people. So they'll keep 100 and the other 200, to help them find jobs or pay them whatever they have to pay them for laying them off. You don't need the same advertisement anymore. So that's gone. That happens with everybody. I mean, the only thing I could think in recent memory of right now of another corporation buying another corporation is the people who bought NB&A Bank, for the credit card people. NB&A, very big company, was bought out by Capital One. I think it was. It was Capital One or the USA Bank, whatever one of them. But when they bought them out, they jettisoned about good 3/4 of the people there within a period of 5 years. They kept about 25%. That happens. That happens every time a corporation takes over another company. It's nothing new, And as far as getting paid, most of your low people, office workers, mailing department, security, they're not getting paid. I mean, they'll get paid for being laid off, but when you're thinking about stock, the days are gone where companies will say, "Well, you work for us, we'll give you X amount of stock." The only people that are going to get paid that stock price money are the board of directors and the shareholders. That's it.
And real quick, I do want to say good morning to Joker Voice, the Padawannabe, and Jester of Sin. Morning, gentlemen.
Hey. We got clowns and jesters, boy.
It hurts me, Animas. You didn't even see my little message in my name.
I didn't. Where's it at? What are you talking about? I can't see it, man.
I can't help that. But I put in there, Animas is #1 fan.
See? I rub off on people.
I don't even see it on the StreamYard side, Phil.
No,
I put it right next to. I put it right next to my name.
All our names are missing. Oh my gosh! How are the people supposed to know who I am?
Yeah, that's weird. I'm gonna check the YouTube side. No, I don't even see it on the YouTube side, Phil. What the heck?
Yeah, I can see it on the very bottom left screen where it says you're in the show. It has another little box where you can edit and put your subscription underneath the bottom there.
Yeah, but that's StreamYard, so.
Here.
You calling me a nerd, Mr. Nerd?
I'm not calling you a nerd. Let me just check one of the settings here in StreamYard, see if I can get to show up.
Pacific. I was talking to Anonymous.
I know you were.
He called me a bad name. He called me a nerd.
I didn't say nerd.
Yeah.
I said, what are you talking about?
It turned off the names. Typical StreamYard.
Boomer.
But Melon's not any better.
I'm trying to,
I'll be perfectly honest. Melon's not any better.
I was trying to give Anonymous some love. And what does Anonymous do? He gives me a pie in the face.
If only. That's all I needed today was Phil McCracken loving.
Oh gosh! Oh gosh! I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna make any smart ass comment. I think you know what? Yeah. I think now's a good time to move on to the next story because yeah. And there's a reason I played that. Let me just get the story up here. Because as some of you may or may not know, I am a Transformers fan. And there's this article here from... Yes. Careful. Because I got a feeling one of the panelists, including myself, might do this to you one day, Anonymous.
Oh, how it pains me to do this.
Wait, I still function.
Wanna bet?
Yeah. Just remember, bad guys are always going to be willing to betray each other when they get an opportunity to do so. They will.
So what you're telling me, I'm surrounded by a bunch of Decepticons, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Could be surrounded by
I'm not saying I am.
No one here is a Decepticon, Anonymous.
It could be worse. It could be surrounded by GoBots.
Oh.
We all know how Phil feels about GoBots.
But if they're complete idiots, they're just Dinobots.
What you have against Dinobot? Dinobot cool.
Grimlock say Jet Spark stupid.
Grimlock don't like Jet Sparks insulting Grimlock.
My point exactly.
All right, we're nerding out.
All right. Well, okay, we're nerds. So what if we nerd out?
Okay.
All right. So the article from Anime News Network comes from, of course, Anime News Network. And it says interview Transformers War for Cybertron showrunner FJ DeSanto and producer Mike Avila or Avila. I've heard it's said different ways. Says with a long history of producing works like the westernized adaptation of Cyborg 009 and having a statue of Iggy the Fool behind him at all times, FJ DeSanto is no stranger to the world of anime and manga. We were lucky enough to sit down with both him and writer Mark Avila to discuss the production of the Transformers War for Cybertron anime, currently available on Netflix. I have watched all three. I have reviewed all three. They're here available on the channel, as well as the art of making Transformers War for Cybertron trilogy, which, speaking of the game War for Cybertron, it's too bad we never got the trilogy. We got 2 of the 3 games that we were promised, but we never got the 3rd game. Available now from Viz Media. It goes on to say in this interview, Anime's News Network. All right. Well, Mr. DeSanto and Mr. Avila, thank you very much for joining me today. FJ DeSanto. No, misters. Maybe not for Mike, not for me. And Michael Avila, my father's Mr. Avila. I'm just Mike. Yeah, that's, even to this day, that's how I feel when somebody calls me by my last name. It's like, no, that's my father. That's not me. So Anime News Network says, all right, well, Mike, FJ, thank you very much for joining us. So how does it feel to have your names alongside the likes of Simon Furman, Bob Budiansky, and Jim Shooter in terms of influencing and establishing Transformers lore? FJ, dude, those are the legends. Like, just stop right there. It's funny because they paved the way for all of this. You're always trying to find ways as a fanboy, but also producer to sort of honor what they did. But I would never be as presumptuous as to associate my name with them. I will tell you one funny story, though. We had Flint Dill, and anyone who's unfamiliar with Flint Dill, he was a writer, producer on the original Generation 1 TV show and for Transformers the movie. In case, and excuse me, anybody didn't know. Sorry, I got to mute myself because I think I'm going to have a coughing fit.
Oh.
Okay, I'm back. All right.
Live.
Yeah, I still function.
What a bet.
All right, Starscream. Anyways, it says we had Flint Dill come to the office just before COVID. We were starting to get the episodes in, and I've known Flip through Frank Miller for a long time, and now suddenly we were connected on this Transformers thing, and I said, "Why don't you come in and take a look at the show?" And I brought him into the conference room and put the thing on the big screen, and he watched the first episode. It was me and my producer, this guy, Matt Murray, and I go, "What did you think?" And he goes, "I feel bad for you guys. When we did these shows back in the day, there were no VHS tapes. These shows weren't syndicated. We thought people would see them once and then never see them again or think about them ever again. There were commercials for toys. We didn't know what canon meant. And it took me 20 years to realize how seriously your generation took this. We would have been more responsible. Wait, okay. We would have been more cautious. We would have been more considerate, knowing it was going to be passed on. And the funny thing is, he sort of identified that issue of the legacy, no pun intended, with the new toy line of what Transformers is. I see it as the greatest professional privilege of my life, but I wouldn't dare ever associate myself with those guys. And then the other producer, Mike, good name as far as I'm concerned, says, I'll say one of the reasons why I was thrilled to get a chance to do this book was that those legends you mentioned, aside from the G1 show, no G1 referring to the original Transformers animated series that aired in the 1980s, the Marvel Comics series was what really got me into Transformers. So Bill, Mateo, Frank Springer, one of my all-time favorite artists, did a lot of Transformers work. Those guys meant a lot to me, and I love that the original comic series from Marvel, which tend to get as much love as it should. I think some fans, that was one of the reasons why I was excited and privileged to work on it, because there are only so many franchises that have the reach and the passion that Transformers has. I mean, look at my avatar. Again, shout out to Juicy Fat Gamer, at Steven Seagal, Justice Fat Seagal, for making this for me a few months ago. And, I put the banner up there right away, but yesterday I thought, you know what? I'm changing the avatar, and I'm putting the prime part on the avatar. And speaking of Steven, how you doing, brother? I hope you don't mind me doing this, but everybody, please keep Steven and everybody who been affected by the flooding he and so many others have experienced in his condo. And, just keep him in mind, because right now, everybody in that building is going through a hard time. If, and you can correct me on this, Steven, you said that it was a heater unit that went down on the roof and caused all the flooding on Friday. And all I've got to say is that when the time comes, I'm donating whatever I can to help you out, brother. You've helped me out in so many ways. I want to pay you back. I need to pay you back.
Yep, that was pretty messed up, dude. I'm sorry about your place. That's pretty screwed up.
That's crazy. Something like that can happen.
Yeah, that was
Be even worse if you live in a condo, and again, something in like the pool, like it's like there's like a rooftop pool and it flooded and it leaked or something, and it started flooding the building.
I mean, there's like nothing you can do about it either. It's just, it was everywhere. That was so screwed up. I couldn't believe it. I was like, my God, how do you even combat that? Oh, that was freak. That was freaky. I would have died. But Stephen, I'm anything we can do to help. You just let us know. That's an absolute tragedy, man.
Steven,
And yes, Phil is weird.
I know nobody needs to, but I mean this. I want to. I don't have to tweet out anybody's content, anybody's live stream, but I do it because I want to. And I want to help you in any way I can. So
I don't know what happens, but if there is an incident where, unfortunately, I take it that the air conditioning unit on top of the roof had a major leak, if I understand correctly.
it was a heating unit that caused massive flooding in all the building. It wasn't just one particular unit, it was all the building. So
What kind of heating unit uses? I know the old radiator units use.
Yeah, probably that.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's why you don't see them anymore. When they build like buildings and they have air conditioning units, some still do, but that's why they tend to keep them on the ground now because it costs money because even if they have insurance, whatever their degree of insurance is, the amount of inconvenience it does. Let's say you have a condo unit, maybe you have 5 floors, something like that happens, you probably have at minimum 10 families, maybe. Let's say at that rate, 10 families living there in the condo, 5 floors. Yeah, you got to, their insurance has to put them up somewhere, temporarily, and repairs and damage, and that's not counting furniture and stuff like that. Yeah, that's why you see in most of the major cities they stop doing that, putting the units on top of the roof. But man, I feel bad for you, man. Not that. I would hate to experience that because that's probably like Titanic. You're in a nice dry room, and the next thing you know, water's pouring in
From everywhere. It's not just one spot either. It was like every room and every like spot of the roof was just pouring water. It was nuts.
And Steven's saying that this is the 5th leak. The water pipe burst.
You
That's
think by the third time
ridiculous.
they understood that maybe, like I said, I don't know how old the buildings are, and most of them, like I said, the only heating system I know that uses that is the old radiators, and they're really good. For 40, 50 years old, they can still go. But the problem is, after that 40, 50 years, they deteriorate, and unless you redo the piping,
Which, let's face it, a lot of buildings aren't willing to spend that kind of money to redo all the piping.
Patchwork and keep going. But yeah, I would think after the third time, whoever's in charge of the condos units,
They owe every tenant. They owe them big time.
Yeah. They could get sued hard for this too.
All right, so let me get back where I was. And real quick, let me look at this in the private chat. Okay. All right, so it mentioned some of the names associated with the comics, and let's see, I believe I was right here. So getting a chance to chronicle the show means doing something that a lot of people that working for Transformers don't really get a chance to do, which is tell a chapter involving G1 that's never really been told. It was special, it was nice, and it was really good. And what's funny, FJ, your story makes me laugh because I think I watch each episode like 15 times going through and watching the details. And if I'm doing that just for research, you can you imagine the fans who are diehard lifelong Transformer fans, how many times they went, wait, hold on, and they're double checking. I mean, that's immense pressure to live up to. And I was doing that too as I was watching the series. Of course, I'll be honest, I'm a voice snob when it comes to character voices. And I know they probably didn't want to pay them the money, but I would have loved to have heard these two voices. And I think everybody knows where I'm going with this. Let me just get the clip.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
To me, those are the voices of Megatron and Optimus Prime when I refer to Frank Welker and Peter Cullen.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never be a voice like his ever again.
Never.
I mean, there are
not
some
even
people,
this voice right here.
I mean,
can't get my voice that deep.
They had
my name is Optimus Prime.
On Generation 1, they had a famous actor that voiced Jazz. And the
Yes,
reason
Catman
why,
Carruthers.
Yeah, and the reason why they killed him off in the movie because the actor died and they didn't want to have another voice actor do it. But
Although
yeah,
Jazz does make an appearance in Five Faces of Darkness Part 1
but
in Season 3. But
he
he had
was-
already passed on, and
he was I loved his role that he did in it's they used to have that TV show, but there was a movie, and he was in the movie with the old people, and they got to turn young. And I know he did a lot of other movies, but that's the movie that stuck with me.
It's Amazing Stories.
Yeah, and his voice, you could always tell his voice when he talked. When I remember the very first time watching Transformers, and I heard Jazz talk, I knew right away who that actor was.
Yep. He's got a very distinct voice.
well, I mean, think about the voice talent that they had on G1 Transformers. You had, of course, Frank Welker and Peter Cullen, but you also had Casey Kasem.
Yep.
And you had Don Messick.
Otherwise known as the man, Casey Kasem, otherwise known as the original voice of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, and Don Messick was the original voice of Scooby, so you had Shaggy and Scooby on Transformers. Because, of course, they're voice actors, that was their job, but, just to get some of the voice talent out there. And then of course, in the movie, who they were able to bring in, Leonard Nimoy as Galvatron.
Yeah, that was big. That was big.
And good morning, Joker voice. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. We were talking about the voice actors as someone who's an aspiring voiceover myself. I wanted to chime in because I saw a tweet where I could not help but call some stupidity out.
Oh, you mean the actress who played Bayonetta?
No, but as far as the Autobots go, Autobots transform and roll out. That's my take on Optimus Prime. I actually, the last con I went to had Optimus and Megatron there, the OGs, and I would have loved to have gotten in line, but those lines, as you can imagine, were quite long.
Oh, I bet.
Now the thing I saw this morning that really kind of chapped my hide. There was this gal, and of course she has to have her pronouns in her the bio because that's important to know that. And she was talking about the Star Wars animation, particularly the Clone Wars. And she said, I really like the animation, but we need to have a talk about all these white actors voicing people of color. And I'm like, oh boy. Let me get started here, because I went to, because the voice of Kit Fisto is also the voice of Jon Stewart, the Green Lantern, has been the voice of the Flash Barry Allen, and is also the voice of Samurai Jack, a Japanese samurai.
Phil Lamar himself. That man is a god.
And speaking of
voice actor, yes.
Speaking of jazz, he voiced Jazz in Transformers Animated.
Right. And that was my take. I'm like, now, and I said I said this man's name is Phil Lamar. He's very talented. He's also very black. So based on your logic, who's the only characters he's allowed to play?
Based on that logic, I think we all know the answer to it.
Right, which is all of them, because he's black. So because diverse nowadays just means non-white.
Yeah.
And here's my opinion, and I know to a lot of people it's wrong think, but I don't care who the voice actor or actress is for the character.
Yeah,
I don't care what they look like. It's their voice.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point about being a voice actor. It doesn't matter what just as long as your voice sounds good, as long as it matches what the character's mannerisms are like.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. I mean, look at like Lance Riddick. I mean, I would really kind of somewhat envision if it was live action, maybe I can see the actual actor in the role. But if my Superhero Madam Opus story was a animated series, and if I could actually get him, seriously, his voice actually matches what one of the villains of my story would basically sound like. His voice really matches it. If you don't know who Lance Riddick is, he voices Commander Zavala in Destiny, and he's also in he plays the character Silence in Horizon Zero Dawn, and I think he was in that god-awful Resident Evil Netflix adaptation. But he's a good actor. He's a very good actor, and he's a good voice actor too. I mean, his voice just sounds so analytical.
Right. And
voice actors shouldn't matter. It's different when you're having live action because you want to be close to the character. Okay.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, look at all the male characters that are voiced by women.
Pretty much every little boy you see in animation is a woman.
Yeah, like Tara Strong. She voices Timmy Turner and Ben Tennyson.
Yep.
And Bart Simpson.
Yeah, Nancy Cartwright is Bart Simpson, yep. Ralph Wiggum, and Nelson
anybody
Muntz.
Should have an issue with who's doing the voice acting. Voice acting shouldn't matter. Whoever's best for the job, regardless of the role. But when it's live action, that's a different story, and I think we all could agree on that. Yes. I never want to see Lando be played by anybody else than what he's representing there. Because
Billy D. Williams brought a lot of suaveness to Lando's character,
and he did voice acting for the radio versions of the 3 original Star Wars radio. Him and C-3P, the guy who plays C-3PO.
And Anthony Daniels.
Yes.
Anthony Daniels.
They're the only 2 voices you'll hear, but they voice act everybody from the original series.
Well, let's see. Let's give an example. Let's see. Billy West on Futurama is Fry, the Professor, Zoidberg. He's Captain Brannigan. He had to pick up the slack because of Phil Hartman's death. Right. And if you're like a Studio Ghibli fan, I think you also know him as Gigi the Black Cat from Kiki's Delivery Service. And you would also know him as the Red M&M. You would also know him as Stimpy.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I mean, they make this comments and stuff like this, and voice acting and like if the wokeness, but there's an article, and give me a little leeway here in 3 minutes, and I'll be quick. That we discussed before about the lady who tried to get the award for what's his name for the Oscar that everybody was talking about. She was quote unquote Native American. And if you remember, Mike, I said on this show, she wasn't Native American. And there's an article that just came out, and everybody can go look at when they get a chance.
Elizabeth,
the family has said
Warren?
that she was not Native American.
Elizabeth
Now, they make a
Warren?
big hoopla of that 1971 Oscar speech that she did. But I said it on the show that she wasn't Native American, and it turned out she wasn't Native American. But the hoopla before she died a month ago of her doing that, again, this was 50 years ago, they put her on a map. They put her on the map. That, to me, like this, is like, okay, where are the lines drawn? You're going to go to a voice actor and say, you can only be, if you're English with the English accent, you can only be English to voice that accent, where there's a lot of people from all over the world that can mimic that British accent.
And not to mention, you get a lot of actors from across the pond who for live action play Americans.
I forget which was the actor. I don't have the name on top of my head, but they were specifically trained. They went to get some speech done. So when they did their movie, they can actually do the British accent, so they can try to pass it,
Right.
And kudos, because, if you're making a movie about something that deals with a British person, you want to get that accent.
Right. And as far as going back to the voice thing, even Phil said, but we're also actors. The V in voice is in lowercase. The A in actor is uppercase. These are, let us not forget, these are all trained actors, and they just happen to not be seen.
Yes.
Which I think is actually a little harder, because they're not reacting to anything.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole thing.
React from, right?
I mean, sure, they may show the screen, they may show the scenes without any audio, without any dialogue on screen. They just have to record the voices, and based on the act, what the character is doing and what the character is feeling in the scene.
The only exceptions I can give to, besides voice acting, where it shouldn't matter, is people that do like a show. When I mean show, I mean like your Broadway show.
Oh, a stage show.
Yeah, that's different, because you're dealing, normally you're working with a certain company, like whoever owns that theater. So you're limited. You just can't say, okay, guys, today we're going to do 1776 musical. Unfortunately, there are no African roles for you. So anybody that's African American, I'm sorry, you got to leave. Or anybody Hispanic, you got to. No, that doesn't work at a theater style show. You use what you have. Okay. And
somebody has the talent, you hire them for the role.
There you go.
And that's what I will definitely say to anybody. If you really want to show off your acting chops, do theater work. They will hopefully. I'm glad that they will not judge you for that. That's when you show off your acting.
I never heard anybody even historically say, "Well, we shouldn't go see Hamilton." You should go see it, regardless. And they say, "Okay, well, maybe you shouldn't have a female and a male role." For me, on the theater scale, just like the voice acting, it does not matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. You're just going to the theater for the theater. And I know it sounds hypocritical. It's different when you do it in a movie, because here's the problem when you do it in a movie. If I show you a historical movie, I don't care if you guys have some knowledge or no knowledge, you're automatically, in a movie setting, automatically you're going to presume, well, this is how it was.
Right.
We all do it. 99% of the movies, even historically wise, we all love Braveheart.
It
What
is
the first
way off.
win that the guy from Braveheart does is at the bridge, the Battle of Fort Cork. I might have butchered that name, but that's where it was, and it was on a bridge. When you see the movie, there's no bridge.
Right.
The other thing is you see him painted blue, like the ancient Picts. At that time in Scotland, they weren't painting themselves blue in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just you have to remember they have to do some changing to movie wise because they need to audience. You know,
Right.
sometimes historically there was no romance involved, but they throw in some type of romance involved. It most of the time your movies when it's a historical movie, you can almost say 15 to 20% is altered or
Bullshit.
changed.
Right.
Yeah, it's romanticized. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I was going to say something as, going back to, just who should be allowed to play certain roles. Look at the actor Lou Diamond Phillips. He's Filipino.
He's a mutt. He's a little of everything.
But he's played.
German, he's got Italian, he's got Irish. He's a mutt.
But he's played in American. But he's played an American Indian.
Yep.
He plays Hispanic.
Mexican.
And I'm like, and I'm like, okay, so who? And so that tweet, it just really irked me. And I'm like, yes, live action needs to be closer to the source, the material. I'm fine, but the voice acting, come on.
No, it doesn't. It shouldn't matter. Like I said, you're doing this like they did a TV show of Genghis Khan. You don't need a European or somebody from South America trying to play Genghis Khan unless they actually look like a Mongolian. Okay?
Right, because when they had John Wayne try to do it, that was just awful.
That and the one where he played the Roman soldier. No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What I don't like, what they did with What If, they got a good actor to play the Watcher. I loved his voice. He did a very good job.
Jeffrey
Wright.
Morning, Smug.
But what they did was race swap the Watcher.
No.
And that was why. Why did you have to do that? Just because, I don't know, they felt like they needed more representation in the show, or to race swap the character, or they just felt like they needed to match Jeffrey Wright's color with the color of the character. Either way, it was dumb. Jeffrey Wright did a good job, and I liked his voice.
Yeah.
And he was perfect. I'd say almost perfect casting, but they did not need to race swap the stinking character. It was stupid.
Yeah, and that's the same thing. I think I just noticed this. I noticed it when I was watching Black Adam. I'm seeing it again soon in about an hour or so. But it turns out one of the characters in Black Adam that he goes up against, that like the Justice Society characters.
Yeah.
The original character is supposed to be a redhead, and again they got a black chick to play the character. And once again, huh?
That's a little ginger side.
Yeah, exactly. It's a more thing. Hell, I think there's literally an actress who, if they actually got her to play him, I mean, she could play her perfectly because she pretty much looks exact. She literally just looks exactly like that exactly like the character. Yeah, she's supposed to be a redhead, and I think there's an actress who is a natural redhead named Hannah Rose May, and she looks just like the character Cyclone. I know she's supposed to be like the daughter of the Red Tornado.
Right. That's a robot, that's weird, but
okay, I didn't know that, but yeah, we also but that's the whole thing though. And like I said, I've been doing that. I'm not sure if I want to bring that. I'm not sure if I want to bring that up in my review, which I have the script for right here on my screen.
Yeah, I'll be doing mine. I'll be doing my review. I'll be dropping that on Wednesday.
The two most famous commercials in the last 60 years One was the Coke commercial from the late 60s, but the other one was the one they did for about the same time for the littering, and it had the image of a Native American crying when he sees the trash.
Yep.
The actor who plays that part wasn't Native American; he was Italian.
Yeah,
but he looked the role. Sometimes you can look the role, and that's what I'm trying to say. If you can look the role that they want you to play, and you can pass it, unlike John Wayne's 2 roles that we mentioned that he could not pass it,
or freaking Sean Connery trying to pass off as a Japanese guy, and you only live twice,
or Sean Connery trying to pass as a Egyptian Spaniard and Highlander, which you also had a Frenchman playing a Scotsman, and you had an American playing a Russian.
Yep. If you can get away with the role, and your image can get away with it, again, I'm talking voice acting. Voice acting across the board, anybody can play anybody.
Yes,
voice acting. But with live action, if you can look it, you can get away. The guy who played Gandhi, even though he is British.
He's a scouser. He's a scouser.
Thanks, Chester.
And and I think he did an excellent job.
Yes.
I have never heard anybody that is Indian from India ever complain about that actor playing Gandhi.
So not to sidetrack here, but I just want to ask Jet Sparks this: since you're going to see Black Adam again, I assume you liked it.
Yeah, I would say it's a standard superhero movie, and again, I'm pretty sure we kind of already know the word of mouth of a certain Man of Steel may have shown up in there, and I think that would have been.
Well, there is that, and I will say that the mid credit scene was super. Wink, wink. I'm more interested now because I did a little homework. Did you catch the name of the female lead?
No, I couldn't really tell.
Adriana Tomaz. That character appeared in DC Comics in 2004 during the new 52 reboots. That character was initially named Andrea Thomas. You just saw Isis.
Yes, technically, because again, my only exposure to Black Adam was I didn't mention that. I'm going to mention that in my review when I do it later today. It's the fact that my only exposure to it was the Injustice video game. I had no idea who this character was, but he's supposed to be connected to the Shazam sibling.
Yes,
he's supposed to be connected to them.
He is, and he in the comics he was like the main antagonist for Shazam. So I've got a couple issues with the film that I won't discuss here. I'll let you all tune in on the Wednesday for my full review. But I do say that this is better than anything we've gotten from Marvel in the last 2 years.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed. Mike, I have to go. I'm sorry.
All right, Phil.
Everybody
it's okay,
have
brother.
a great Sunday. Enjoy yourself. And Mike, I'll talk to you later. And everybody in chat, have a good day.
I'll miss your love and Phil McCracken.
All right, see you, Phil.
All right, Phil.
Have a good day,
Remember,
Phil.
Anonymous, I'm
Thank
your
you for
number
being
one
here.
fan. Remember,
What? Remember what?
I'm your number one fan. Look underneath my name.
Have you watched my videos?
I'm your number one fan.
Thank you for that. That was a good one. I like that just part. Liked it. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'll catch you all
Bye,
later.
Phil. Bye.
Take care, brother.
All right, and it's time for me because it's after 10. Go watch football, drink beer, and look at hot chicks. So
and I need to dip out myself so I can get ready to go to the movie so I can see this again and then finish up writing my review and then put it out there on the interwebs for everyone to see.
But Mike, Mike, thanks again for having me on. Looking forward to another Rumble.
Yes, that was fun.
Same here.
And thank you for always coming on, Joker Voice. You're always welcome. As a matter of fact, anybody who ever wants to click on the link, join the panel.
The water's great. It's fine. The water's great. It's fine. Don't worry. All right, guys.
See you, man.
Toodles.
Who does?
TJ
Jet, see you, man. Be good. Have fun
Alright.
at the movies.
All right, see you guys later.
And I like what Spock says. Thank you for being here, Jet Spark. But I like what Spock says because he was showing that article from 4 years ago when Alex Kurtzman signed his 5-year contract. This contract is almost over. Almost. We're almost there.
Almost. But he's done a lot of damage in that time. A lot of damage.
Not only has he done a lot of damage in that time, he's done a lot of
emotional damage.
Yes.
That was a nice setup there, brother.
Oh, he's such a bad man. Such a terrible, terrible man.
Oh gosh, what he's done to Star Trek. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I know I've probably already said it, but I have no interest in watching season 3 of Picard.
No,
because one of the reasons I have no interest in watching season 3 of Picard is that Michael Doran said there was some things about Worf that they are keeping in, and as far as the character is concerned, and some parts that they're taking it out. I'm thinking that it's not Worf. We know Worf is an honorable Klingon. We know that as he would get older, he wouldn't be as aggressive, but he would still be willing to say, all right, put up or shut up time. Today is a good day to die.
He's Klingon. No. He devoted his life to learning how to be Klingon, although he was raised by humans. It's everything. He fought hard to get his honor back, his family's honor. He's not, the gung ho, battle at all costs and die, in flames for the glory and honor of being a Klingon, but because he has tempered himself as a Starfleet officer, but he's still a Klingon, and pacifist would never come out of his mouth. That was horrible. What in the world are they thinking?
And real quick,
permission to come aboard, sir.
Granted, sir. Granted.
Welcome, Spock.
Welcome myself.
Welcome yourself, man.
You're a live stream.
Optimus
Welcome. How you doing this morning?
Anonymous. Ah, dang it.
There's always going to be someone that's going to say it, Anonymous. Get used to it.
I'm waiting for Cash.
My ringtone.
I haven't heard from Cash yet. It's going good.
Thanks for letting me board.
Not a problem. You're always welcome here. Like I said, everybody's welcome to come on the panel. It's not
it's
a line of
very cozy here. I think I'm going to stay.
Yeah, if they let Phil on, they'll let anybody on.
Yeah, I just missed Phil.
Yes. I will let practically anybody on who wants to come on, who wants to have a good conversation. If you cross a line, because there is a line, then you're out.
I try to ride the line
for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I try to ride the line. Sometimes maybe I cross it.
Yeah, and we're around the lines of you saying I like Iron Man 3. You're out of here. Get out of here.
Oh, no.
There's some good parts of it, but there's definitely parts where the movie just falls off, just like Tony Stark's house falls off the cliff.
God. Probably the only scene in that movie I really cringed at, not because like in a bad way, just because I just didn't like seeing that house getting destroyed.
No, yeah, that was terrible. I was like, no, not the house,
not the cars,
not the cars.
Yeah,
the
that's
robot.
That's what we were all more concerned about. Forget the house; it's the cars.
Seriously, I mean, there's plenty of other pennies out there. There's only one Shelby.
Yeah. Dang it.
All right, so going on to our next story here. It comes from Cosmic Book News, and it says Adam Driver rumored for Fantastic Four, possibly Doctor Doom. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I don't see it, but at the same time, the Doctor Doom I remember was mainly behind the masks the entire time. So I guess they could really put anybody. But Adam Driver, that's an interesting one. How many reboots are they going to make of this?
I don't know. I mean, one of my guilty pleasures, and I mentioned this on stream that I was on Friday, was watching 2004's Fantastic Four. And yes, I did watch it because of Jessica Alba.
Oh yeah.
I mean, who didn't? But I mean, those are personally some guilty pleasures for me as well, especially the Silver Surfer.
Yeah, they did the movie sucked, but they did the Silver Surfer so well.
Yeah. Actually,
why hasn't he got his own movie?
Seriously. I mean, gosh. There's so many reboots of, I mean, I guess I'm over exaggerating by so many compared to like Spider-Man. Yeah, there's not that many reboots of the Fantastic Four, but it's kind of dry to be making a third reboot. The second one was like, okay, you guys are going for a more emo-er approach. It's not as, how do I say it? It's not as floofy as the 2004 movie was.
Yeah,
where it's like a mix of comedy and I guess action. I'm so sick of everything trying to be so serious, especially a Fantastic Four movie. That's like the epitome of serious. The Fantastic Four movie should be silly and have some action in it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with making a comic book movie.
No, and real quick, I'm going to welcome in our next panelist.
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, Doc.
Hi.
Welcome, Paul.
Welcome
back from vacation.
Are you the learner or the master of evil? I'm not really sure.
Well, just watch the good versus evil thing that me and Michael did with Coffee on Korriban, and you'll have your answer.
Oh, there you go.
I'll tell you who I was. I was the clone that, opened the door and started blasting that Luke.
Nice. But yeah, how are you guys?
Doing good. Doing good. How was your vacation?
It was really fun. We, of course, for those that hadn't heard, we went to Pigeon Forge in Gatlinburg in Tennessee for the week. And we did a bunch of different things, and I actually brought back some pretty cool stuff. So if I could have a moment to show that off.
Yeah. I can remove the article real quick.
So the first thing that I got, and it needs some cleaning because I did use it, but first thing I got was this coffee mug. You can see it's Star Trek, the original series theme.
Oh, that's awesome. I have the same one.
So yeah, we got Kirk, McCoy, Spock, and Uhura. And this is cool because it's one of those that changes when it gets hot. So when you put something hot in it, the characters disappear from this side as if they're beaming out and then reappear over here.
Yeah.
You didn't bring any hot fluids to test this out and show us, man?
I didn't, unfortunately.
Demonstrations.
Yeah. I also got a Harry Potter themed cup into my Hogwarts house.
Nice.
I got a golf ball from when we played mini golf that's painted just like the Death Star.
Oh, that's cool.
Painted before you played mini golf? After?
I bought it before and used it during mini golf, but I've managed to keep it, just in case. I got, of course, a Dollywood refillable cup that's actually downstairs right now. But the coolest thing that I got was this custom handmade leather guitar strap that I got in the Dollywood park for $50. So
okay. That's nice. 10 points rewarded to Slytherin for earning that.
So of course, my name, and there's a buck up here but above my name and a different buck below my name. It needs a little bit of tweaking because the design's too high up on the strap. So this is about where it would sit on me, and you can't really see my name because it's arching over my shoulder. So I need to either find a way to get it fixed or get another one made just like it where you can actually see everything. And it needs to be a little bit longer too, but it's still really cool and I still really like it.
So how was Dollywood? I've never been there. I've only watched theme park vloggers
Mhm.
go there and show a little bit here, a little bit there. But how was your own experience?
Dollywood was really fun. In fact, I would almost dare say that Dollywood was probably the one park that I've been to the most out of anything in my life. And Dollywood, I've always kind of thought of differently than any other theme park. I've always thought of it as more of a take it easy and relax sort of theme park, as opposed to, say, a Cedar Point or a Six Flags or a Disney World, where you feel like you gotta go and do every single thing. With Dollywood, I've always had the mentality of just wander around, look at everything, maybe ride some things, but overall just relax.
Cool, man.
So, the old man theme park.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you got against old men? I mean, I consider myself an old man now.
Hey,
there's nothing. 34.
Plus, you never know. Old man himself might be listening right now.
That's right.
True.
Sorry.
True.
Hey, I am all about relaxing, so I'm plenty fine with that.
Yes.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I did have a good time when I went to Disney World 2 years ago before everything shut down. But to be able to go to a park where you can go at your own pace, you don't have to worry about paying for an extra, just to get on a ride, would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
The closest theme park I have to me is Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. But then I have to drive 2.5 hours to get there.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is for me, except the one park that's closer to me, and I'm sure you know what this one is, Pacific, is King's Dominion.
Yeah. I've never been there, but I passed it when I was going up to New York to go to WrestleMania a few years ago.
Yeah. In fact, being that you're so close to those parks, you're actually a lot closer to me than I certainly realized.
Well, you never know. We might meet up one day. Never know.
Sure.
Stars align and everything works out.
You guys are probably neighbors for all you know.
We could be. Who knows?
Knock on the door.
Oh,
Hey,
can I borrow some sugar?
Mike, throw a rock across to the next door neighbor's house and see if Paul hears it.
And then if you said that, hey, can I borrow some sugar? I'd look at you and be like, Phil already bugs me for enough stuff. I don't need you doing it too.
Don't mean that kind of sugar. I mean sugar. I need to bake something.
You see, where I'm at, especially in California, all there is parking lots and crackheads. No, I'm kidding.
Oof.
There is.
There's just more to California than that. I could say that as someone who was born and raised there.
There's poop there everywhere too. So.
I mean, that is not.
There wasn't when I was there. There wasn't.
Times changing, Mike. Times changing.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely depends, but that usually is the case for Cali. But I'm surrounded by a bunch of dog parks. I guess they're not really like anything special. They're just somewhere to take your dog and have them meet other dogs, I guess, and then walk them around. It's like a really residential area. There is like one golf course, but there isn't really like any parks, which is kind of a bummer because a lot of the parks that they have, they turn them into like festival gatherings for like parties and stuff. So it's not really like public parks, which sucks. I would love to. I usually just take a jog around the neighborhood and that's it. Otherwise, I'd go visit the park.
Your closest one, as far as big parks go, is Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm, right?
And if I had to choose between the two of them, I'd go to Knott's Berry Farm.
Knott's Berry, yeah.
These days, yeah.
I've been to both long time ago when I was very, very young.
And real quick, Padawan be saying in the chat, I hear Dollywood is great, but the area is not so great. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg has always been great for our family. Although, to be fair, this time we did stay in kind of a crappy hotel. Like, seriously, the hotel was probably the worst part of the trip because, A, it was just kind of shady looking in general, but B, we never once had our room cleaned by the hotel staff. Never once. They never showed up. Our beds were never made. Trash was never taken out. And I've never had that happen before. Even in hotels where it was very much shadier than that, at least that basic thing was still done.
Mm-hmm. You know, it reminds me of a hotel that my family and I stayed at when I was growing up, and we went to Disneyland. And it looked
Maybe
nice
it
from
was
the
one of
out.
those. Sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say maybe it was one of those do-it-yourself places.
Oh, it wasn't.
To be honest with you,
No, I'm just
I
kidding.
prefer that.
That's a bummer.
If I'm only staying a couple days, I don't want anybody in there. I just want fresh towels if I need them, and other than that, I don't want people in my room. Well, especially while I'm not there, if I'm out doing other things, I don't want them coming in my room. I don't trust people.
I can understand that. I always am sensitive about that too, especially if I have, like luggage and stuff in my room.
Yeah, I got stuff sprawled out. My baggage are open. I may have left some money on the counter or on the table or whatever. But yeah, if I'm there for longer than a few days, couple 2-3 days, then yeah, sure, come in, clean up, change sheets, that kind of thing. That's fine. But
yeah,
a couple days, just leave me alone and make sure I got enough towels and I'm fine.
Towels, hot water.
Well, that's a whole hotel thing, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, I have taken cold showers before, and I've gotten used to it. Having done it before.
Yeah.
And for anybody who is wondering what happened to the Transformers article, it basically went on to talk about how they incorporated Beast Wars, Beast Machines into War for Cybertron for Netflix, and why they didn't touch upon the Unicorn trilogy.
Oh, they put the Beast Bots in the Netflix show?
Yeah, and the third part of War for Cybertron, they added Optimus Primal and Cheetor and Rhinox.
Okay. I know that they're going to make a live action on that too. I don't know how well that's going to do.
That's coming out next year, I believe.
I'm optimistic about it, but at the same time, it's mainly because it's everything I'm optimistic about. It comes from the Bumblebee movie and how well that did, and I was surprised by how well it did. So I'm hoping that it has the same turnaround for the Beastbot film if they decide to do that, because those are my favorite Transformers personally growing up. I always thought that they were the coolest. The fact that they could turn into a freaking T-Rex or just, any kind of animal. That was really awesome. I don't know.
Right.
Well, what I liked about the animated series when I watched it is that they made the connection between Beast Wars and Generation 1. So, you find out that the Maximals and Predacons are the descendants of the Autobots and Decepticons. And you even see
that's pretty interesting.
CGI appearance of Optimus Prime, Megatron, Soundwave, Starscream.
I mean, to me, that sounds good. Is everyone else on board with that idea that's been laid out?
I have the Beast Wars series. If anybody ever wants to watch it with me,
that's cool.
I have never seen Beast Wars, so I would definitely be hitting you up for that.
Okay.
Yeah, Beast Wars is awesome.
I think that would be a good future Animation Friday thing, honestly.
Yeah, I think it would too.
But anyways, I think I heard lunch was ready, so I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. I just wanted to pop in for a moment, say hey.
All right.
Live long and prosper, Captain. It was good seeing you.
Absolutely.
Good to see you, Paul.
See you later, guys.
See you, man.
All right. So getting back to this article from Cosmic Book News, Adam Driver is being rumored for Doctor Doom and Fantastic Four, and the article starts off by saying Adam Driver is rumored for Marvel's Fantastic Four movie, possibly playing none other than villain Doctor Doom. Of course, the actor is known for playing bad guy Kylo Ren in the Disney Star Wars movies. The info comes from Jeff Snyder, who recently revealed that Blade info, where Snyder says Adam Driver met with Marvel Studios about Fantastic Four. And this quote here says Adam Driver met with Marvel around July or August, says Snyder. The role is said to be either for Reed Richards or Doctor Doom, but Snyder seems to think it's for Reed Richards because Doctor Doom is too close to Kylo Ren. And then there's another quote here that says, I think it's time he played a real hero, says Snyder. I feel like he's in that stage of his career.
Okay, so I mean, the fact that they have an image of a logo means that this is probably going to happen.
Yeah.
I personally think it's just, kind of interesting that they are really trying to push for a successful Fantastic Four film. I hope that this does good, because, I do like the characters. It's just, I was trying to think about what I was going to say before. It'll probably come back to me, but it's just interesting that he's playing Doctor Doom. I don't know. I'll have to see what they're planning on doing with that.
Yeah, because like this article says, they could even decide, we're going to cast him as Reed Richards.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know how this is going to work.
One, they don't need to do, well, they're going to do it. The origin of Doctor Doom. And I guarantee it's going to be Kylo Ren all over again. He's going to have a mask on, and he'll take it off, and he'll have it on, and he'll take it off. And Doom never took his freaking helmet off or his mask because he was insane and thought his face was messed up. So it's not going to be comic book accurate. And that's the part that's gonna suck. And they have to show their face. They're too narcissistic to go through an entire movie and not show their face, which sucks. He should be able to do that. And if he could probably do Doom if he never showed his face, and that would be great. I think.
Just don't trust the Snyder.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like if you've seen Land of the Lost, and that character is a stigma with "Don't trust a guy in a tunic." That's kind of how this applies. Don't trust a guy with the last name Snyder. We all know how it's going to end up.
That's right.
All jokes aside, though, I think that honestly, this is going to be a miss. Well, I'll be surprised though if this actually turns out to be the hit of the year or something, but. Generally, from what I've heard from people who've at least not enjoyed, but have seen the live action adaptations of the Fantastic Four, the only one that comic book fans, I guess, tolerate are the very early 2004 and 2006 films, because I don't know, they're just lighthearted and they're witty, which is kind of what sold it and why they were, to me, untoppable, because they're trying to make these remakes and they're taking a very serious approach, and I feel like that's what they're going to try and do with this one with Adam Driver, which is basically like, I don't understand what the whole Kylo Ren thing means, but if that means like he's going to portray another bad character, then yeah, I agree. I think he's going to portray a pretty bad Doctor Doom, just because that this doesn't feel like, it doesn't feel set up. It doesn't feel like they've been thinking about this story for a while and that we've seen hints of a Fantastic Four film in the last 4 years. It sounds like they just came up with this out of their ass and, hey, let's make another Fantastic Four film. The last one bombed. Let's see if we can, try to make another successful one. That's the part that stumps me, though, is why are they trying so hard to push for a Fantastic Four film? You guys already did a okay job, in my opinion, with the early 2000s one.
Yeah, but it wasn't good enough for them. Well, the second one didn't do so good, I don't think.
No, it didn't do good at all. The first one did the best financially, but it's like they went through so much effort, not only for the CGI, but for the casting and the story writing, and not only mention the practical effects for those movies. Why are they trying to like throw those aside now? It's like you went through so much effort to make those. Now you're just trying to remake them. It makes no sense. And the ones that, no disrespect towards the people who like the remakes, but they didn't strike me as that great. And I've watched them over like 2 times, especially the only one that is new. I forget the name of it. I think it was just called Fantastic Four. I forget the year it was released, but
yeah, the one
it wasn't that great because they were trying to make it very gritty, and it didn't really work out. So I kind of hope that they don't do that for this one, but you know, I don't think that's going to happen.
Input latency says, I don't hate Adam Driver as a person or actor, but I don't think he really fits either character too well. Maybe if they keep the mask on at all times, but, and he continues, not going to hold my breath because they really feel the need to put actors' face out in front and center. See also Mandalorian taking his helmet off every other episode.
Yeah, that's they can't help themselves. They want to have their face shown. That they can't be just a really good actor who this role requires you to not show your face. Can you do that? No, I'm gonna show my face. No, they can't help themselves. I think Adam Driver could do a good job as Doom as long as they never show his face. Not nothing against his face. I mean, yes, he's an awkward looking dude, but I don't think he's the right role for Victor Von Doom as far as looks go. Sorry, but I think he can possibly pull it off as a voice actor.
Yeah,
he's a good actor. That's the problem, or that's the thing. He's a very good actor, and he can do that sort of thing behind the mask. And I would be interested in seeing that if they.
Yeah, I mean that's science fiction. That's kind of the whole point of adding a mystery character, and that's why I like the Silver Surfer, because one, you can't really make out the actor. I mean, yeah, I guess you can, but he's completely CGI'd, which one is something I'm not a big fan of, is when a character is completely CGI'd. But for the Silver Surfer, they did a good job with it, and it works.
Yeah.
Especially because of the lighting that they shot it in. And I have to say, as bad as that movie did, the reason the CGI looked pretty good is because they shot most of it at nighttime, which is just a guaranteed given of it looking pretty good.
Yeah,
But
even the daytime shot still was pretty good. Like
that's
when
true. The forest
Johnny
scene.
Storm was chasing him across the sky and stuff. That was
the forest scene where he was like in the sky, and then
Yeah.
they had to like, that was a cool scene too. I agree. It's just, you know, a lot of shows now especially feel the need to expose the actor and to generate a new image. That's kind of how I feel like they're trying to do that with Doctor Doom. Like the new Doctor Doom image is Adam Driver. It doesn't really sell for me. It doesn't really work. It's a completely different face, at least from the one that I'm accustomed to from the live action films that we were given. And I mean, at least with the remake that they made for Fantastic Four, the Doctor Doom, or not even just the Doctor Doom, but Mr. Fantastic kind of looked like the previous actor's Mr. Fantastic. So they tried to at least honor that in a way. So I don't know, completely changing just the overall characters, because maybe it's not a big deal, but just remembering how Doctor Doom looked like in the movies without his mask, it looked cooler. So I don't really feel like there is a need to expose an actor's face just for the sake of like, hey, you guys know who that is? That's Adam Driver. Look who he's playing.
Yeah,
You know,
and-
that's all they're doing it for, is for the sake of.
And this article is even saying
Yeah.
that no casting has been announced as of yet. I mean, they're talking about a rumor that was suggested during the summer of Ryan Gosling for Doctor Doom.
No.
And
I would be for that, to be honest. That I can see.
He's too skinny, and
He's skinny, but he's got that face, I have to admit. But that's the thing. It's not about, a lot of the science fiction movies at least for me, it's cooler when they have a mystery behind it. So when they have a face and like a really messed up face and a mask that they're using to cover it, and that was pretty much Doctor Doom. But what are they gonna do? Are they gonna not have a demented looking Doctor Doom? He's just gonna be a pretty boy under the mask. I don't
That's
like
not
that.
Doctor Doom if he's not demented looking.
Exactly. So
Well, he's not really. Remember,
all I expect
thinks
is
he
Adam
is.
Driver to have one gashed scratch across his face, and then that's it. Doctor Doom was supposed to have like a really burnt up, messed up looking face, and it's like that's the reason why he has a mask on. But
I thought
I don't know.
I remember a comic. Which comic was that? Where he thought he went kind of crazy. He thought he was messed up, but he wasn't actually. Am I wrong on that? Because I could have swore I read that comic where he finally revealed his face and he was not messed up at all.
I'd have to go back.
Yeah, I have to go back from. Well, I'm basing this off of the movies. I barely read any of from the Fantastic Four comic books that I have. Doctor Doom is majority in his mask, and he doesn't ever take it off. And it's it's mainly the iconic comic books issues number 53. I have to figure out what the name was because it's in my closet right now where all my other comic books are with my Star Wars ones, so I can send a picture which issue it is. But they have so many from the store I went to that I was like, holy crap, I am not anywhere near knee deep into the Fantastic Four franchise. There is so many issues to go through. But
yeah, it's big.
It's just from what I'm basing it off of the movies, they did a pretty good job of laying a mystery from that character of how messed up his face was. And you got to see him in the movie before his face was messed up. But it's kind of like Two-Face. So you see how normal he was before, and then you see how messed up he gets later on, and then that's kind of like his stigma. It's his not a stigma, but it's his iconic feature about him. So for me, Doctor Doom is his mask. You get rid of his mask, then I don't know, you lose a part of the character.
And it's not Doctor Doom.
Yeah,
you have to have something there that says.
Well, you got to make it science fiction.
Audience,
Science fiction
Dr.
isn't
Doom.
always necessarily about what's making the actor comfortable. I hate to say it, but majority of the time in Star Wars, all of the clones and Mandalorians are wearing a mask. That's just how it is. So you're going to have to deal with that. And if you don't like the idea of being in a mask all day, then maybe you shouldn't work on these kinds of films that require that kind of, you know.
Plus,
masks are cool.
Let me ask
extra
you,
makeup is cool. Detail is nice. A lot of CGI, like Thanos, I don't know. It can be a hit or miss.
Yeah. Well, I think they did good on Thanos. There's some other things they didn't do good on.
I think they improved upon what he originally looked like, which was like a lot more bluer or purpler.
And skinnier. He had like a skinnier face too.
Yeah, I think he looks a lot better from that. It's just, to me, it looks like Josh Brolin in a CGI bodysuit.
Well, yeah, they definitely tried to make him similar.
But you're right. It's expensive. All of the money that went into that, it's supposed to look good. It's just that when you make something too artificial, it looks artificial. So the more I see it, less is better, because if you're trying to explain something like, for example, like the alien queen in Aliens from James Cameron, all of that was made, I think, like garbage bag material and a bunch of like sticks that were propelling this thing and taking like stop motion from behind. Like all of it was practical, and that created a crazier image than what CGI could have ever done. And and I'm comparing it to the CGI alien queen we saw in the AVP movie, which to me looked worse.
Practical effects are still the way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm a practical effects guy.
Practical effects is the best way to go. And if you're trying to make your movie look solid, that is. You can use visual effects, but I don't know. You put too much money into it, like a Thanos character, it starts to look silly, especially if you're trying to make the film serious. If it's like Deadpool, where it's supposed to be a joke, then yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Put freaking Dumbo in there. I wouldn't mind. It's just...
Yeah, you can even, like, for example, you can even notice if you watch Iron Man 1, they had him in an actual suit for the most part.
Yeah.
But it was just enhanced with CGI, shiny, paint, stuff like that.
That was before Marvel really was like they were still profiting, of course, but that was before they were really like being a multi-billion-dollar company when the
Yeah.
Avengers Initiative took off in live action. Because
Even in the
with the first
Orville,
Iron Man movies, they still like took their time with practical effects, like you mentioned, with the suit and glass shattering, actual walls breaking when they would explode them with actual TNT to sell the visual effect.
Yep.
Like none of that is done anymore. I mean,
No,
if it is, it's very minuscule.
big giant green screen and all of it's
Yeah.
digitals.
Blue
It's-
screen,
Well,
green screen, and I loved with Christian Bale admitted recently saying that working with them was just a definition of a monotony because it is. That's all they do is just blue screen, block of a blue cube that they stand on to pretend that they're flying, and then strings swinging them back and forth. Like that is the dumbest thing.
Yeah. How is that any fun? How is that?
It
I
isn't.
mean, you know, a lot of these actors not only get in it to get famous and rich, but they do it because they probably enjoy making the movie. There's a lot of fun to be had, you know, interacting with stuff and props and coworkers and going to sets and scenes and in different locations and stuff. When you take all that away, what's the incentive other than fame and money to be an actor, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree because like to me they're taken advantage of like these nice little things that we've invented to make the films look even more crisp. Like for example, CGI, you know, and for people who don't know what CGI is, computer generated imagery, which people use on like Unreal Engine or Blender, has stepped up within the last 10 years. All of that has stepped up. Camera quality has stepped up. Personally, I'm more of a film guy than digital. A lot of stuff has just stepped up, and they're, how do I say it? They're oversaturating that instead of using those tools in smart ways. So if you have this amount of money, if you have the accessibility to lay an entire storage room with blue screens, maybe that's not the right call. Maybe, like I said, like earlier, less is more. If you're trying to do a crazy scene where like a planet is falling on top of Iron Man or something,
Yeah.
film Robert Downey Jr. in an actual metal suit in the middle of nowhere, and then after you've done that and done all the nice cinematography, add the visuals on top of it. Now that I've seen every single Marvel show, like Loki, all of the sets are made. Like they're not even actual places. They're all computer generated places.
Yep.
It's just, I don't know. I feel like, you know, since I've been spoiled with other movies that have sold it in the past, I think that we're really just taking a step backwards where we're having computers do everything for us. I think computers are a nice tool, but they shouldn't have to do everything for us. I think we should still take initiative and, you know, take extra precautions and stuff that seems like it's very extra. Like, you know, let's get Jackie Chan, for example. That guy is the definition of extra when it comes to stunts, but that guy's creative. He loves doing and creating new ideas to make his films look more believable. That's what they should be doing with CGI.
Yeah,
Like
CGI
CGI
should-
is just plastered everywhere, and I have a feeling that's what's going to happen with this Fantastic Four film. It's just going to be completely CGI'd and Adam Driver with
Yeah, it's
his
gonna-
Doctor Doom suit.
Yeah, it's probably
I
going to
don't
be
know.
Thor all over again.
Yeah.
And another thing, this movie doesn't come out till February 14th of 2025. By
Oh,
that
so
time,
wild
is
now.
anybody going to be interested in anything coming out of Marvel?
Nobody's interested now.
Well, I mean, I'm personally not, but I'm biased. I've talked to a lot of people who really just mad dog over Marvel movies and stuff right now. Like, I know Cash was telling me that he knows somebody who likes She-Hulk. So it's like, it's not an impossible thing, I guess. Like, I'm still struggling to believe that there's people who like new Star Trek, but, you know, I can't be closed-minded. A lot of people are entitled to their opinions, but I'm personally not looking forward to what Marvel is going to release in the next 5 years, simply because they don't feel like they're comic booky anymore. I miss that comic booky humor where it literally feels like they've been taken off the page and put into a movie. You know, with if you've seen the Loki TV show, they got that accurate with one character, and that was classic Loki. When he made an appearance, he was the only good highlight about that show.
Yep. It's crazy. Even back in the day when Spider-Man first came out, they paid attention to his personality, his quips, his jokes he'd make. To be honest with you, I'm not sure if they took it far enough, and that kind of waned over the movies or the people doing the movies. Like even Tom Holland, I don't hear a lot of jokes from him.
He does jokes, but here's the thing, and I always have to go through this because a lot of people love Tom Holland and he's Gen Z and I'm Gen Z too, but I have to say there's a lot of things with new Spider-Man, so I was going to say Star Trek again, Spider-Man, that I just don't really like because they are becoming super insensitive to the quips. I miss that kind of humor, like, oh, nice T-shirt. Did your husband make it for you?
Yeah,
like that was
brilliant. Yes,
that's funny. Like it's stupid. It's something like a 5-year-old would say, but it's a quip nonetheless.
That's Spider-Man.
So,
that's Peter Parker.
That's Spider-Man. It's not like what Tom Holland does. It's kind of like jabs, like intellectual jabs, like, oh, you're not really supposed to do that. Because scientifically speaking, it's not even like a quip. It's like a science guy in your math class trying to give you the right answer to something because you're a freaking dumbass and you didn't know the answer to it. That's kind of how Tom Holland is to me. He isn't really a quip Spider-Man, but hey, they could improve him. I just think that isn't going to happen because one audience has just become too insensitive to humor like that, and they're never going to let it pass. So,
and here's the thing: with a character like Spider-Man, you expect the humor, but one of the things that drew me to the Marvel films before Disney bought Marvel Studios was the fact that they did take things seriously. Yeah, there was a joke here, a joke there, but they were serious about it. It wasn't all quips. We could do a whole pop talk where we're all making bad jokes about each other, and I don't know how well that would go over.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be constant, making fun of sarcastic comments and stuff.
Well, no, the thing with Spider-Man, and they got it right with Tobey Maguire, is that his quips were timed well because he wouldn't just make jokes for the sake of making jokes.
Yeah.
When he would talk to whoever he's addressing, he would first listen to what they say and respond to it in a very smart-ass way. So if they had said, oh, I'm taking hostages over or something like that, he's like, well, maybe you should have thought of wearing something else before you went out today. Like something stupid. Like it's just, he's trying to break the tension and to get them off guard, but he's also not trying to make himself look like a dumbass by constantly saying the dumbest jokes constantly over and over again. Like I've seen some Spider-Man fan films do. And that's where a lot of people mistake Spider-Man for. He's the guy who does quips. He's a lot more than the guy who does quips. He's the guy who's also very involved with family. One thing about Spider-Man is that his number one tone, well, not number one tone, their number one aspect that comes from the Spider-Man stories is things you learn about family and how close you become with family and all. It's kind of like a closure story in a way. As outlandish as Spider-Man is, and as creepy as his powers are, there is a very genuine tone to the comic books and to the movies of Tobey Maguire as well that they got accurate, where he is very involved with his uncle and Aunt May and shares a lot of things with them, and is all in all a very innocent person who is pretty much just like the rest of us who love, I guess, comic books, and because that's who Peter Parker is. He's a nerd and he loves MJ. He's a daydreamer, but he's not really like a sick pervert or anything. I always thought that they kind of got that wrong with the Tobey Maguire films when he had MJ on his computer laptop screen. I'm like, what the heck? Like, imagine your mom walking in and she sees your computer wallpaper and it's like a girl in your class. Like, that's got to be the creepiest thing.
So hey, man, hey, teenage love. it knows no bounds. Trust me.
That's true. But like that's at least why I think Tobey Maguire is next. I guess Andrew Garfield's a good one too. I don't really like the second Amazing Spider-Man, but Tobey Maguire is the only accurate live action one from the comic books. He's not exactly accurate because he has his organic webs and everything, but nonetheless, the character is accurate. He is Peter Parker. Tom Holland, I don't know.
Well, Tom
But
Holland's
you know what? That's how I
Spider-Man
feel like
had
Adam
Tony
Driver's
Stark make his suit. He didn't make his own suit until the third movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Although, I mean, I know he had to play in the Marvel universe, but that's like the one thing that I really didn't like. He wasn't his own Spider-Man. He was Tony Stark's Spider-Man.
Iron Man's bitch boy.
Yeah, he didn't get to evolve on his own. He was just thrust into being this ultimate Spider-Man. I guess that's what they were going for, and he didn't get to.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
develop.
He's ultimate Spider-Man. It could have been hinted at. I mean, I guess they kind of did in the first movie showing that he's in high school, but still that wasn't enough. Because like what I felt like they were doing with Homecoming was just that this is a whole different Spider-Man, and he's being rewarded way more than any other Spider-Man I've seen in any other iteration. Because from what I remember, Spider-Man in his beginning years wasn't just gifted, hey, you can join the Avengers like this one was.
Yeah,
it took him
while.
quite a while.
No, he had to earn it
in his late 20s, I believe.
Yeah, and he went through a lot of trials and stuff when he was first starting out, and screw ups, and and he had to learn a lot, and he didn't get the chance to do that.
That's why I argue like his movie doesn't really start until No Way Home. That's his first movie. I don't like Homecoming, and I don't like Far From Home. Those movies to me are just a waste of time. Because the second one, especially Far From Home, I didn't really care for the villain. I forget his name. Always forget his name. Mysterio, yeah. I just thought the portrayal of that character was kind of done in like how do I say it? Like he's not even trying. He's like a fake version of Mysterio, and I was like, oh, that's kind of creepy. They're trying not creepy. That's kind of messed up. They're trying to say that he's a fraud. I just didn't like the portrayal, and not only just because of that, but in the first two Spider-Man movies, especially Homecoming, he suffers no consequences at all. And Spider-Man 2, Tobey Maguire probably suffers more consequences than any other Spider-Man ever had. I mean, yeah, granted, Andrew Garfield lost Gwen. That's a really low blow, but Spider-Man 2, Tobey Maguire, he literally lost his powers because of how much shit was going on in his life. That never happened to Tom Holland. So, from what I remember in Homecoming 2, remember that deli area with that guy and the cat, and he was like good friends with them when he get like a sandwich or something, and their entire business exploded when he was trying to fight those Avenger robbers in a very stupid way, and they survived. I'm not saying I wish that they died, but if they had did, then he would have suffered a consequence there, and maybe would have thought about his actions a bit more, maybe would have matured a bit and thought, hey, maybe I shouldn't just attack a heist of people who are doing a heist in the middle of like night when they have like a bunch of weird laser weapons. Like I don't know. To me, he was very like he didn't think things through, and that's what they were trying to say with No Way Home, is that he's the kid Spider-Man. He hasn't learned, with great power comes great responsibility. That came later. So everything he experienced earlier than any other Spider-Man had. So it's interesting when they put it in terms like that, but that still doesn't make up for those two movies. Homecoming, for me, is the worst one. I didn't like that movie at all. The only thing I like about it is the director, who was from Freaks and Geeks. Great show.
Yeah, the second one wasn't as. Yeah, it wasn't good. There was parts of it that was good, but there was other parts I didn't like. the Mysterio origins. Obviously, nothing like the comic book. But one was all right, and it kind of didn't sit right with me. But I mean, I was fine with it. Second one was good. Third one was great. Not just because of the cameos, although those were great. It brought us back, but yeah, I feel like that was his actual jumping off point to be the real Spider-Man that he's
He's like
supposed
welcomed
to be.
into the Spider community.
Yeah,
with all the other Spider-Men, because like they did it in a smart way. I have to admit, where they got the two Spider-Men who we know and who are well respected and have actually, gone through things as Spider-Man. They'd be the logical choices of teaching him. That was a good move on their part. I like what Black Dragon said. He says he likes Andrew Garfield, and I like Andrew Garfield too. And the Stacy Gwen story was accurate. And I won't lie, I don't know who didn't, but I'm sure a lot of people shed one tear when they saw Stacy Gwen die in that scene. I sure did. I thought that was really unexpected, and that was the only part of the movie that it's gonna sound very messed up, but that I liked because it came as unexpected, and they directed it pretty nicely. But the rest of the Amazing Spider-Man 2, I really don't like it. The first one was
I
great.
haven't watched the Amazing Spider-Man 2. I was okay about the first Amazing Spider-Man, but you have to understand, I went and saw The Dark Knight Rises later on that day, so I was more hyped about that.
Yeah, well, that's an understandable reason, dude. Those movies blow the. I love Andrew Garfield, but those blow away the Andrew Garfield movies.
Yeah.
But one thing for me that held back the first Andrew Garfield movie was Harry. I thought he was a horrible actor. The guy who played Harry, he was really unconvincing to me, and I don't know what
about number
about it.
two.
His mannerisms and the way he would carry on with his speech, it didn't sound. I don't know if confident is the right word I'm talking about, but he just didn't have a good speaking voice. And Harry is a very vital part of Spider-Man's life, and James Franco was the only one who portrayed it in a really good job in live action. So
yeah,
that's why I'm kind of happy that they
didn't
with Ned.
Didn't like him as a Green Lantern, or not Green Lantern, Green Goblin either. As much as Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin was more, it wasn't accurate, but it was more accurate than what the Amazing Spider-Man 2's was.
Yeah.
And I didn't really care for it. And
Yeah,
I didn't care for any of the ones like
the
Rhino.
And they made Green Goblin's outfit purple with like the purple hoodie and everything that he had in the comic books.
Yeah.
And see, that's part of my problem too, is sometimes there's only one actor you think of when they're portraying a character. It's like there's only one actor I think of when I hear Captain James Tiberius Kirk, and that's William Shatner.
Yeah. So what's this? One Punch Man?
Yes, One Punch Man creator teams with Takashi, and I'm probably saying that wrong, so please correct me if I am, artist for a new manga. It says, the creator of One Punch Man has a packed schedule with a new manga series titled Versus in the works. Sorry. Illustrated by artist Takashi. And again, if I'm saying that wrong, please correct me. The creator of One Punch Man is teaming up with the artists of Takashi King of Fighters for one battle manga of epic proportions. According to a tweet from Anime News and Facts, One Punch Man's manga 1 will start on a new manga series called Versus with Azuma Koyu. And nothing was said. I know I'm going to already butcher it. I can already hear myself doing it. Who was in charge of the artwork and Tanakashi and King of Fighters providing the art, described as excuse me, I think I'm getting a cold.
I gave it to you. Sorry.
It's fine. Anyways, it says described as battle fantasy when 47 heroes are selected to fight against the 47 demons of the Demon Lord. The project drew an enthusiastic response from fans who are excited to see the collaboration. Versus will release on November 26th. And there's a tweet about it. Excuse me. One Punch Man was originally a self published webcomic released in 2009. In 2010, One announced that the series, excuse me, sorry, would be on hiatus during that time. It was read by iShield as Yasuka Marutu, who immediately knew that he wanted to work with the writer. The two of them produced two one shots together before remasking One Punch Man, which the Tonari, again, apologize for any mispronunciations. If Phil were here, he'd be laughing right now. He gets a kick out of this.
He does.
No Young Jump website paralyzed in serialized. Where did I get paralyzed from? Serialized in 2012, the story follows a man who has a powerful and deadly punch that can knock out his opponents in one swing. I'm sure Brandon, the anime guy, were here. He would be able to give us any and all information we had about it. So, Brandon, shout out to you, brother. After One Punch Man, One's next major work was Mob Psycho 100, which ran from 2012 to 2017, written and illustrated by One. The series follows a rather unassuming and plain looking boy named Mob, who is secretly a powerful psychic. Hoping to learn to control his abilities, he trains under a con man named, excuse me, Riggin. And it goes on to say Mob Psycho 100's third season is currently airing as part of the full anime lineup on Crunchyroll. And then it goes on to say Takashi and King of Fighters are both illustrated by Azuma Koyuroto. Again, mispronunciation probably. Written by Yosuke, and it says that the Takayashi is a battle type manga, which it goes on to, I can't even say it. I'm not even going to try to say it. But it basically goes on to describe what else is going on. So I just thought I would go ahead, take a look at this article because I know there are fans of One Punch Man, and I've heard a little bit about it here, but I haven't taken the time to read the manga or watch any anime that's based on it.
Well, I haven't seen One Punch Man. I've seen only one clip of him, and that was his training session, which was fucking ridiculous, I might add, because just from the backstory of his character, it's really cool because he's just a human, and he's unlocked the potential of surpassing. If you guys know the story of One Punch Man, then you already know. But if you don't, then he surpasses the human limits of strength, so he's able to get even stronger and stronger, and he just basically gets to the point where it doesn't even look human anymore. So he's just able to attack very quickly. And this is just from what I know of not even seeing the show. It's just from seeing that clip. And he's a really impressive character. It's just characters like him have always personally pissed me off because I love teaming up characters from different franchises, and he would always win. That's the one thing that pisses me off about One Punch Man. He's always going to win.
So he's basically overpowered.
Yeah, he is.
It's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, I guess. Every time
He would wipe out Goku. That's the sad part. Maybe some people would say differently, and I'd like to hear the theories. But considering that he's just a One Punch Man and it's in the name, there's some funny memes too that people make where Goku attacks One Punch Man and he gets like his nose bleed. I think it was from a scene. I forget what it was, but what was the actor's name for Joe Jameson in Spider-Man? For the Tobey Maguire films.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well,
I forget his name. Yeah, he had like a cartoon like superhero TV show. And Invincibles. And there was
I cannot remember his name. Dang it.
There was like a scene where he's like,
I'm drawing a blank on it too.
Think. And like they made a meme of it where One Punch Man knocks out Goku and Goku's on the floor bleeding and One Punch Man's like, think, Goku. They call me One Punch Man for a reason. Think. I think he would get his lights knocked out. But you know, I personally don't see too many fan creations made anymore. I'd like to see some, you know, and I know there's a lot of artists out there. If you're listening, please dedicate your channel to making what if stories between a verses of characters from different universes. And my suggestion would be One Punch Man versus Goku in Super Saiyan God form or something. I don't know.
I never cared
J.K.
for that
Simmons.
sort of thing. J.K. Simmons, there you go. My stupid
J.K.
word.
Simmons, thank you.
Yeah, I never cared for like overpowered beings that, you know, every episode is like, I got more powerful. Oh my god, now I'm destroying planets. Oh my god, now I'm destroying universes. Stop it. I want some reality, a little bit of reality with my superheroes and stuff. So One Punch Man never attracted. Never.
To me, it gets crazier in Super because now they've made it to where everybody, any Saiyan, is able to get Super Saiyan, and they've like described it as like some tingling on your back. I don't know. They've kind of pushed that stigma because before Dragon Ball Z, I guess kind of used to be like that, but in Dragon Ball Z, they've all reached their limits, and you could see that they could even be defeated. But now I guess like it's kind of hard to imagine what the power level of like over 1 million is like. Because my friend was telling me before, like back in the day when Dragon Ball Z just had like power levels of 1,000 and 2,000, that was kind of easy to picture. But you can't really picture what a power level of like over 3 million is.
No.
That's just where it starts to get, like you said, a little bit unbelievable.
You know, if people like, I mean, if they get an audience for it, well, groovy.
No, you can get an audience for anything. You can just show a turd on the screen, you'll get an audience for it.
Oh, you mean She-Hulk?
Yeah, a green turd.
Green turd. Bad CGI green turd.
I mean, like I said, I've only seen clips of She-Hulk, and I think if they really took the character seriously, they could have given us a damn good show.
Oh yeah. If they, like what Cash was telling me, if they took it like they did in the first couple minutes of the first episode, then it could have been nice. Or if they went that nerdy, because I remember Cash was telling me like the whole lab part and science part was accurate until they started, I don't know, morphing a bunch of other characters. Because I was seeing a bunch of memes pop up from the show, and now I guess a lot of other people have access to the gamma radiation and are becoming the Hulk now. What the hell is going on?
They stole her blood or something.
Yeah, that's just so stupid.
Yeah, and the only reason why she was the Hulk was because of her special blood, or you know, whatever. You know, they had some certain special.
For all we know, this could have been a thing that happened in the comic books, and they're just trying to say, you know what, we're just trying to be honest, or no, at least accurate to the source material. I've personally never really liked all of the Hulk comic books anyways. That kind of goes towards Marvel in general. They've all kind of dived into that confusing state where everybody starts getting the power, and you kind of lose track of who's who. For me, that never really happened with Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the only Marvel character I could stick behind pretty easily.
Until they did the multiverse, the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, because She-Hulk for me has always been a very strange character. The fact that she sleeps with people and I don't know, that to me was like not the worst part of it, but it was a very strange aspect they were trying to get out of She-Hulk. Just because she's the female Hulk, she has to sleep with people. I don't know. That's just kind of strange.
She has to be a giant slut.
She has to be the female She-Hulk slut.
Another thing about She-Hulk is in the comics, she always broke the fourth wall.
No, yeah. See, that's what I mean. That's just where I've never really liked those books, anyways, because Deadpool, yeah, he broke the fourth wall too. I can't even consider myself a huge Deadpool fan. It really comes down to if it's making sense to the character or are they copying something. And maybe She-Hulk was made before Deadpool. It probably was. Maybe Deadpool was made during the same time. I don't know. For me, the fourth wall nonsense kind of gets annoying. I do like it in the movies with Ryan Reynolds because he does a good job of making his quips about it and actually being funny because he's Ryan Reynolds in all of his movies. But
if it's done right, it can be done. Not
but
annoying.
Just
and
like the fact that they're using that as an excuse, like, oh, she did this in the comic book, so we're gonna make it look twice as retarded in live action.
I was gonna say some of the fourth wall breaking she did in the show from the clips I've seen. It's like that's stupid. That is absolutely stupid.
Yeah.
What did she say? I haven't watched the show personally.
Well, there's that twerking scene where she's with Megan Thee Stallion, and I'm
Why
thinking,
is she in
this
that
is
show?
so
Isn't she
stupid.
like a musician or something?
She's supposed to be a client of Jennifer.
Yeah, I don't
Walters.
understand why she has anything to do with that. That kind of strikes me to like Bill and Ted 3. Like, why the heck do they have Kid Cudi in that movie?
But it's probably to get eyes on the show. Hey, we have Megan Thee Stallion on this episode.
right.
Tune in.
Yeah,
just like Daredevil. Everybody was hyped up about Daredevil, and then you hear about it or see some clips, and you're going, "Really?"
I
They're
didn't like the
destroying
casting
Daredevil?
for him. I didn't watch it, so I can't really judge. But I didn't like the casting from what I saw for their Daredevil. I don't know.
No, that's the same Daredevil from Netflix. He was good. You watched the Netflix Daredevil?
I've only stopped. I told my friend. I think you guys know Crit, right?
Yeah,
of course you know Crit. Pacific. Do you know Crit and Anno?
Yeah, he's been on here with us.
We were talking. I remember a while back about. Oh man, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry.
That one happens.
But, gosh, damn it! Can somebody remind me what we were talking about?
Daredevil.
I just got a text from work. Sorry, it distracted me.
The guy played Daredevil.
Yeah, I'd only seen the first 2 seasons of the Netflix show because that was what was out at the time. And after they started making more seasons, I wasn't in touch, so I missed out what happened after season 2. So maybe I don't know what he looks like now. To me, from what I saw in She-Hulk, he looked a lot swoller than what I was familiar to. He was skinnier and from the Netflix TV show.
Let's see. I don't know. He seemed kind of the same to me, but
let me.
Actually, he seemed skinnier in this one. To be honest with you,
really? Let me see.
I'll have to go back and look. I could have swore when I looked at him in this show, and even I didn't get a lot of it in Spider-Man movie.
I must have been shown a completely spoofed image then, because I looked it up right now, and this is not the same image I saw. He looks exactly the same from the Netflix series. Never mind. Okay. I saw a spoofed image, I believe, then on because I never trust Twitter, but a bunch of people were posting pictures about freaking out about Daredevil showing up in She-Hulk, and I swear to God, the guy wearing the Daredevil costume looked like he just bought it from a Halloween store. It was really bad.
Well, the suit is not.
And I kind of believed it. I'm like, She-Hulk's a bad show, so I can kind of believe that they'd go with that.
Yeah.
But that's good, at least, that they kept him to what he looked like. I liked Daredevil from what I saw in the first 2 seasons, and I liked him a lot more than the forget his name, who played Batman, and Good Will Hunting.
Oh,
the heck is his name?
Affleck.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. I did like his portrayal of Daredevil, but I think the Netflix one was better. They're different, both equally pretty good, but I probably lean more towards the Netflix one. Which, now that we're talking about this, I still can't believe that they brought him into She-Hulk. It's still like I know that they had a thing in the comics, I guess, but I didn't expect
the whole
it. this
reason
soon.
why they brought him in is so they can do the series Daredevil Born Again. That's supposed to be the next season of Daredevil.
Okay, that's cool. That's the title of it.
Yeah, Daredevil Born Again.
Yeah, it's a story run in the comic books, and that's where he got his yellow suit and yellow and red suit, or was it? Yeah, which most people don't like anyway. But yeah,
Only the issues I have with Daredevil are the only ones where he appears with Spider-Man, and he had the red suit on. So I don't really I'm not familiar with this yellow one he has with the, I guess, reborn Daredevil. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm catching up today on season 3 so I can see what I missed out on.
yeah, season 3 was good, but it wasn't. They did some stuff that we didn't like. He didn't spend hardly any. I don't think he spent any time
I can
in the
say
suit.
that it's
in
definitely
season
not
3.
headed towards down the CW Flash route. Because after those first 2 seasons, Flash just became shit.
Yeah, it didn't do that. It season 3 was a little disappointing in areas. It was still good overall, but yeah, we like the only person wearing his suit was some other dude, a bad guy. So that's like a big contention point for a lot of
Really?
yeah. But it's still overall, it was still a good season. So yeah, definitely watch it.
Yeah, I like it. I also really liked Luke Cage too. I know that one's also very controversial. Not a lot of people did like that one because of the main villain that was killed off in the first season. I agree. I didn't like that either. But Luke Cage, the TV show, was actually really good because of how accurate they kept it to the books I had read, at least, because he becomes a bad guy in the end. And I didn't know if they were going to do that, but they did. And in the TV show, he becomes like more a part of the business, and he's now like top dog, and his attitude's changed from when he was like in the beginning of the season, the beginning of the show, where he was like an underdog. That it's really cool. Like they at least are taking some things from Marvel in consideration, and they're trying to be as accurate as possible. But when I see things like She-Hulk, it's just mockery. I don't know. But
Yeah,
at the
that's
same
all it
time,
is.
her character has usually just been a joke anyways. She-Hulk is an interesting one to say the least. But if I had to go with any Hulk, it's Red Hulk.
And as far as She-Hulk was concerned, they didn't necessarily have to use CGI. They could have found a, fitness star who looked similar to the main actress, but she had muscle tone.
It just looks weird to see them more humanized. I don't even know if that's a word, but I miss when gamma radiation, I guess, was uncontrollable and unpredictable. Now it's like it's literally Bruce Banner talking in his body, and it's the same lady talking in the She-Hulk body. I don't know. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more of a volatile reaction from them. Still, they seem a lot more civilized, and I guess Hulk did become like a really genius in the comics too.
Yeah,
Like,
I was gonna say he became Smart Hulk in the comics.
yeah, it's like I see what they're trying to do there, but my favorite Hulk will always be the Incredible Hulk, and there's nothing wrong with keeping him at that stage because actually he's a lot more of a advantage compared to if he's like Smart Hulk, because he can still be smart, when he's not under the influence of gamma radiation. The gamma radiation is almost like a protection for him. If he needs to fight, it's there for him. It's like his Iron Man armor.
Yeah, I don't need the big, the Big Lebowski Hulk. It's not interesting. It really isn't. I like the duality.
Wait.
I think.
Okay, sir, you're a Lebowski. I'm a Lebowski. That's terrific.
Wait. Let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude. So that's what you call me.
Exactly. That's Hulkalo right there. I don't need that. I don't want that. It's not interesting at all. I love the duality between the raging green beast monster and Bruce Banner trying to cope with that and try to live his life and be something of have a contribution to society while not destroying everything. It's a very good arc, and they abandoned it. They slowly, or not even slowly, every iteration of Hulk in a movie, they tore down his power and character to get to where it's at today, which is a freaking joke.
Yeah, because to me, it should have stayed at where it was in Ragnarok. If they were going to improve it anymore, if you remember Hulk, how he was in Ragnarok, he was a mix of brute and also a mix of intelligence, I guess. Because in that movie, he was actually talking and saying, not like full-on sentences. He still sounded like a caveman.
Yeah.
But that was pretty much Hulk. That's how he was. He was... That for me was like the most accurate depiction they had of him in the MCU was in Ragnarok, where he was actually talking, saying stupid shit, horse rousing, punching Thor, getting in a fight with Thor. Like that was, for me, like Ragnarok is you can't top that movie with another Thor one. Sorry, Love and Thunder didn't even come close.
No.
Didn't even come close to beating the first movie. That's probably like their worst one, I have to say.
That's pretty. I would have been fine with if they kept him just like that.
Yeah, because that
one's dumb, but he's still super powerful.
He's he's dumb. Because what I liked in the Avengers Initiative, the first one, he was just dumb, and he would somehow take some instructions, like when when Captain America is like, Hulk, smash, and he smiles at him and he goes and smashes things. Like, okay, he can kind of understand.
He can understand. He always could. He can understand and he can talk.
It's just that in that specific version of him, I was more scared of him if he's willing to take orders from people like Captain America, because he could easily just beat him up.
Yeah.
But by Ragnarok, I feel like he's kind of developed some kind of intelligence where he's not like a genius per se, but he's now realized that it's better to work as a team and use my strength with another team, multiplying our strength, being 10 times even stronger. And that's pretty much my favorite version of the Avengers Initiative. But they rushed past it because after Ragnarok, he starts talking like a full-on human. And that's where you lose me. I know that's what happens, like what Black Dragon said in Secret Wars, but I don't know. There's always something about the dumb Hulk. He's just more appealing to me.
Yeah, I totally get it.
I get it too. And I think on that note, that's a good point to wrap up this edition of Pop Talk. If you guys want to promote anything, now's the time.
Go subscribe to PACIFIC414.
I meant your own channel.
And then go subscribe to PACIFIC414. If you don't, I'll neck pinch you.
Nobody wants that.
Fascinating.
Yes. Go subscribe to Spock. So, and Pacific. And yeah, we need to get him up to at least 500. Come on, people. Push that subscribe button.
Slacking. Come on.
Slackers. And give me over 200. I got 30 to go. Give me to 200. Come to my channel.
I was going to say,
anything coming up on your channel, Anano?
I haven't picked my subject yet. I need to work on. I'm going to work on another video, but I need to find one. I missed a bunch of stuff during this whole ISOM stuff, and I worked really hard on my picture, but that's beside the point. But I did make a review of the ISOM #1. Go check that out. And now, like I wanted to do a video on making fun of Quantum Leap because it sucks, and I missed that, and I've kind of missed the boat on it. I don't think I'm going to do it, but I will find something to make fun of, and
we gotta talk about that. I'm down to chat with you about that.
If you
sometime.
don't necessarily want to make fun of something, but you want something good to watch, I mentioned it earlier in the stream. Check out War of the Worlds on Epix. I know it's been around for a while already. They're already in their 3rd season, but it's definitely a show worth watching.
Oh yeah, that one is like an accurate depiction of the book. That's why that one's a good one.
Cool.
Because the one with Tom Cruise is, isn't exactly derivative from the actual book, but this one that you're talking about is, and it's really cool. I like it a lot.
Cool.
The tripods still look badass.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was something we should have discussed earlier. Yeah, I totally forgot about Quantum Leap. I just saw a trailer of that and it looked like ass, and I kind of felt bad. I'm sure Scott Bakula is just kind of eyeballing this. Maybe he doesn't even give a shit, but
he doesn't now. He was like they were trying to get him back, I think, and he was like, nah.
That's actually kind of funny because I remember with his interview with William Shatner and the Captain's documentary, he was asking about what if they called you back to do Star Trek. He'd be like, no, not interested. But he really loved his time with Quantum Leap. He said that for sure. He enjoyed. He said there was probably like more hours he spent on the set of Quantum Leap than he did with Enterprise.
I believe it.
I still haven't really seen Quantum Leap. I need to watch that. I'm very behind, and I'm a big Scott Bakula fan. So
man, Quantum Leap was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just go. Watch that if you got time. Just throw. And it's like I bought the Blu-rays. They're cheap, like 30. Well, I don't know what they are now, but back when I bought them, they were like $35 for the entire series. Or if you can find them wherever on streaming or something. But yeah, watch it. Quantum Leap was a great sci-fi show.
Awesome. Just takes perspective of a bunch of different people.
Yeah, it was the different situations every week.
Al
so cool
has with Sam, it's great.
Yeah, and just
because Dean
every
Stockwell
movie.
and Scott Bakula worked well with one another.
Yeah, they were great.
He's one of those people I consider that are not, I would say, nerds, but Scott Bakula knows like what makes science fiction good, and for him, he's very intelligent on catching on to things. Like, for example, Star Trek. The reason he liked it, but the only Star Trek he had seen was the original series, and the reason he liked it was because of the male relationships on that show and just the relationships in general that people would have and how mature and how kind people would treat each other. He said that he intentionally tried to bring that kind of, that he tried to bring that back for Enterprise and Quantum Leap, because I don't know if it's just me, but I love seeing a character who's just so down to earth. And for me, that was Jonathan Archer. He was probably the most down to earth captain out of all the other captains, and he's my favorite one.
Yeah, he was so good. Like, he was best friends with Trip because they went to academy together, and he had personal time with them, and did things and talked and confided in each other, and he wasn't afraid to put him down whenever he did something stupid, and dress him down because he was his captain, so he had to. It was such a good dynamic between them.
And Connor even says, like, Scott really took the time to get to know the cast and like really just try and be friends with them genuinely, not just like, hey, you know what, we're working on the same movie, we might as well be friends. He really just, like, Connor said there was something about him that just kind of lifted up the mood in a room. You know, like I really like people like that who, you know, don't look deep into film, but they can understand what makes it good and that they want to keep bringing that to the screen. Those are the people I appreciate because they want to provide good entertainment. They don't want to provide half-assed entertainment. You know, they want to
Yeah.
provide something that, you know, like
And-
Quantum Leap, where you think about it and ponder about it for the rest of the week, even, or hell, maybe the rest of the year. You're thinking about one specific episode. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what he likes to do, and you know, that's maybe Scott Bakula. Like, I know I brought it up earlier, but they're looking for probably next year for a new Star Trek, you know, creative director. He'd be a good choice. I wouldn't be against Scott Bakula for maybe making some choices for Star Trek because he knows what's, I guess, considered Trekkie. Because he's a big TOS head, so if he was in charge of Star Trek, we'd probably see a bunch of, I don't know, maybe shows,
move
but
back to classic
we'll bring it back to
storytelling
that
and
classic storyline and narrative where Star Trek was about the crew, not about the storyline. The storyline was second, but what was first was the relationship with the crew and the chain of command and all of that stuff.
yeah.
Here's
And
what I'd like to see as far as Scott Bakula and Star Trek is concerned. And that's a proper closure to Enterprise, not what we got in These Are the Voyages.
Yes. No, I don't. I agree. That wasn't a conclusion for me, and it's unfortunate that maybe his you know, maybe his mind has changed, but it's unfortunate that he doesn't want to return for Star Trek. Maybe, you know, everyone has a price. Maybe if they offer him a significant amount of money, he'll do it. But I genuinely hope that he doesn't think that his time on Star Trek was a waste of time. That's just not just for him. That goes towards every captain. They're all very much appreciated, and we'd love to keep seeing more from them. It's just we'd like to see them shared in the same light. We don't want to see them as a hologram or old and then discarded. You know, we want to see them as the same character, useful and badass. Because that's kind of how I felt with old Spock in the Kelvin timeline. He was just discarded. The only thing that he was useful with in the Kelvin timeline was the knowledge he passed on to Chris Pine's Kirk. That was it. So, you know, maybe if we get someone like Scott Bakula in charge of Star Trek, we'll actually get relationships like we had with Kirk and McCoy.
And you know what's also disappointing? Here it's been 3 months since the season finale, or at this point, I guess you could call it a series finale since we haven't heard anything. Until we hear anything, I'm going to call it a series finale, is the 4th season of The Orville. I don't think
Yeah.
we're getting one.
I don't think we're going to get a word anytime soon on it. I'm still open to maybe we might get one, but what I remember Seth said is that they just don't know what to do from this point. They're thinking. So when I hear that they say that they're thinking, it could just be words, but maybe they are planning on doing a 4th season. If they are, it'll most likely be the final one. I kind of wish that wasn't the case. I don't know why they want to cut it short. Maybe it isn't being cut short and a big surprise is waiting for all of us. But yeah, it kind of feels like a finale at this point because a lot of people are now saying a new argument has been risen that maybe we don't even need a 4th season because it ended on such a good note. You know, Claire and Isaac getting married and the rest of the crew, you know, shifting off into space happily ever after, and then that was the end of the episode. A lot of us
you had
didn't
Alara
expect it.
coming back too.
Yeah, and she came back, and a lot of us didn't expect that kind of heartwarming episode for a finale because, for me at least, when I was watching that, I felt like something bad was going to happen. Like nothing good just happens for no reason in these
Yeah.
shows. Like
good things are always met with
good things
tragedy.
are always like a magnet for like bad things to happen. Like oh, a wedding. That's a nice time for an explosion to go off. I don't know.
Heck, in the original series, when there was a wedding going on, red alert.
Red alert to the bridge or someone died. I was really worried that somebody was going to die, but it was just like, you know, to me, it seemed like a farewell. I Hope I'm wrong on that, but it really till this day is something like a farewell. And if that's the case, I urge and I implore everybody watching to watch The Orville. And if that is its final season, watch what a show can really do when they get a team of dedicated writers to just give viewers entertaining science fiction. That's what the show is. It's just pure 90s, 80s science fiction. That's all they're trying to achieve. You know,
And if
so
I had to
it's-
say, of the 3 seasons that we've received, which
Yes.
season is the strongest of the 3? I think season 2 is the stronger of the 3 seasons.
I think season 2 is the strongest one. I
Yeah.
agree. Season 3 is really good too because they've shifted towards the war narrative where, you know, the tone has kind of changed. There's still jokes, but not as many jokes as were being passed in the first 2 seasons. So, you know, you're getting more of like, okay, the tension is real. So you can tell that this isn't the same union you were presented with in the first 2 seasons. They've actually gone through some shit. You can tell that just from their expressions and their mannerisms. But season 2 is the best simply because of Identity Part 1 and 2. That's just to put it simply. And lasting impressions with, you know, Tim Russ coming back again.
Yeah. That was a nice cameo. I mean, it's been nice to see some Star Trek actors show up in The Orville, at least those who've been asked and wanted to do it. I mean, we got 2 doctors. We got Robert Picardo and we got John Billingsley.
Man, John Billingsley.
Whoever thought you'd see the holographic doctor with Dr. Phlox.
Dr. Phlox, you know, that was whenever I watched that episode, I wish everybody I wish I was actually streaming it like my live reaction watching that episode because I jumped out of my seat. I had never freaked out over any kind of show in my life just for the sake of casting. And I saw 2 of my favorite doctors in a room together. It's like saying, hey, let's put Dr. McCoy and let's put the holographic doctor in the same room. Or hell, let's put Captain Kirk and Cisco in the same room. That's kind of what it was like. It was just a very epic moment between 2 characters you thought, well, they weren't the same characters, between 2 actors, I guess, you thought would never be on screen together. So it's just, it was an epic moment. And I think that's the best way they could bring back these kinds of actors, you know, since Star Trek has been damaged so much now. The best way to give a conclusion to, you know, actors like Scott Bakula and William Shatner is by making new characters for them in the Orville, you know, and kind of paying an homage to what they represented. And you have to admit they're kind of activists in a way. I mean, sure that they might have not been 100% aware of what they were promoting, but I'm pretty sure William does. Bill is pretty well versed with Captain Kirk, and he knows exactly what kind of message he was trying to spread. But you know, they're really just like activists, and each of those captains have a voice that speaks so loudly that it's not just simply like they're addressing the status quo or anything. They're just addressing what it is to be human, and that is the reason why Cisco, through Janeway, through Kirk, and Archer and Picard are all the best because they all have that same view, you know.
Well, that's what made Star Trek under Gene Roddenberry, Rick Berman, Michael Piller, Jerry Taylor, you know, so engaging is the depth that they would give the characters. Yes, some can argue that it wasn't really done too much to the greater extent that it was for TNG, DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise in the original series. Because, let's face it, the original series mainly focused on the trio of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
And sometimes
They were the
some of my
stars.
friends would argue that it would focus too much on Kirk.
But William Shatner was a star. Kirk was the main draw.
And he knew
I use that as my
centered
argument,
around
because
Kirk.
he was the captain, so you know he's supposed to have a lot of screen time.
Yeah. It's not like, you know, in especially Deep Space Nine, where No, Cisco might be in the episode, but maybe he didn't have a big part in the episode because the episode was about Dax.
Yeah, that's where it shifted because TOS didn't do that too much. They did a couple of times, but majority of every episode Kirk was in it. Yeah, that's not the same for other shows. Like even Enterprise does it where there's just an episode for Hoshi, or there's just an episode for Mayweather, where Mayweather goes back to his freighter with his family, and then you spend an entire episode with Mayweather's family. So those are very important parts about what makes Star Trek Star Trek. It's the characters, and how out of touch they are now. It's kind of hard to relate with them and actually take any seriousness in what they say, because when you go back to Kirk's speech about risk is this business, I mean that speech, you can apply that to anything and it gives you motivation. You play any Michael Burnham speech on repeat, you're not going to get any motivation from it because they're half-assed quotes. They didn't take any time to address anything. They don't even know what they're addressing. The only thing that they know what to address in Star Trek Discovery and Picard is stuff like the status quo. Like, hey, let's make 7 of 9 a lesbian now, just because we can.
Well, here's what I like about Chain of Command. It's near the end of part 2. Is when Picard and Deanna are in Picard's ready room. And Picard admits to Deanna that he would have done anything for his freedom. He was even considering at one point saying, yes, there were 5 lights, not 4.
Yeah.
Everybody breaks.
Yeah. That's one of the things I like about it, that it showed that even Picard has a breaking point.
Yeah, no, they all do. They're all
this
human.
This is a character that was assimilated by the Borg.
Yeah. Well, that kind of also paints a whole picture of what Cardassian torture is like. If it's worse than the Borg, then goddamn, don't put me in their room.
Well, it's like when Chief O'Brien was put on trial on Cardassia for a crime he never committed.
And don't you think that could have been a TV show instead of the wasted effort that's put into TV shows now for Star Trek? Like, we could have actually had a backstory for Conan, I was going to say, Miles O'Brien, and his whole spiel with, the Cardassians. Because for me, at least, I understand that from the script, and the dialogue that Miles had said to Bashir, that he has history with Cardassians and he's served and has fought against them. But we've never really seen it, and we never really got to see what his life was like experiencing all of that torture. So that could have made for an interesting show. A lot of people don't like ground Star Trek shows. They like more where it's in space and they explore stuff. But then you have
to me,
DS9.
If you have a Star Trek show that's set solely in space, it's not Star Trek. Star Trek's about exploring all aspects, whether it's in space, whether it's on a strange planet.
Well,
That's
the whole
part of
point
Star
about
Trek.
Star Trek is it's a lot of people mistake it as like, oh, to explore you need a starship to travel. No, the whole speech was to explore new worlds and civilizations. You can still do that by sitting in one spot, especially if it's like Deep Space Nine, where a bunch of different traffic of aliens are coming through. You're bound to learn something about them. And that's pretty much what Deep Space Nine did. We got to learn more about the Ferengi in that show than any of the other Star Trek shows. Same goes for the Cardassians.
We
So
learned
it's
more
like-
about the Klingons. We had more
that to me is
Klingon-centric
Star Trek
episodes.
because of like what you said. It doesn't need to be in space. It could be on the ground for all I care, as long as we're exploring different things. And to me, that could even be exploring what the history of Earth was like in Starfleet, because Earth in Starfleet is not the same Earth we live on today. So their history is different. I like to see and explore that, see what was like then. And, I'm not asking for more prequels, but I would like more of a conclusion, or not a conclusion, but more of like a filling point of what happened after Deep Space Nine. Because a lot of people are curious as to what happened after the Dominion War. The only answer that we
I
have
have
to that,
said that numerous times. I wanted a show that took place after Deep Space Nine so we can find out the repercussions of the Dominion War, because it
And I
didn't
don't want to
just
see
affect the
any stupid
Federation.
technology that doesn't make sense for it being there. Like, what I should see is the same exact retro technology that we saw in Deep Space Nine in the ending of Season 7. That's it. Like, we shouldn't see starships with floating nacelles and flat Apple screen, keypads like the Kelvin timeline did, where they just made it look too advanced. There's nothing wrong with keeping it retro. I don't know.
No.
It still looks futuristic.
No, I mean, one of my favorite episodes of Enterprise is in The Mirror Darkly, when you see the Mirror crew on board the bridge of the Defiant, and the fact that they actually reconstructed an original series bridge. Yeah, they had to add a few things just because it's modern television, but they still kept the same look. They still, you know, made the displays that you saw look like how they would have looked on the original series.
Yeah, it was as retro as it could get.
Yeah, that's to me a very classy and unique look. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, okay, a lot of other science fictions at the time used that same kind of retro design. For example, Ridley Scott's Alien, for their technology, it also was very boxy and looked like a bunch of VHS tapes and recorders and playback devices. But there's something about that that's to be appreciated. Like, yeah, true, maybe the future we won't have so much analog devices, but that wasn't exactly what happened with Deep Space Nine. A lot of it was touchscreen. Like, you see Dax at her station, she's touching all the screens and buttons, so it still looks futuristic. They just took it to a whole other level. It's like, oh, futuristic means we have to have monitors that are transparent. I hate that. It looks so stupid.
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm sure by now, and I could be wrong too, that you've seen the trailer for season 3 of Picard, and you've seen that
No, I
flyby.
haven't. I personally don't really have an interest to, but if you don't mind, you can go ahead and spoil it for me. I don't really mind.
Well, of course, it's talking about the new threat of the season. There's apparently this new villain who's coming after Picard and the rest of the old Enterprise crew from the next generation. Well, in the trailer, you see a flyby shot of an Odyssey class, and that's supposed to be the Enterprise F. But I'm looking at the render, I'm thinking that render looks like shit.
Yeah. A lot of people won't take that analytical view. I really think, yeah, it's cool that a fan-made ship made it into the TV show. Not typically the TV show I'd want my fan-made ship going to, but hey, it's Star Trek and it's on CBS nonetheless, so it's getting the exposure, I guess. So good on him for that. I don't think he'd ever thought that his ship would have ever made it to the TV. But they always have a need to conform something. So if something doesn't work for them in the live action, they'll change it without any hesitation. So if the Odyssey had something originally that the creators of Picard didn't like, you think that's going to stop them from changing it? Somebody told me that whatever Picard does to the Odyssey class in the show,
Star Trek Online is going to incorporate that.
Yeah, they're going to conform right around it like a rubber band. So, that kind of goes to prove my, I guess you could say, conspiracy theory that Cryptic developers, they only focus on new Star Trek content. They could care less about
Well,
old
you and I
Star
both know that they only focus on the new shows, because it seems like I shouldn't say it seems.
They have yet
the
to
new
explain
missions-
why. It's still up for speculation as to why they do that. Is probably because like CBS pays them to do that. That's one of the main speculations, but there still isn't an answer as to why the hell they just focus on that. There's nothing wrong, especially since Gearbox bought out Star Trek Online. Couldn't they at least hire a couple more ship designers? One person making new Trek ships, another person releasing old content ships, and somebody else making concept ships that we've never seen before?
Heck,
They only have one ship designer, and that's the problem.
Talk to Rick Sternbach or Dan Curry, guys that used to design ships during the Berman era. have them come in and design some new ships, and or
Oh man,
maybe
I'd love to see
some of
them.
their
Yeah.
concepts that were rejected and have them actually incorporate them into Star Trek
I'm gonna
Online.
just say this: whatever ideas that they had rejected are most likely 100 times better than whatever we're getting into canon, because those guys actually thought out the architecture for each of the ships because they wanted it to look sleek, they wanted it to be iconic, and they wanted it to be rememberable. There's
Not
nothing
only
about the
that, they
Crossfield
wanted to
class.
show the evolution of a Federation starship. Any
Yeah.
Starfleet vessel that you look at,
Yeah.
whether it's in Enterprise, the original series, or any of the 24th century series that we had, there's an evolution to the ship design.
Hmm.
But you can still recognize it. Oh, that's a Starfleet vessel. Because every Starfleet vessel has something that makes it uniquely Starfleet.
Yeah, even if it's like that's what Enterprise proves. The TV show when Daniels takes Archer to the 31st century, and I'll quote this. He says 31st century, and that's exactly a year. 100 years before, um, where they take place in, I think Star Trek Discovery. They go into
Yeah.
the 32nd century. Daniels shows the Enterprise J class, which is like a bunch of generations after some Enterprises we haven't even seen. And it still looks like, a Starfleet ship. Like, granted, yeah, it's way more futuristic looking. It's flatter. It's way bigger. It's got a different type of arch with its nacelles. But all in all, it's a Starfleet vessel. And you can tell that just from looking at it. It kind of looks like an advanced version of the NX-01 that Archer
Yeah.
commanded.
Yeah, and there was still plenty of dilithium. It wasn't destroyed by some kid.
That's such a dumb plot, man. That's such a dumb plot. I hope that, and I was going to ask this before we ended off the stream because I know we've been going on for like 4 hours now, but since supposedly Kurtzman's contract is ending next year, who would you guys like to see in charge of Star Trek? I have like two choices. That's Scott Bakula and Rick Berman.
Well, I don't think Rick Berman would want to come back at this point, especially at his age.
Right.
And I'm not trying to be ageism here. I'm just saying he
No, I
had
understand.
he had his time with Star Trek. It was 18 years worth of Star Trek. Kudos to him. But why not bring in why not bring back Fuller, since he was brought in for Discovery, and then Les Moonves fired him. But why not bring back Brian Fuller? And my second choice would be Ronald D. Moore. Two guys who were part of that era of Star Trek, going from TNG all the way to Enterprise, and who know a thing or two about what Star Trek should actually be because they were there.
What did they work on again? Remind me.
Ronald D. Moore was on Next Generation as a producer and Deep Space Nine as a producer. He did spend a short time with Voyager before leaving. And Brian Fuller was mostly on Voyager. He might have done some TNG and some Deep Space Nine, but mostly on Voyager.
Yeah, I support that because those guys were behind the sets. They knew the magic that went on behind it. Maybe. I mean, I don't know them per se, but I trust your opinion that they have good taste. Because I have to believe not everybody who worked on TNG is a creative genius, but the ones who were like very involved in the creative process and how the story was going to evolve, like I'm sure the producer was very much involved with that. So I'm sure Fuller understands the Star Trek story and that it's about family and how it's about people and it's not just about aliens and stuff like that. I still think like you're right. Rick Berman, the responsibility is too much for him, but he should be a consultant if anything, because that guy has some really good ideas for stories, like ideas that will make you cry, ideas that will make you think for a year. Like there is only so many people in the world who can do that, who can really write good stories and keep you invested for like hours, you know. And Rick Berman is one of those people, and Brandon Braga.
Yeah, but the thing is, Brandon Braga's stories, they seem to always be off the wall. One story I think of is Mask in Extra in 7th season. Asaka is waiting. Asaka is waking.
Oh yeah, what was that one again? I
Mask.
remember that phrase. Let me look it up. I need to look
Eh.
up the face of whoever said that, because then I'll remember which one you're
Data
talking
was
about.
possessed in that episode.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Brandon wrote that one.
Yeah, Brandon Braga wrote that.
Yeah, I didn't
episode.
particularly like that episode either. I
mean,
have to.
yeah, that was the Brandon Braga of then, and we've seen some of Brandon Braga's work on the Orville, but I don't know. It's not up to me.
Yeah, you run the risk. I wouldn't trust it to just any like one dude. Some people can get out of hand, and they need others to rein them in.
Depends on their policy. I'm open to that too. If they're able to have more than just one creative directive, like have 2 or 3 of them, that would be better, because you're right. One person can make some really serious mistakes if they're not looked upon by other people who, share the same creative interest and can make revisions.
Yeah.
There's always, every artist is going to need someone to revise their story. Everyone. So having one person in charge of everything, like you said, it might not be a completely smart idea. Brandon Braga, I have to say though, he didn't direct my favorite episodes in TNG, but the Orville, I feel like he has gotten better, especially with About a Girl. That's his most popular one. He can deliver some pretty good stories that, revolve around current issues that are not really, like, how do I say it, screamed in your face, and that actually make the audience try to figure out what the entire story is about, what the message is about. I don't like the message being told to me. I like being able to figure it out, and that's kind of what About a Girl is. It's about transgender in a way, and transgender operations and the whole thought process behind that. But they take it in obviously an unorthodox way, where the baby of Bortus is, a female, is illegal, so they have to do a transgender operation. So, like I said, they can bring back that old level of Star Trek where it was influential and brought out, I guess, a lot of cultural issues, but in a very intelligent way. And Brandon might not be the carrier of that, but he can definitely help out and assist. But if we're just saying Brandon Braga alone in charge of Star Trek, yeah, that could be a mess. It could, if anything, be the same results of Kurtzman owning Star Trek.
Yeah, and even Black Dragon brings up the fact that George Lucas needed Marshall Lucas, because if Marshall Lucas wasn't there editing,
that's a good point,
the
yeah.
original Star Wars, well, the whole thing would have been a mess.
Like I said, every artist needs someone to revise their work, and no doubt that all of the episodes that Brandon Braga wrote for Enterprise, Rick Berman double-checked that script probably like 100 times.
I would.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're co-directing, you have to check, especially what your other director is planning to do with your work. I mean, I think there was an issue with that with the Snyder films, right? And then that kind of, I forget the name of the other director.
Joss Whedon.
Yes, and it kind of led to a fallout and a mix of scripts and ideas that didn't need to be pushed. Same thing happened with Spider-Man 3, Sam Raimi, and
oh yeah, geez.
I forget what the other guy's name was, but he wanted Venom really badly in the film, and Sam Raimi didn't want Venom in the film, and it ended up happening. So there's a lot of issues that can happen with co-directing, but at the same time, it's a lot more beneficial than if you're solo directing, because you have somebody to revise your work.
Look at how much better TNG got from season 3 until he left to do Deep Space Nine and then to do Voyager before ultimately being a consultant. Michael Piller, look how much better TNG got.
Yeah. Michael Piller would be a good candidate too.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's been passed on for several years now.
I feel like a dick for not knowing that. That's really sad to know. He would have been a genius to have still.
And Phil says justice for Star Trek V. Phil, if you give me a moment, I will go
Justice
ahead
for
and
Nimbus.
I'll beat you to it. How about no?
actually, I've got to try to render something real quick.
You should
and
clip the scene in Star Trek V where the cat lady jumps on top of Kirk whenever he says justice for Star Trek V.
Oh gosh, I can't laugh too much at that scene. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it is what it is. 1 second. All right, give me a second to render this.
Your
and
second
then
is
up. Going to extra innings.
Puts in another quarter. 2 seconds, please.
Mhm. Yeah, this countdown starts just like the old arcade games. I need a quarter. I don't have any more quarters. I don't even have my more dollar bills.
Phil.
We know Phil loves his Star Trek 5. But,
I love all of Star Trek except for new stuff. Even Star Trek 5. I'll say it.
Star Trek 5, compared to what we have now, is a masterpiece.
Yeah, it is.
So let's see if this can upload without giving any issues. Might take it a few moments. And I won't be able to play the whole thing. Because I really didn't edit it down, but
6 hours later.
I'll laugh because sometimes with my internet around here, it is like that. It's like, really? What in the actual
What I
heck
found
is
out
going on here?
something that's pretty funny is that Brandon Braga was born in Bozeman, Montana, which, if I'm not wrong, I think wasn't that the same place where the Vulcans first met humans?
Yes.
That's kind of funny.
All right, so I just did this real quick.
Your pain runs deep. What do you know of my pain? Let us explore it together. Each man hides a secret pain. It must be exposed and reckoned with. It must be dragged from the darkness and forced into the light. Share your pain. Share your pain with me.
He's a Cyrenite, right? I forget the plot of that movie.
I don't think they ever mentioned that.
I think he's a
Cybok.
Cyrenite. He acts too much like a Cyrenite.
It's
Where they're like
Cybok,
those
half brother to
Vulcans
Spock.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Actually,
don't
no,
find
I might
out
be
about
wrong.
him.
I'm 100% wrong because the Cyrenites, I don't know if you guys remember them. Cyrenites are basically the Vulcans we know today.
Yeah.
So never mind. That doesn't make any sense. But he just strikes me as like one of those outcasts to Paul we're talking about. Like the Vulcans who decide to find their own path. Like they take Surak's wisdom and they interpret it in a different way. So like some Vulcans believe that they are not meant to suppress their emotions and they're just meant to balance them better.
Mm-hmm.
He's like anti-Cyrenite.
He's like an anti-Cyrenite probably.
Some Vulcans are like Kirk.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
A good one you can clip for a future is when Spock's father is just crying in pain when He's in the Enterprise D with Picard.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yep,
like,
season 3.
Spock.
How he admits that he loved Amanda and he loves Spock.
Yeah, that was a sad scene.
Yeah. So I think on that note, I'm going to officially wrap up this broadcast. I want to thank everybody for being here. As a matter of fact, I do want to thank Phil for being here earlier and also
Release the
being on
Shatner
the
cut.
panel. Yes, release the Shatner cut. Also, I want to thank Black Dragon for being here. Good to see you, John.
Good to see you, Dragon.
And I also want to thank Input Latency. Thank you, Input. And let's see. Keep scrolling up. I also want to thank the Padawannabe for being here. Thank you, Padawannabe. And of course, Spock. Why, Mr. Spock, you were here.
Spock, you are not ready to come to the bridge. You must go back to your quarters and dress properly.
I also want to thank Jester. Thank you for being here, Jester.
Good seeing you, Jester. Thanks for having me again, Mike. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to have you here, Anonymous here, Phil, Jet Sparks. You know, anybody who wants to pop in, as I've said before, are all welcome to pop in. And it's good to see Steven. Steven, like I said, I want to do something for you. Please let me do it, because what you and every other tenant had to go through on Friday are still going through. It's a bunch of BS.
Oh yeah, I saw that his place was all flooded.
Yeah.
That sucks. I've had to deal with something very similar to that, so it's no fun thing. I hope that gets sorted out.
Me too. I also want to thank Joker Voice for popping in on the panel and also being in the chat. Thank you very much. And of course, Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Oh, you guys are so terrible.
I know we're bad human beings. I know.
I can't think of one for Pacific's name because it's just like the only thing I can say is Pacific. Pacific.
One day.
And of course, I want to thank Brian, the Nerdporeal Life Form. Thank you, Brian. Yes,
Admiral Chickless.
When are we going to play Elite Force Admiral?
Yeah.
The lovely Sherry.
Yes, we should play Elite Force one of these days.
She's just running around.
Oh. And I do want to thank the lovely Sherry.
Elite Force Anonymous?
Do what now?
Have you played Elite Force or Quake?
I played Quake.
It's basically like Quake. It's just with Starfleet weapons.
Ah, gotcha.
But thank you to the lovely Sherry for being here. And
just running around, getting all the simps she can. I see how she is.
And, you know, I think it's safe to say that I do it too. I go from one channel to another, or I put up multiple streams. Hey, hello, just to show my support, even if I can't stay very long.
It's so weird. There's so many. I try to stay as long as I can, and even when I can't, a lot of times I'll just leave the stream running and go off and do what I got to do or go to bed or whatever it is. But I try to support everybody as best I can. But man, it's so hard. So many of them.
Mm-hmm. And don't take any offense to this, to anybody who's listening to this live or on the replay. There are times where, depending on what's going on in real life, all I can do is leave a like. So I do a like snipe. And I want to thank Dempsey for being here. Also, Kathy Skywalker. We also had George Lucas and and Tim. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well.
Discount Kylo Ren. Hey, buddy.
Dude, it's good to see you.
And
Tim.
yes, Tim. Spock is on.
It's good to see you, buddy. I hear you're gonna be Doctor Doom pretty soon. That's awesome.
I think he'd do a good job.
We'll see. I just expect it to be very CGI heavy.
Probably.
Blue screen everywhere. And
Blue,
Black
green
Dragon's
screen.
playing STO now, trying to level up a ship for a trait. Badass.
Nice. And as far as what's next on the channel, of course, it will be Wednesday's edition of Pop Talk. I'm still trying to figure out what game I want to play as well for the next stream. And I'll tell you why. It's because I'm thinking of streaming one game in particular on the Twitch channel. I'm just trying to decide what game I want to stream here on YouTube and over
You have
on
Game Pass?
Twitch. I went ahead and let that expire because I had some other things to take care of.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Everspace 2 is a pretty fun game. I just started playing it yesterday. It's like a single player space story mission game, and it's pretty detailed.
But you know, I do have a code I can use for a free month of it, so
I have
I
2
might
months
use
free
that
if you
today.
want it. I don't really use it, but don't give me ideas.
But yeah, I'm trying to think what game I'm going to stream here on YouTube. But I was thinking over on the Twitch channel, and I did it a couple of years ago, and I made it to level 6-2 in the game. But trying to stream the original Ninja Gated or Gaiden, however you want to say it, everybody says it differently, and just to see how far I can get, and to see if maybe no guarantees, but maybe I can beat it over there. Now, as far as over here on the YouTube side, one game I was thinking of playing, I mean, right now my avatar should pretty much give it away, but I've streamed it on here before, but I want to try doing it again because the quality of that stream wasn't very good. Is
Which game?
streaming Transformers Devastation.
Oh man, that is such a good game. I play the shit out of that game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Devastation, and I still haven't beat it, but the next one I'm gonna play after is Fall of Cybertron.
Yes.
They're
And,
such fun games. Cause like I missed out on those growing up because I grew up
Mhm.
with the Transformers the game, the PS2 one that they released, and I think it was on GameCube too. And it was like you take the perspective of Bumblebee in the Michael Bay movie, but these
Mhm.
ones, these were like more of the old school Transformers, which I was more familiar with, and it was like, wow, like Bumblebee actually looks like Bumblebee, a retarded little beetle.
Awesome.
They're really fun games.
But you know what? People love that Volkswagen Beetle.
Oh no, I do
Back in the
too.
day.
I do too. The Camaro's nice and all, but you know, he should have stayed in the older Camaro, if I'm being honest.
But yeah, besides trying to figure out what game I'm going to stream here on the channel, of course, I'm going to have a review of Chucky episode 4. It won't be a live reaction and review like Wednesdays because Pop Talk will be back on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday. So that is what's coming up. If I decide to do, you know, a stream at the spur of the moment, well, just come by the channel, check the community tab because I actually have a community tab now. I was surprised about that.
Wow, I
'cause
thought you didn't get that till
Whoa,
500.
what? Nice.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then all of a sudden I get this notification last week saying
Cool.
you now have the community tab. I'm on. What the fuck?
Oh, did you meet like requirements or something? Because I thought it was like 1,000 subs. I could be wrong though. 'cause
No, I heard it was 500.
I
Wow,
heard it was
okay,
500
okay.
myself, and then I get that notification. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought
Yeah.
you didn't get this till you reached 500.
That's awesome, dude.
They might have
Congrats.
dropped it to
I'm
3.
looking forward to getting that because it's the only reason as to why I'm using Twitter. As soon as I get that community tab, adios Twitter.
There you go.
Well, you know, I'm sure there might have been some people this morning thinking, well, where's the announcement about this morning's Pop Talk on my Twitter page? I'll be perfectly honest. I wanted to do a test. I wanted to see if just posting it in the community tab here on YouTube, if any subscriber would want to come, because my thing is nobody is ever, and I mean ever, obligated to come by the channel when I post a new short, a new video, or go live. We all have busy lives. It's not an obligation. So I don't want anybody to ever think, oh, great, Mike's live. I guess I better go by and support him. No, no one's ever under that kind of obligation. Because the way I also look at it is there's far better content creators out there than me. And that's not me trying to bring this stream down. It's me speaking the truth.
My internet kind of dropped out on me. What were you discussing?
I was just saying that
he's putting himself down.
Nobody is
Mike,
ever
come on.
under any kind of obligation to come by the channel when I post a short, or post a new video, or go live. Nobody ever should feel that way, because I know there are far better content creators out there than me.
That would deserve attention? Nah, dude, you're just as worthy for the attention that any other channel brings to the table. I think, nobody is obliged to watch anybody's stuff, but you'll be doing yourself some disservice if you're not watching PACIFIC414's Pop Talks. That's just an honest recommendation. You guys should watch his stuff.
Well, we know where Tim's priorities are at.
That's weird, man. It's weird.
My obligation is
dude. That's fine, man. That's fine. But that's just how I look at it. Nobody's ever under any obligation to watch the stream, because I don't care if I have 1 or 10 viewers. I've said this multiple times. Everybody's welcome, but don't ever feel like you have to stay.
We can leave?
Oh, so you mean I could just do
Yeah. And then I can just say, because, well, I can say it, but I'll have Kurt Russell as Wilder say it instead.
All right, youngster, out you go.
I'm not playing the whole thing.
All right, youngster, here you go.
But I do appreciate anybody who takes the time to stop by. And yes, I am probably going to have a reaction to the MLB playoffs, what's happening in the NLCS, because in the NLCS, you have the Phillies and Padres, and if the Phillies win today's game, they advance to the World Series. And then tonight, if the Astros beat the Yankees, they advance to the World Series. So I will have a reaction to, whatever happens in both the championship series, whether I do them separately for each team or do it as a combined reaction. I haven't decided yet, but there will be some kind of reaction. And speaking of which, you know what? I know MLB probably will give my channel a claim, but you know what? I don't care, because this was a fun moment of mine, and I'm going to try to leave Pop Talk today on a good note. And the Cubs have been in pop culture, but, it was 6 years ago yesterday. Something happened that I thought would never happen. And I'm just going to bring up the video, and you'll see when I bring it up here. So, yesterday, to the day, was the anniversary of this moment, and it's a moment I will never forget. So I'm gonna play it, and I realize that MLB is probably gonna give me a, claim or a strike, but still, it's a favorite moment of mine from 6 years ago.
We'll strike him back.
And I'm gonna go ahead and play it. 6 years ago, everyone. That's right. That moment when the Cubs clinched their first pennant in 71 years and advanced to the World Series. And we all know what happened in that 2016 World Series in 10 innings in Game 7.
I actually don't. Did the Cubs win?
Yes, they won.
Thank
Although at
I'm
one
so happy
point,
that they won. That's probably like the best thing that ever happened. Because like, just especially like you said, 71 years. That's a long time.
That would have been a real disappointment if you said they lost.
nah, but at one
He would've-
point during Game 7 in the bottom of the 8th, when Rajay Davis hit the game-tying home run, I'm thinking to myself, shit, here
was
we
very
go
clean.
again.
Like that was some really clean, I don't know if the terminology is correct, but the passing that they did with the baseball, like that was very, very clean. And I know specifically how hard that is because I've played, and the ball is like, the baseball is just so hard when they throw it at your hands. Like it kind of, if you're not wearing the right protection, like for your hands or whatever, I don't
Or
even know if
if you don't catch it in the right spot on your glove.
Yeah,
Man,
you can
I've
really
caught some fast freaking balls before in the right at the
or
palm
jam
of your
your
hand.
hands, like they
Ooh,
throw it and
burn.
it hits one of your fingers and it
Yep.
jams your fingers. Oh,
Yeah.
I hate when that happens. But that was really impressive. They deserve to win that game for sure, just because of the effort that went into that passing.
Yeah, that's
They,
nice
they
coordination.
timed that before he hit the what's the name again? The plate. They got him as soon as he
The
landed
base.
on that plate. The base, yeah. And I know the Dodgers. The Dodgers are great. I've seen them play in person, and they beat the Red Sox like it was nothing. But I don't really know much about the Red Sox, so they could be bad for all I know.
They weren't very good this past season. But, I played a little bit of second base, a little bit of first base, but I've also played the hot corner, which is third base. And you talk about wanting to be prepared for a ball coming at you. That's at third base because it gets to you real quick.
Yeah.
First base gets to you quick. Good Lord. Especially when you
I
got
like
a
to be the guy in
shortstop
the
that can
field.
throw 100 mile an hour.
I'd rather be in the guy in the outer field.
I mean, I can remember
pop flies.
The first time I played third base, and my friend's dad, he's watching us play, and the ball gets hit to me at third, and the only thing I could do was knock it down real quick before picking it up and throwing it to first. Of course, I didn't have much of an arm, so it barely got there in time. But I can remember my friend's dad going, "Excellent job knocking that ball down, Mike."
Yeah, if you can stop it from hitting it out in the outfield, you can definitely stop a two-base run.
This is just my experience.
The funny
of seeing
thing
one
about
game.
it is, I'm moving my glove to block the ball, but at the same time, I'm turning my head to try to avoid from getting hit in the face.
Yeah, it's always fun.
This is just my experience from seeing one game, but is it true that the sportsmanship is pretty good in baseball?
It depends. So some teams have good sportsmanship, then
when I saw
other
the
teams.
Dodgers go against the Red Sox, obviously the crowds were not, too pleasant because, games like that, when rivalries start, it gets pretty intense. But the players themselves just seemed like, they were having a good time. They were laughing at each other, talking, just chatting. So it's like, I didn't really see that with any other sport. I paid attention to basketball for the longest time, and the only kind of relationship I've ever seen that with is, I guess, Larry Bird and Michael Jordan, or Michael Jordan and Kobe. like that kind of relationship and sportsmanship is, a really nice thing to see because it's a very mature response. Because all they're doing is just have fun and play the game, and it gets very intense when there's crowds there because they all take it very personally. The crowds don't help, if you ask me, but it makes sense why there's crowds. Obviously, you can't have a show without people, but it definitely, it raises their nerves a bit for sure.
All right, Blue. What's your call?
Uh-oh.
Save her out.
Is that an admiral?
He just took off.
It is an admiral. The admiral.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you? How you guys?
Doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, I decided, I was gonna do some work, and I was just couldn't help but look at YouTube, and I see Pacific is still doing his Sunday Pop Talk, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna hop on and I'm gonna identify as Pacific Boreal Umpire because that's how I feel right now, and if you disagree with me, then
what are you gonna toss me out of my own show?
You better watch out.
You better be ready for me to come out there and get in your face.
It's good to see you, buddy. It's been a while since we've chatted, since the Tuesday Night Trek and everything. But it's good that, I still see you streaming on your channel, and you've been covering the old man I've been seeing. With that, was it the old man or
who, me or Mike?
No,
Boreal's
you.
been doing his serial horror sessions.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Brian.
Mike's been covering the old man, which is a show I do have to see.
Yeah,
I've been getting a lot of I've been getting a lot of recommendations lately from like a lot of different directions. So yeah. I have to start writing shit. I
saw your Thing stream when you were covering the Thing from 1982. That is probably, for me, that's better than the remake because I never really enjoyed the remake. The Thing, the old one just was a lot spookier and eerier to me.
Are you talking about the 50s one? There's three of them. There's the 50s one.
Oh no,
there's the John Carpenter one, the 82 one, and then there's the 2011 one, which is a prequel to the John Carpenter one.
The 2011 one is the one I wasn't too much of a fan of.
Okay, a lot of people are, because I mean, when you think 1982, the Thing, you think practical effects. You think of all the gross outs that happened. Of course, when I do a serial horror sessions, I always make like a little opening for that, and I show clips and music, and hopefully I can get past the copyright bots. And so far, it's been okay for most of it. But I decided, you know what? I wanted to do a gross out, and I wanted to do a jump scare. The two tropes of 80s horror. And I managed to put something together like that and edit it for the Thing. Everything else, I usually just do a jump. Usually, I don't know how you feel, but when something does like a hard cut, it usually has a weird effect on how you feel. At least when I was a kid growing up, and I still have this feeling when I see a hard cut, like a cut to silence and a cut to like a hard cut to something, it always came off as like scary or not even scary, but what's a word for unsettling. So that's what I've been trying to do. But with this new Thing, I want to do a jump scare. So I showed my title card or my logo, which is usually
it was that big like blown up red face thing. Was it what I saw in the beginning of your stream? It was like that distorted.
That's the background. That was the background. I'm talking about when I actually show I show my clips and everything, and then I usually end the montage with Nerdporeal Lifeform. You see my logo, but what I did was I did a fake out, and then I showed a jump scare, a famous jump scare where Wilford Brimley comes out from behind the guy, and then I showed my logo again, just it's something John Carpenter would do. So. But yeah, serial. Yeah, there's another week. I've more planned. I've been talking to many people. I mean, if you're in the horror, just let me know. Spock, I'm not sure if you're in the horror, so I haven't really reached out to you.
I am. I don't know very little. I only know like the very popular ones, like The Thing, and basically the ones I know are very little. But I've been watching your serial horror streams because, I watched Child's Play because of your stream, and I'd never seen it before, and I was like, this is effing spooky. Like, this is a weird ass movie. And then I saw The Howling because of your stream, and I've just been recently, because of, like, I guess the Halloween spirit, I guess you could say, I've been trying to get more invested with horror movies and stuff. But my knowledge of horror movies is so limited. Like, if the only scariest thing I can think of is a xenomorph. That's the only scary thing I can
but
think
but you'd be spot on. I mean, the thing that scares people the most is just, I mean, the thing that makes something the most unsettling, the lack of eyes. So like a xenomorph has no eyes. Like all it has is a mouth and has teeth. And that's just something that we as human beings are just inherently fearful of. Like we can't connect, we can't empathize with something that doesn't have eyes.
Something that just looks demented, that doesn't, like a demon, I guess, is the best example of something that looks demonic.
Yes.
Kind of scares you.
I mean, the way I describe Alien in my original retrospective, which I posted it feels like a long time ago when I started the channel, I compared it to being, what do you call it? Like Lovecraftian. Just that cosmic horror, that indifference of the universe, the indifference of the void, and then I can go all Nietzsche and say the void stares back at you. So, but yeah, so it's been a blast, because a lot of like The Howling I didn't know anything about. I've only seen it once on VHS a long time ago. I felt like, this would be a perfect way to just to reconnect with it and of course what I do is I try to, not only watch the movie, I take notes, but I also do some research to have something to discuss with usually the guest who knows way more about it than me. So like with Child's Play, True Star was not me, it was not Chucky, it wasn't even Brad Dourif, it was Mike above. Mike was True Star of the stream. So I have to apologize to Mike though. I was so tired. I forgot to put down, like, usually I always have my opening, my creepy, like, Twilight Zone / Tales of the Dark Side type of opening with my beautiful voice. And then I usually show the poster, but then I usually put in the text featuring, this guest. I forgot to put PACIFIC414 in that. So you just see the Child's Play poster and then just the montage. So
I didn't take any offense to it.
Mike, I know you did. I have to apologize because it's just, it's because I need to do better. I take responsibility. I'm tarnishing the name of Pacific right now by saying Pacific Boreal by So, but Mike, I loved having you, and no one wants to miss you. Like, where have you been? Like, every time you're in my chat, I get starstruck. I get nervous.
Yeah,
I'm
I know your timing is terrible, man. It's like every time you're on, I'm like having
because there's other, and plus there's many other great YouTubers out there too. So
it's not even YouTube that's keeping me away. It's like life is whenever life. Your timing is like has been horrible for me this past month or two or whatever. But I try to catch you when I can. Yeah. And I lurk sometimes. So just know that sometimes I'm back there. I'm not saying anything. I'm just listening and doing stuff while I'm in here or I'm in the front room, on the TV. So, and I lurk a lot to other channels too. So,
by the way, Mike, I might offend you like this, but I have to turn my cap around.
Okay. You're wearing a Pirates hat.
This is my dad. My dad was even though we lived in Chicago, my dad liked the Pirates. Like the last game he went to at Wrigley Field was rooting for the Pirates against the Cubs.
Which sport is this? Is this baseball still?
Yep. Yes. Yeah, Pirates. Yeah, Yar. Yeah,
Pirates. Huh?
I was a Pirate once when I was in Pee Wee Little League. 10 years old. So I'm gonna turn the hat around so that Mike doesn't, blow a gasket from his.
I'm not gonna blow a gasket. Remember, I've had Whoopa Troopa on the panel. He's a Cardinal fan.
Oh no! What is
that's even worse.
So
I've seen this. This is great.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if anyone else has seen this. I actually saw it on the Legion podcast on Friday when they invited me, but I thought I would go ahead and end this stream with a laughing moment by showing this.
Life freeze back again, kiddies. Ha ha!
Try to run and hide when you're screaming in pain. Alright. So I'ma call you now. There are slices to make. Alright.
All of your lines end in slashes of fire. All you victims, can't you see? Can't you see how your blood's ejecting with brutality? Every time you're down, we can take your life, and that's when you die by my knife.
Alright. Looking at the ground and I see your body shake. Come on. Sydney, I will slay you in an ignorant way. Come on.
All of your lies end in slashes of fire. All you victims, can't you see? Can't you see how your blood's ejecting with brutality? Every time you're down, we can take your life, and that's when you die by my knife.
Down by my knife.
Oh my god.
All of your lines end in slashes of All you victims, can't you see? Can't you see how your
Oh god, that went all out.
brutality? Every time you're down, we can take your life. That's when you die by my knife. Yeah, every time you're down, yeah, we
Oh my
can take your life. Yeah, that's what makes you die by my knife.
All right.
That was
That's a long video.
Yeah, yeah.
9
That's why.
minutes. I feel like the song
That's
should have
why.
ended now.
That's why I decided. Okay, now's a good time to stop it. But I'm gonna go ahead and put the link to the channel where they actually created it. It's called The Merkins. So go ahead and check out the rest of their videos that they have on there.
Slash Street Boy.
And
Yeah, that's
Slash Street Boy.
seeing Michael Myers just breaks my heart. Halloween Ends was a terrible movie. Like they like this. It wasn't like, you know, the thing that rhymes with bloke, but it was just like they tried to make it an anthology movie, but being the end of a trilogy. Like you can make an anthology movie like Halloween 3 was, but you can make that after the final movie of the trilogy, which was mainly about Laurie Strode and Michael Myers, you know, their final fight, them hunting him down. The movie was not about that. The movie was about some. You care about spoilers?
I don't care.
I don't care.
So apparently the movie begins with a young man. He's probably 20, 21. He's college age. He accidentally kills a young boy. He's babysitting this young boy. This young boy tries to play a prank on him, locks him in an attic. This is a big house. It's like 3-story house. Like this family's rich. And he kicks the door open. He's freaking out. He kicks the door open. The door hits the boy on the other side, and he falls off the banister and lands all the way on the ground as the parents are coming home. And then that's how the movie begins. And it has nothing to do with Laurie Strode or Michael Myers' story from the previous two movies. Yes, but it has nothing to do with that. And then we find out, oh, it's because of Michael Myers killing everybody. Then everybody's crazy because of that. I'm like, this is stupid. That was one of the weakest things of the last film, was having people go crazy, having mob mentality go, at the hospital. So the rest of the movie is like, he is trying, this is like 4 years later. There's like 3 years later, they make a stupid time jump. Everybody's, kind of, went on with their lives. Jamie Lee Curtis has, and we find out, we don't see any hint of Michael Myers until roughly halfway through the movie, and we only see very little of him. He's not very important to the main story. The main story is that how this Corey guy comes across him, and then he becomes the new Shape. But then instead of him becoming the Shape completely, Michael Myers kills him, and then him and Jamie Lee Curtis have their 2-minute final battle in the kitchen, and that's it. And then she beats him by just simply slitting his wrists, and I was just like, that's it.
That's a
the guy.
letdown.
I mean, this is like, he got stabbed in the neck with a needle. He got stabbed in the chest in the first movie in the closet, and then Loomis shoots him several times, and then he dies or he gets defeated by simply opening his veins. And then they throw, and then instead of having and then they just take him, they parade him around, and they throw him in like this grinder. They go to a junkyard and they throw him in this grinder, and that's the end of, like, his body's completely mush now. And that's how they ended it. I'm like, you could have started that final battle in the kitchen, have her and her granddaughter had nothing to do in this movie. Like you would think that her granddaughter Allison would have stakes. Like she'd have a stake in this fight, because Myers killed her mother, her father, all of her friends. And so in this movie, it begins with her being like a wreck. Like he hasn't been dating. And so that's how she starts dating this Corey guy, but then he ends up becoming bad, and she didn't do anything. She literally didn't do anything. And same with Kyle Richards, who plays Lindsay, she was the little girl in the original film. She was in the second movie. She was one of the few survivors of the second movie. Everybody else is dead. And it's like they forgot about that, and they made this movie like, oh, it was bold. And then people are defending it, saying it was bold, it was different. And John Carpenter signed off. And of course he signed off on it. He's getting paid. John Carpenter's getting paid. He don't give a shit.
I was just gonna ask you, did he have any input on this movie?
According to David Gordon Green, who's the director, he says, "Oh, Carpenter, endorsed it." I'm sure Carpenter did, because Carpenter hated making Halloween 2, but he loved Halloween 3. He produced. He didn't direct Halloween 3, but he produced it. That's the one with the the silver shamrock, the mask. Whereas Halloween, the original Halloween, Michael Myers, is a movie in that movie. Well, I think this whole Corey story should have been an anthology movie where Corey is not only a babysitter, but he's also a big fan of the Halloween movies, of Michael Myers in particular. And that would have been a great meta / anthology story where he becomes just like Michael Myers with the mask. And they could have done a Halloween story like that. That could have been a great spinoff, like how in the vein of Halloween 3. But in this case, that's why a lot of fans hate the movie. That's why a lot of fans didn't like it. And I was just like this. I was bored. I'm like, I want to see Myers. I want to see an epic final fight. I'm like, why even make this movie if you're going to be pulling crap like this? Like, I'm not going to see another David Gordon Green movie after this. Apparently, he's supposed to be working on another Exorcist. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this guy's a hack.
Hey, you don't have to apologize.
Same with Danny. I mean, Danny McBride was also co-writer, so he's got some blame. He has to shoulder some of the blame too. So, I mean, I'm not going to buy the third film. I mean, I'm still going to keep the first two. I love the first two. I love the 2018 movie. I love Halloween Kills. I know a lot of people did not like Halloween Kills, but all the Michael Myers stuff, the 1978 flashback that they did in that movie was great.
Yeah, I remember watching your video on it, and I could tell without you even saying anything that you really enjoyed the movie.
Yeah, so it was. I mean, yeah, I came out of it. Just Carpenter's soundtrack for that movie was so great. Like he took the best theme from the 2018, and he made it even better in Kills. And then they added choir to the Halloween theme, so you hear the classic Halloween theme, and then you hear a choir added to it. It made it even more epic and more sinister. This movie, I mean, the John Carpenter's soundtrack was great, but it didn't stand out. So this movie all around was just it was a snooze fest for me. I got out of the theater, and you know how I felt. I felt nothing. I felt nothing leaving the theater. It felt like nothing really. It felt like a poorly put together story. So, but
So you
that's
probably felt like you wasted your money going to see it.
yeah. I mean, I even made a short. I don't even usually make YouTube shorts. I put a short just saying, yeah, I made a car video. I made a 1-minute car video. I've never done a car video before, and I said I didn't like this movie, and for all the reasons I said, and I thought about it, and yeah. I think someone that followed me actually called me toxic for not liking the movie. But yeah, I had a little bit of drama. I had a little bit. I'll just say this: I did have a little bit of drama a few weeks ago with somebody. But what I did was I completely cut myself off. I stopped following the person. I stopped. I don't get dinged every time they message me or anything. So. But yeah, whenever you deal with people like that, you have to think about everyone else. Like this guy was harassing other people, accusing other people in my Discord server and in my chats of, being this and that. And maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but I don't appreciate, I have to think about everybody else. So if somebody gets banned because of it, then, it happens or it gets kicked. Yep. I don't believe in banning people. But I don't even block people. I don't block anybody on Twitter. I did get my first block though. It was from it's from a Lord of the Rings. It's from a Lord of the Rings account. So
of course,
yeah, it's like we can't find any positivity in discussing Rings of Power. I'm like, well, how about you want to have positivity? How about having a discussion with those that felt the way they did? And then I got blocked. So.
What good is that?
Who's the adult? Who's the adult in the room?
Really? I mean, what good is lying to yourself, and trying to find all the sunshine and lollipops in a piece of crap?
There's fake positivity.
Yeah, I mean,
I like pissing them off until they block me.
It was great. It was great. How do I know? Because Mike told me so. He told me it's great, or else.
No, but I mean, I know where you're coming from, Brian. This last episode of Chucky, I didn't think it was all that great. I even said so.
I watched the first episode of Chucky, and I was just like, I don't know how you got through. I don't know how you got through that first season. I don't know if I can watch another episode. I mean, I loved Brad Dourif though. When Brad Dourif was, making fun of that girl, it was great. But everything else was just, I don't know. But yeah, so I got a question for you, Mike. Is every season different? Is each season its own story, follows different people, and Chucky just happens to be there? Or is it the same? Is it the same boy as in season one?
So far, it's still dealing with Devin, Jake, and Lexi. They've introduced a couple of new characters, but you still have those three main characters that you meet in season one.
Okay. All right. I'll have to keep watching. That.
Yeah,
okay.
And I understand how you feel because I was feeling the same way after I watched episode one, but I thought, I'm still going to give this series a chance because 3 episodes, that's my limit.
And it got better after 3 episodes. That's okay. All right. I trust your takes, Mike. And yeah, you said Old Man. I've heard nothing but good things about Old Man.
Trust the mic.
No, you don't. We all have our thresholds as far as what we think is good, what we think is bad, and how far we're willing to go with the series before we say I'm going to continue on or not. This isn't for me.
Yeah,
Chucky,
I mean that's
another franchise I've never seen, but I know it has something to do about a demonic doll.
It's not even. It's a Chicago serial killer, the Lakeshore Strangler. Charles, what's his name? Charles Lee Ray. He's named after Charles Manson, Lee Harvey Oswald, and James Earl Ray. If you don't know who James Earl Ray is, he's the guy that shot and killed Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968.
The godfather of assholes.
Yes. So, and Brad Dourif is just he is such a every role he's in, and I'm sure you know Brad Dourif, Spock. You've seen Voyager, you've seen him play Lon Suter in 2 episodes of Voyager.
Yep.
I don't. Did he play any other? Did he play any parts in DS9 or TNG at all?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
Like he never played like an alien or something. I could see him playing an alien. I could see him playing like a.
He could have played an extra that I didn't pay attention to. A lot of them has gone past my eyes. Like but as for a prominent extra, no, I don't think so. It was just Voyager.
Okay. But yeah, like I like I'm kind of bringing the thing to Star Trek, but like I watched Strange New Worlds. I watched 5 episodes. I did reactions to all 5 episodes.
How dare you?
And there was it was subpar in my opinion. I know a lot of people are like it's better. I'm like
That's what I've
it
been
is
hearing
better.
as a general consensus.
It is better
You get
because
your very you get your very exaggerative group, the one I don't really share too much because I've seen the first episode, and then you get the group of people saying, "Oh, it's the wokest show ever made." I didn't really see that, but I sensed that the characters were acting kind of like buddies. The placement of the characters' origins were kind of strange. The fact that they had TVs was also kind of strange. I don't know.
It was, but
a
they
lot of it
talked a
was
lot
taken
about
pretty casually.
They talked a lot about feelings. Like I'm like, who cares about feelings? The original
Not to
series didn't
mention,
talk
like the
about
first
feelings.
episode, like a
TNG.
Spock's, a
Yeah.
Spock scene with T'Pring for the first episode. Oh, that
there
had
was so much wrong with that first episode.
I don't know why that had to be a.
Well, that was
20-minute
episode. That was
scene.
also in episode 5. There was a point where Spock and T'Pring switched bodies. They switched bodies,
I
kind of
only
like
saw the
so. They
first
kind of stole
episode.
from. They kind of stole from the episode Turnabout Intruder. So, and that's kind of where I stopped. Like I disliked all. I mean, Spock is still emotionally compromised. Like he gets like
As I
you
expected.
know what we learn about. So they did 2 things in the final 2 episodes, which I didn't watch. I just saw clips of it and listened to people. Because that's where I kind of already stopped. Episode 9, the Gorn are just like the aliens from Alien. Like they take over and then they multiply. They burst out of your chest or something. That's how Gorns are bred, apparently, according to this. Like, wow. And then episode 10, the finale, the season finale for Strange New Worlds, they completely retcon Balance of Terror, which is probably the single greatest episode of the original series. Like how even Enterprise, and I've said this in my stream before, even Star Trek Enterprise tried to follow Balance of Terror's continuity with not having anybody encounter or see the Romulans prior to that stardate, that episode, because Strange New Worlds is still a prequel according to Paramount, Star Trek according to Paramount Plus, according to
technically but here's the thing, they only saw their ship in the minefield, but didn't know it was a Romulan. It was only until like Daniels, I think, took Archer, and he's like, "Oh, what's the Romulan Star Empire?" And then he said, "No, stop! Don't look at that." And then, they never really put the pieces together, but they did see a Romulan ship.
They did know it was Romulans. They just never saw them. Like the one thing that the Balance of Terror, established.
Oh yeah, you're right.
No Earthman or Romulan has ever seen the other. Well,
yeah,
okay, maybe they kind of did that on the Romulan side of things, but on the human side of things, that should not have been. Like if Enterprise can do it, why can't New Trek? Like seriously, like they just completely they
just want to completely stamp their own.
Who cares about retcons? Like I'm gonna choose the original series. I'm going to promote the original series. I am not going to promote this. I'm not going to promote your stuff if you're going to retcon a classic that has changed people's lives for decades. I mean, all this current stuff, all the current shows and the current actors have been doing has been dividing people instead of inspiring people, which is what people liked about Star Trek in the first place. And it's the same with Doctor Who. Same with that.
Yep.
Doctor Who's inspired
people. What did you think of the Prodigy, since they're releasing more clips of that Star Trek show? To me, it's also kind of like arguing like they are dividing it because they're making a Star Trek show aimed for children. It's like
Star Trek already had a Star Trek show that was aimed for children. It was the animated series.
But
and
you could also argue
the original
that
series
could be watched for any age, though, the animated series, because the animated series for the original series still kind of followed the same pace that the show did. They didn't chum it down. They didn't sugarcoat it like Prodigy, it's obviously just made for a younger audience, and they're excluding the possibility of any adults taking any interest in the show, serious interest.
It just reminded me of the Clone Wars. It reminded me of Star Wars, and I mean, I was listening to there was a scene where they were showing all this archived voice work that they had from all the shows, Nimoy and everybody else on the bridge with this new character, and I didn't care for the performance of this new character. It didn't sound natural, and it didn't sound like it was immersed with the rest of the hologram, the archive stuff. Whereas the archive stuff is legendary, and this is just. But I mean, it's just another member berry to poke people with Voyager member berries. That's what Prodigy is.
Yeah, and I heard they brought back
for that.
Robert Beltran too, as for Chakotay. He's supposedly in that as well.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. But the thing that I am going to be doing, and I'm going to be following the same rule as I did with my Strange New Worlds thing, I will be covering Picard season 3, based on everything that I've heard from Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett, because he's seen the show twice. And when it comes to, I don't agree with all of his takes, but when it comes to Star Trek, I actually am pretty well in line with how he feels, because he feels ever since 2009, ever since JJ took over, ever since Bad Robot took over Star Trek, it's never been the same. And I totally agree with that. And it's declined.
How does he feel about Picard, out of curiosity?
He hated seasons 1 and 2. He hated Strange New Worlds, just like I did. He does not care for. I don't know if he doesn't, and he's very biased against the cartoons. He says Star Trek is for live action. Star Trek's main thing is for live action.
I have to agree with him. I mean, some cartoons could be taken in the same sense as the live action, where if they can't afford to make a live action show anymore, they can still present it as a cartoon and take it seriously. But I agree with him, because that's how Star Trek's always been, and that's the best way it's always been represented.
Yeah, I saw the trailer, and once again, maybe it's the marketing team, but it didn't inspire a lot of confidence in me. It didn't make me excited. Mm-hmm. And apparently, according to the Access media, they've been talking. Everybody's been talking about the Enterprise F. I didn't see any hint of an Enterprise F, but then again, they showed ships. I couldn't tell which was which. I mean, they look better.
They showed the Odyssey in there, which is a ship from Star Trek Online, which was the only ship created by a fan. And I guess it's props to him. I don't think he'd ever think that his fan-made ship would have ever made it to a TV show. Granted, if it was my ship design, I wouldn't really be too happy of it being in Picard. But hey, it's exposure nonetheless, so he's props to him.
Was the Enterprise F based off of anything from Online? I don't even know what the Enterprise F is.
It's the next flagship, pretty much. So it's the one after the Sovereign class that you see in First Contact. I believe it's First Contact or Generations. I forget. It's the one that's after the Enterprise D.
First Contact.
So it's the captain for that in Star Trek Online is an Andorian. I forget his name. I think it was Sean something. But supposedly in Picard, from what I heard, season 3, they're not going to do that. It's not going to be the STO captain. They're going to have somebody else. So that was already kind of like a red flag for some people.
I mean, and of course, even that trailer was screaming member berries. I mean, we see first thing we see is the hologram Moriarty come back for some reason. I'm assuming based on is that the Enterprise? Is that the new Enterprise?
That's the Odyssey class.
This is a screenshot, I believe, that's in the game, or a drawing that the artist actually made, and this is the ship that's in the show. Granted, it actually looks worse in the show.
Are the nacelles sharp like that, or is it just the angle that it's on?
No, they are. They're really long, and they have a big base. Sorry, a thin base, and it works it up to the bigger lights on the top. It's kind of reflective to the Sovereign class in the First Contact movie. I'm not a huge fan of it.
You can see where it borrows heavily from the Sovereign class.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than the Sovereign too, and the saucer shape is definitely different. But it's
not even. I don't even think that's technically a saucer. Saucers usually are round. I think
an arrowhead.
Yeah, it's like an arrowhead.
like more like isn't Voyager's kind of like that similar shape too?
Somewhat,
An arrowhead. It's like a spoon head.
So now my question for you is, you guys know way more about ships than I do. Are all these era ships like the Enterprise D, where you can unlock the main section, or the saucer section?
Yes, in the game you can do saucer separation.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The
like
Odyssey.
that for the Odyssey though. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I know you.
if you get the tactical variant of the Odyssey on Star Trek Online, you can.
There's a saucer
separate the
separation. That's
saucer.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because to my knowledge, it was only the Galaxy classes that could do that. But yeah, I guess now the Odyssey can do that, and it's supposedly the next flagship in line. So that's why from at least from my perspective, why season 3's Picard trailer has been popping off a lot, because a lot of people are wondering, well, is it going to get better now? But to me, it's a little bit too late for a revival. But I wonder, what did Robert say about it?
He said it was something that felt very close to what he felt watching Trek before. He said he also said it's not perfect, but it very closely resembles what came before. And he said it was better than Nemesis. He said it was a better send off than Nemesis. It's nothing like, even though I got Nemesis vibes from the trailer, and a lot of other people got Nemesis vibes from the trailer, he said it's nothing like Nemesis. So like even Amanda Plummer, who plays the new villain, of course, if you don't know Amanda Plummer, she's the daughter of Christopher Plummer, and of course all know who Christopher Plummer is known for. Cry havoc and let's slip the dogs of war to be. Or not.
Well, not to be.
You know what? I might.
Do we
as
not
well
hear the
just-
chimes at midnight?
He was I mean, you all agree he was a delight in Star Trek 6, but I think
yeah.
I wonder if they hired her because of that, because of just the fact of how legendary Christopher Plummer was as the final enemy of the original crew, and they wanted her to kind of continue that tradition, I guess, with the next gen crew.
Why does she look like the lady from Austin Powers?
She does look like the lady. I don't know, with that little slicky, like that short hair with that little slicky thing.
I'm just ready for it. Is go bring on the Enterprise.
That's a good photo, by the way, Pacific. That's a good comparison.
Just like Colonel Klebb from our Commercial with Love, just screaming. Oh my gosh. But like, apparently Rob says that she actually is pretty well developed, and it makes, once we get through the 10 episode, it's a final season's gonna be 10 episodes, 10-hour movie. It's gonna all make sense. And he said some of the episodes are actually gonna be longer than others. So like yours, Picard season 1 and 2 are like 40-45 minute episodes. He says these episodes are gonna be long. And one thing that he got a lot of flack from Mr. Doomcock. I'm sure y'all know Mr. Doomcock.
Yeah.
I agree. Mr. Doomcock, I mean, I agree with some of his takes. I don't agree with all of them. And when he was criticizing Robert Meyer Burnett, I'm going to side with Rob. And he didn't know the full picture, because he claimed that Terry Matalas was the showrunner for season 2. He was not the showrunner for season 2. He was responsible for the early episodes that were considered good by most fans, and then once they got into the time travel thing, then it was out of his hands, and then it just all fell apart. And I'll be honest, I haven't even watched season 2. I've seen clips.
I don't know if
it
was his involvement either, but when they killed off the first twin, I thought was a bad idea. I thought the first one in season 1, where she approached Picard, she should have stayed alive instead of getting instantly evaporated by those, I think, Romulan spies, were they?
Yeah.
I forget.
Who are you talking about?
I forget her name.
Oh, you talking about the girl?
Yeah.
Soji?
Because she was actually interesting, and she seemed genuine until they literally evaporated her.
Yeah, but then they gave her a twin, but then the twin was barely in. She was only in like a single episode.
Excuse my
in season 2.
French. Her twin was a bitch.
So she was only in like, I think, one episode in season 2, and then they got rid of the other characters, and
she was a good actor. I'll have to admit, she was a good actor, and I'm considering maybe watching season 2 because I've only seen season 1.
So the only one that's coming back from the first season is Raffi. And that's my only issue is Raffi. I don't like Raffi at all. She's mean. I don't like her.
Well,
what do you think? What do you mean you don't like her, Gail? What do you mean?
What do you think about Worf saying he's a pacifist now?
So Rob did address that. He says even though he says that, Worf kills quite a bit of people, and they actually brought back what was the guy that designed the Batleth? He was brought. Terry
Dan
Matalas
Curry?
brought him. Yeah, Dan Curry. He's involved. Dan Curry's involved. I think. What's his name? Doug Drexler's involved. He's bringing Matalas is bringing a whole bunch of people who are involved with old Trek into this. So like,
Which is something that should have happened in the very beginning.
Yeah,
I think we should watch it together, all of us, because like when this comes out, I'm seriously gonna be on the edge of my seat, and I'm gonna be worried if they're gonna tarnish these characters for the last time once and for all, or is this gonna be, like Robert says, a better send off than what Nemesis gives us? I hope. I really do. I
mean,
just
he's
considering
like
the first season, I don't know.
Yeah, he's like, I think personally, I think they're really divorcing everything from the previous seasons. I mean,
That's
I'll
good.
watch it. I'll watch it. I might, I'll watch it. I'll see for myself what I think of it. I'm still not a fan of the look though, like all the lens flares and
The technology and how it looks
and
out.
the trench coats. Like, stop with the fucking trench. Excuse my language. Stop with the trench coats. Like, it's not cool. It's not cool. They look stupid. Have people
They've
wear
gotten rid of their
uniforms.
style.
Have people wear jackets like in the cage. Just have people wear jackets. Stop with the trench coats. Stop with these leather jackets. Like, come on. I mean, seriously. I don't know.
I don't know. These Star Trek used to have really good, the people who would do the clothing, like, and
costumes.
The costume designers. They would do a great job of making concept outfits. Like, for example, whenever you'd see Jake wear on Deep Space Nine, just those weird sweaters that you would never find anywhere.
Or he
It's
wore,
just-
or he wore like a whole. I think he wore like a whole jumpsuit, like in the
Like a
early
whole jumpsuit
seasons.
thing,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
it's just-
Wesley did.
They kind of lost that touch, I don't know. I
Yeah.
missed that colorful, even like going back all the way to the 60s with the original series, that groovy decor. It's kind of gone now.
Yeah, I mean, like in the cage and menagerie, like they were wearing like jackets. They were wearing these cool little jackets over their uniforms and everything.
Yeah, they're wearing sweaters, like
Yeah, I miss that. I
miss that too. I
type
don't
of
like the formal look that they're doing. And in my opinion, Anson Mount is a good actor. A good Pike, I don't think so. I think
he's not a
Bruce
good captain. He's like a friend boss. He's just a
Yeah,
friend
I
boss.
think
to
Bruce-
all these. He's like Brian. He's like, I think he's a friend boss. That he's worried if he puts his foot down, he's gonna get he's gonna be as an umpire would be like, you're out of here.
That's
Me
the
too.
impression he gave me.
He's not going
too.
to get invited to the.
I feel like he'd
the
work
Christmas,
okay, and maybe you guys might debate
dinner
this, but I
party.
feel like he'd work okay in Enterprise. I don't know.
The series Enterprise.
Yeah. What were you saying, Anano? Sorry, I was lagging on my end.
I'm sorry. No, I was just making a joke. It's like he wasn't going to get invited to the Christmas dinner party.
He's the one that hosts all the parties.
I know, they're just gonna
has
kick
these
him out.
super duper huge quarters. Like he has his own kitchen. He has his own. It's like state of the art. Like it looks nothing like his small quarters with that 60s looking television or that futuristic 60s looking television set that he had.
Yeah, I'm able to view the bridge because of STO. I'm able to view the bridge of the Strange New Worlds Constitution and compare it to the original series Constitution, and it does not look the same. Like they made everything super reflective metal material, deep red. They, like I said, they got rid of like the saturation of all the nice bright colors, or
I know,
like chairs that look like they were literally sofas, but they were not sofas. They were, use your imagination, they were probably some very advanced fabric that the Andorians gave them. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. And just but yeah, just like it just doesn't reflect what came before. So that was my other issue. That was my other big criticism. And like I couldn't stand the character Lon Noonien Singh. She was terrible.
Nope.
Just another insufferable character. And then she's like, I'm related to Khan because I'm not from Jedi because I was related to Khan.
Yeah, her whole
because we find out that number one is a Alarian. Alarians in the Alarians are like a humanoid people that that delve in genetic engineering, and that was revealed in like a novel. So they've been stealing from novels, like the whole Alarian thing. And then there was a Spock novel. There was a DC Fontana novel they ripped off of and not even credited, which rubs. I mean, Rob points this out all the time. Rubs Rob the wrong way when they bullshit like that.
Mhm.
But it was that, and then he had the character Ortegas, who always makes a quip, when they're in the middle of an emergency situation. If it was Kirk, Sisko, or even Picard from the early shows, they would have put the kibosh on that. They would be like, either do your job, and if I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. When this becomes a democracy, like he said, I vote we blast it. Well, we'll consider that once this becomes a democracy. So it was just stuff like that even Janeway is, a lot of people don't like Janeway because of the writing mainly, but hey, even Janeway put shit down too. So
yeah, Janeway would have called Ortegas into her writer room.
Yeah, and Archer would have told her bury it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, those are the two, like, out of any captain I'd love to see, like, plot a strategic defense against Klingons or Cardassians together. I would love to see Archer and Janeway just team up. Those two would be badass.
I mean, I don't know. I've never thought of that. That'd be interesting. I agree with you, Spock. I agree.
We have a consensus.
But yeah, Strange New Worlds. I was gonna say something about the show, but one thing I can really just think about straight away is I know a lot of people stayed with the show, not for the character or the writing, because they all know and agree that was bad. I talk with friends that say that they hate the writing, but they stick with the show because, and excuse my French, because of the ship porn. They just love seeing all of the CGI ships and new ship designs, and it's like, okay, you know what, I can understand that, but even my
some people stick
preference is like what you were saying earlier, is like, I don't like the design they're doing now. It's even for that I don't stay. The ship porn isn't even that satisfying.
What do you think of the comparison of abuse, spousal abuse? That's a comparison a lot of people use for people that stick around with a franchise that's eroding and going bad, and everybody's like, I hope it's going to get better. I have hope this franchise will be saved and everything.
Yeah, it's very apt description.
There are people who are saying that about Strange New Worlds.
About entertainment in general, especially with the way Star Wars and Star Trek, Doctor Who, now with Lord of the Rings, with the Rings of Power, and
I heard that isn't doing too well. I could.
And my buddies who I stream House of the Dragon with, they're big Wheel of Time guys, and they hate the wheel of they call it the Wheel of Prime on Amazon because they ruined that series. And I'm actually currently reading the first book in that series. So, but yeah, it's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster ride for a lot of fans of classic works or works that have meant something.
Science fiction, I guess.
Yeah, fantasy, science fiction, now horror with
Halloween
Halloween
I have to say, personally, I might sound a bit pessimistic, but I don't really see much to look forward to until there's a news about a renewal for the Orville having a season 4, or news about that actually being a conclusion, and I'll accept.
Spock, you're not going to be happy with how I feel currently about the Orville. Frankly, I hope you're going to hate me for saying this, but I kind of hope the show doesn't continue. Based on thinking, reflecting on how this last season's episodes were, and how they're on a road towards divisiveness again.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to bring it up when they were talking about the Orville before because I didn't want to be the Debbie Downer. But Nerdporial did it. I just want to let you.
He's speaking the truth. I already said I don't think it's coming back.
And the way it ended, I liked how I see. Here's my issue. I liked the episode Domino, the episode where they have the dog fight. They fight to save the Kaylon. Honestly, I felt that direction they took in this season was a mistake. The Kaylon should have remained and it's just my opinion. I felt the Kaylon should have remained the existential threat, and they should have pushed. They should have pushed episodes that could have undermined the alliances that they had with the Krill and the Mocklins. Now, I always thought the Mocklins were going to leave, but then they ended up getting kicked out anyways, so whatever. But the whole thing with the Krill, I thought was a bad idea. The episode 4, where they just decided to go, emulate a certain populist thing that happened about 6 years ago, in our country, and then just go all divisive on
you mean
in that
Chancellor
particular
Talia?
episode. Yeah, like they had a chance to do something good with her, and they just turned her into a villain, and they once again, like the subtext of that episode kind of showed me that people who are, because the Krill are based off of religious conservatives. The fact that they did that just shows like, oh, there's no place in the future for, just kind of showed me, or reinforced it, because I had this issue in season 1 of the Orville, reinforced the issue that being a Christian conservative is backwards thinking, and I don't agree with that. I mean, there are things I disagree with.
That's been my argument for Star Trek for many years, and that's what they kind of enforce in a way too, especially with TNG, when they try to say that everybody was born from an alien race and no one really came from a higher being. But
you could see they did the same thing in the original series with Sargon and those.
But the original series was more generous towards the idea of there being Christianity, because the episode with bread and circuses and that whole God episode, that's something to mention that no other Star Trek episode did. But it's true, because that's why I like Babylon 5 a lot more, and I think Babylon 5 is a lot more realistic.
I
in
love
terms of like the future, just like they had all of the different religions, like priests, monks, Baptists. They had everybody from it was just like, that's most likely the realistic outcome.
And the actor that plays Worf's father plays Ivanova's rabbi.
There's so many cameos.
That was pretty cool. But yeah, that's, religion's so
I can understand
important
that, but
part of our
Orville
culture.
is like, for me, I'm looking past that, because I see the jabs Seth does in the show at Christianity, or just people who believe in religion overall.
He's
and
been
it's
doing
just,
that.
it's
He's
silly.
been doing that since Family Guy. He's been like,
It's his
he was making
It's
fun
his
of.
shtick.
He's like, Christians don't believe. He had Mel Gibson just walk off a cliff, because he was the villain of the
I
revival.
don't agree with a lot of the
He's like,
things
Christians
he
don't
says.
believe in gravity. Ha ha ha. I was just like, okay, whatever. Whatever.
I'm with you on that. I'm 100% with you on that.
But just the fact, one thing I really liked about season 2 was that there was a possibility of bridging different ideologies together with the Krill and the Union, and when they undid that this season, it was just something that, once again, it just made me think, well, is that their way of saying we can't work with these toxic conservative Christians or whatever? I mean, I don't know what to make of that. And
it's just different perspectives. People like Seth see religion as a handicap, and people who like I forget his name. I'm sorry, J. Michael Straczynski.
He's a
see it as not a handicap. They see it as a benefit and something, a part of our culture that will forever stay with us.
And
I don't believe.
What's funny is Roddenberry felt that way too, and Roddenberry felt exactly that way when he was making Star Trek. So you'd be surprised,
I'm surprised to hear that, actually, because considering
he thinks religion's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity ever. Human civilization.
Oh no, yeah, I thought you meant he thought the opposite.
Oh no.
I was like, because considering his background, that would be hard to believe.
the network wanted him to add a character who would be like a chaplain in the original series, and he said no.
Right.
So what's funny is, even though he said no, he kind of had McCoy fill in that role. So McCoy was not only the doctor, but he was also the one that Kirk turned to when he was having a crisis, or when he was having a personal
When was the season 1?
Balance of Terror. There was that great moment where he's like, why me?
He didn't have much involvement at all, like during season 2 or 3, because
he was not even involved with
it was all
three.
up to the writers.
He was just executive. Yeah, he was just an executive producer, so he still got paid, But yeah, season 2 is pretty much where he kind of
Yeah, I mean, I
he
see what
wasn't
you mean,
active.
'cause the Orville for me this new season, I really liked it because of the main plot element that they uncovered, which is Ed has a kid, and it's with
Yeah,
Talea, and
I
that
like
was
that.
like, oh crap, I did not expect that,
Yeah, and
and
then
I don't know
nobody
what
did.
the hell he's gonna do about this, and I kind of got a different perspective for Ed Mercer now. I see him as like I guess it's gonna sound a little bit extreme, but as a warrior, someone who's fighting back to get his daughter because she is and personally he thinks she's in an unsafe environment, and he wants to raise her, and he's kind of fighting to get his daughter, and like he's never even met her, and like you said, he's already in love with her. He misses his daughter. It's like he's already feeling that kind of fatherhood bond. So I like that they went into that detail. So it's giving me a new light on the character. This season, I'm sure you noticed it was a lot more serious than the first two. Barely any jokes were probably cracked.
Yeah, yeah, there were. I mean, yeah, you're right. There was very little. I mean, when they did it, they were funny, but
It was funny when they did, like the scene when Bortus went up to those high school girls and they were like, "Well, can I take the seat?" And they're like, "No." And then he's like, "You have a 5-head."
yeah, and I like how they. And here's the other issue I had. Like, I understand that they wanted to save the Kalon, but then again, the Kalon nearly, decimated them completely. I mean, we got to see a little bit of that with the new character. I don't even remember her name now. That, Charlie. Okay,
Chuckles?
Charlie. Charlie.
Oh yeah, Charlie.
So I thought
I was getting a bit
episode
tiresome
one,
of their relationship personally until the very end.
episode 1 was great. I loved that first episode with the Isaac and everything. But when they
Oh, yeah.
decided to completely undo the Kalon from being a major threat in a single episode, they magically came up with a device that looks like something out of Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and just can all of a sudden decimate these ships. And they surrender, and so now we have a weapon. Oh, we're like, it's just like Doctor what the hell's his name? Manhattan Project. Whatever. We have a crisis of we have a scientific crisis. What are we going to do with this weapon? Blah blah blah. And of course, the Admiral Ted Danson, was a problematic Admiral
That's the part that concerns me, to where I agree with you guys, as maybe we won't get a 4th season because it feels like we skipped an entire arc.
Yes, we did. And
Like,
the fact
the
that
arc of how they got the weapon.
the fact that they not only saved the Kalon ultimately, but they made the Kalon members of the Union. I'm like, these guys just tried to murder everybody.
You guys were
I'm
literally like a long ass war in the first 2 seasons.
Well,
Like
remember on the after show, that was one of my problems with that episode where the Union and the Kalon became allies.
Fast friends.
They did their job together. Yeah. They did their job together. They got it accomplished. There was no reason for them to continue an alliance afterwards.
Yeah, because like the only reason that they went that far is because at the end of season 2, they assisted them with the Kalon threat. And I was like, well, I thought that's all it was going to be, just an assist, because they saw it as a threat to their world too. But they didn't be like, oh yeah, well, hell, let's just align ourselves with the Union. We were literally just fighting these guys like last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't. But one thing I'm happy I did predict was that not only did the Mocklins secede like we were all expecting.
No, they were kicked out. They were kicked out. I was just like,
But
the Krill are gone. Now the Mocklins are kicked out. I'm like, this was episode 8. I'm like, okay, they are completely screwed because and people predicted this right. The Mocklins and the Krill were going to get together.
Yeah,
and you have
I
the
was so
Krill,
happy
so
that
you have
happened.
3-way
I was like,
fight
that
now.
worked.
Yeah. I was like, how are they? I was like, oh, how is this going to work? I was getting excited, but then all of a sudden they just solved the entire Kalon threat in a single episode.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, this was them thinking, oh, we might not get another season.
I'm hoping that maybe they'll pull like a freaking mind blown, plot on us, and like the next season we find out that everything that happened with that Kalon destruction device wasn't real, and it was a part of the fragmented timeline that happened from Identity Part 2. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you guys this: since season 3 had longer episodes, would you have preferred them to shorten up the episodes so we can get more for season 3 as far as episodes are concerned, or were you fine with the length of the episodes? You just wish that they would have put more thought into the plot line of each episode.
I'm fine with the long episodes because, to be fair, we were only missing 2 or 3 compared to the last 2 seasons. So technically, we were getting a lot more content than what the first 2 seasons gave us. Because also we got the audiobook, which was nice. But
I have to read that. I still have to.
I haven't finished it.
It's amazing. I'm probably gonna do a video on it. It's just so good. But God, I keep losing my train of thought. But it kind of comes back to season 3 where you have to God damn it. I hate when this happens. It's always in like 1 p.m.
It happens to me too.
I was talking about season 3, but
like, would you prefer longer episodes, or would you?
Yeah, that's what it was about. So I think that we honestly got a lot more content, but we could have gotten a better plot line. Of the only nitpick for me is how the weapon was made. Everything else I'm honestly okay with because we got that funny little romance between Commander Lamar and
Spike Girl or no
I always mispronounce her name.
Tala,
yeah.
Kiali. Yeah.
Kiali. There you go.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I like that little I wish it kind of lasted a bit longer, but I can understand logically why they ended it that way.
Yeah. It was like, oh, it's okay.
It makes sense.
Okay.
It was nice to see though, because those
kind of freaky
dynamics.
thing they doing in there. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know about
I love Claire's response. Like, what are you doing? Like,
nothing.
No.
There's a way to do this without hurting anybody. Believe me.
I honestly, I think I might. I'm probably with you, Spock, on that. I think I was okay with the longer episodes. The only thing was taking notes was sore, making my hands sore, and plus I'd be late for my. I always think it'd be an hour, but I ended up being like late for my own after shows. But that's a me problem. That's not a show problem. I think I think the storyline should have just been. I mean, I understand why they did this. I mean, we said this in the after show. I mean, they didn't know if they were going to make another season, so they wanted to they wanted to at least put a cap on one of the story arcs that they started in season 2.
That's my only excuse for why we don't have.
That's why I'm not angry about it, but at the same time, the one thing that I did not like that they did was, I think they should have kept the Krill and Union alliance. I think the Mocklins should have still went though. Or I think they should have. I think it would have been better if they.
You never know.
Left
that's
themselves.
why I say a season 4 could be good because, I since they never thought they'd have a season 3, I can respect them for the fact that they don't have an arc for how the weapon was made, and if they can, how do I say, reimburse us in season 4 by telling us how the weapon was made, then okay, that would forgive the matter. That would tell us, okay, how you guys magically concocted this device instead of just it appearing in your shuttle bay.
Yeah, but I still think that would have been something they could have talked about in the episode. At least give us
they could have easily fitted it in. They could have easily fitted in. I'm guessing it's just a rushed script, but even for a rushed script, it was pretty good. Because there's still room for interpretation. So like even if there's a season 4, that's why I say if there's a season 4, it could be good, and we could see the Krill, break away from the Union, and this temporary alliance is probably just for like a couple of years or something, or maybe even less. I agree with you. I do not like the Krill and the Union allying this early.
Yeah. And it's just, I
mean, now
with the Krill and the Mocklins together, I mean, it still makes an interesting, arc and everything. But I think the Kaylon should still be a threat. I think they should have had a battle with the Kaylon. I think they should have found a way to work with the Krill. What I think is they should have worked with the Krill, and then the Mocklins undermine the alliance to the point where the Krill leave, and that would have been the cost for the. that would have been the cost for the Kaelon battle. So the Kaelon would have just, simply, walked away with their, head tucked between their legs once again. And then this time they lose the Krill. Like they lose the Krill thanks to the Mochlans. So now the Krill and the Mochlans are now the enemies, but the Kaelon are still a threat. The Kaelon are still a threat, and they might change their tactics. Maybe they'll try to pull a Dominion and try to attack from within. Maybe take over. Have a government coup, just kind of like in Babylon 5, with President Clark and the Earth government. And then we learn about that. But then again, like this once again, it's copying other shows. But I guess I wanted DS9. I guess I wanted Babylon 5 and DS9, and we just got.
Well, there's nothing wrong with wanting that. They could still
horizons.
Nothing is copyrighted. Like I say, Star Trek doesn't own space. And they don't own space stations. So they also don't. I remember somebody made a better example. The episode where Geordi and that Romulan try to survive and work through their differences, and there's even the movie Enemy Mine, which goes through the same thing.
Yeah,
and there's literally an episode in Enterprise where Tucker and some alien have to work out their differences, and that entire episode.
Wasn't it Suliban or was it someone else? I think
it wasn't a Suliban. It was like
a hot chick.
Weird. It was a species we only see in that episode, but
yeah. And then you could even say Darmok was kind of inspired.
The whole thing was an obvious inspiration from Enemy Mine, for me at least.
I think even Enemy Mine was based off of like a short story, I believe.
Yeah.
Or it was based off of like a World War II or World War I type of story, if I remember correctly. Two people on opposing sides of a conflict, forced to survive together.
That's the thing. So a lot of people shit on that episode of the Enterprise, the Enterprise episode where Tucker and that alien were trying to survive and work through their differences because my god, it's so similar to Enemy Mine. It's copying it. But the thing is, Star Trek or Enemy Mine doesn't own the idea of two people working through their differences. That's a story that can be interpreted in many different ways. That's like a same argument that could be made for detective novels. People can have hundreds of different detectives, different interpretations,
or gangster versus versus Western versus samurai genre. Like they're very equivalent. Like they tell very similar stories.
All in the same setting, really.
Yeah, like Fistful of Dollars is based off of Yojimbo, and Yojimbo is actually based off of a gangster type of story. Where like an outsider comes in, and there's a gang war, and he turns the tables on both. So you're right. Nobody owns that. But what's funny is like a lot of the stories have been retold in their own unique ways for multiple years, and people still really enjoy classic storytelling. And with what they're doing now, they're trying to remold the wheel of storytelling. I'm not talking about the Wheel of Time, but
I'd say honestly, there's nothing wrong if you're making your own space show and it's a direct inspiration from like shows like Babylon 5, Stargate, or Star Trek. There's nothing wrong with going back to an episode in one of those shows and looking at a narrative that was only used maybe once or twice and applying it into your show and taking a whole different spin on it. Because there's so many episodes I can say like in TNG that we've only seen that narrative used once and never again. For better or for worse. Like I'm happy we never got to see what was that episode again in season 1 where Tasha Yar is trying to fight for her life because some dude is in love with her and she's like playing some game to the death. I forget what it was. Code of Honor, yeah. Like there's some narratives I'm happy. There are some narratives I'm happy they didn't bring over.
Greatest episode ever. Lord Craig, I'm talking to you.
You don't see that kind of story done.
How about new?
I stand corrected.
Man,
but
who doesn't
stuff
want two
like
chicks
the
fighting to
Traveler,
death over him?
Characters like the Traveler from who tweaked with Wesley, but not even just like the Wesley part of it. Characters like the Traveler, that narrative hasn't really been used anymore, and that's an interesting one.
Actually, the season finale for season 2 of Picard, they have Wesley come back and say he's a Traveler, and he beams away.
Yeah, he's become the Traveler in a way. Yeah, I've seen that. It's silly. But I
The
mean,
Traveler
like, we
didn't
haven't
beam
gotten
away.
the
The
idea.
Traveler faded in and out.
Mm-hmm. And the Orville did a good idea of their interpretation of an omnipotent being with that episode of in season 3.
Morality paradox.
Yes, that was a really cool episode.
Humanism episode.
And I hope that's another reason why we might get a season 4, because they sounded very confident that we might see them again.
Yeah, but see, Morality Paradox was an episode of The Orville that I didn't really care for because I thought it was slow going.
That's fair. It was a slow episode. I thought that it was personally one of the most humorous ones, though, in the season. Because a lot of it was very serious, and finally we get a scene of, like, the crew in, like, a high school setting, and then Bortus having to deal with some annoying high school brats and saying you have a 5 head. It was so stupid. It was like, and then Gordon having to deal with that bully situation. I was like, that was messed up.
Who's Larry? Larry, who looks like a Rancor.
It was so. I was like, what is? I'm
It
like,
was a
what is
slow
going on
episode,
here?
for sure.
I'm like,
I
what is
like-
going on here?
Yeah, I like that episode up until the end. You know, a lot of you didn't know what was going on. It was a mystery. I know mystery boxes, but it was sort of a mystery of what was happening, and you having to figure it out. You know, try to figure out in your head what who's behind it and what's the deal with them. You know, going blank for a second, and that was fun for me. I liked all that, and until the end part where it's like, hey, we shed all our gods and you shed all your gods, and then you can be gods like us, and blah blah blah. And yeah, I get you.
It's a like I said, it's another narrative that some people enjoy and some don't. I'm also not for that idea that we can become gods ourselves and live forever and ever. You know, it's an interesting prospect, sorry, that they've introduced into science fiction, especially with Q. Q is probably the most interesting idea that they've come up with omnipotent beings because of how silly and how unpredictable he is, which is probably how they would be unpredictable.
And and narcissistic. And
this one, it's kind of like a civilization that just technologically advanced to the point of godhood. I also am not really for that because they were promoting the Elon Musk idea of integrating technology with yourself. I'm not for that stuff. I don't know. That's kind of diving into the world of Cyberpunk 2077.
And when we finally meet, I think her name was Dina or Dinah, somewhere along those lines. She looked like she came out of Tron.
Yeah.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
It was a cool effect, though. I won't lie. It was nice seeing that because it's like, you know what? If they wanted to, they could try to do a quick short of like what it would be like to have Tron 1982 in current day tech, because that was a good try. She did look like the original like Tron outfit for a second when I first glanced at it, until I saw all the little details and lights.
That reminds me, I want to cover Tron at some point.
Do you gonna see the new game novel thing that they're releasing on Steam? It's like the only freaking lore we're getting after Legacy.
I don't even think I've seen Legacy. I don't know, whenever I hear about sequels or remakes or stuff, I just kind of...
The only sequel that... there's probably some other sequels that did good, but it's the one I can think of straight away that did tremendously good, because a lot of people who liked Tron 1982 did like this movie, especially for the light cycle scene, too. That was a killer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There
What's
was...
up, Yep?
The only thing about Tron Legacy that a lot of people had problems with was some of the CGI and Q, or Clue. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, the deep fake.
The deep fake stuff, which was it was at its infancy. I get it. It was, and they took a bold chance, and some of it didn't look very good, and I can look past that. And what they did with Tron himself, they made him the bad guy, and you didn't get any Bruce Boxleitner as Tron, which it was disappointing to me. But overall, the movie was still good, and I liked it.
You know what? When you bring that up, that is a good point because I didn't think about that. Bruce was a missed part of that film, and he kinda, I guess, was in there, but they just used his character, and he was in a mask the entire time, and then fell into the abyss.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we have Uprising.
Spoiler alerts. Sorry. They're purple.
That's why we have Uprising. Uprising is awesome. Mike, you have merged with Nerporial like in Star Trek the movie for him to become the Pacific Oriole umpire.
You must merge with the Pacific.
Just like the 2011 thing.
So
Just
I
like
don't
just
think
like just
anybody
like
wants
just
to
like
do
the
that.
just like the you remember the split face thing from the thing from 1982? Remember how disgusting that looked?
Yeah.
The two faces kind of like, like that. That's me and Mike. That's our destiny together. That's our eternity. That's
Come straight out of hell.
Yep. But it's gonna be done by CGI. That's the true hell right there. No Rob Bottin to put it together.
No puppets.
So, no puppets.
Practical effects are still better than CGI in my opinion.
So I didn't even realize that Spock I now identifies as Spock Poriel.
All right, Anonymous, your turn.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Yeah, that's me every stream. I always identify as something different. Why? Because it's fun. It's creative, and get to. Oh no. Nonoporeal. What? You gotta be. You have to be a nonoporeal something. But the reason why I added umpire and Mike was because you're just an honor to the box score and the fact that you're baseball. You talk baseball too, so and plus I'm wearing a cap, so
Gap says practical effects like models for spaceships are much better in my opinion than CGI for sci-fi movies. Yep, especially if you mix the both.
Oh yeah, like the original motion picture. That's ship porn right there. Not shit porn. Ship.
Yeah, I made that mistake in telling my wife that once, and she said, "What'd you say?" I was like, "Oh no,
that's not what I meant."
Speaking of the motion picture, that's one thing that's hard to find anywhere. Is the new director's cut?
I got I mean I don't know what I bought the regular 4K director's edition. That's like they're not selling them anymore.
I can't find them at any stores near me.
About Amazon, even though Amazon is ruining.
I checked on there, and last time I checked on there, it wasn't available. But I haven't checked in a few weeks. So
Shatner can lend one.
He does. He doesn't watch his own stuff. He doesn't watch anything he's in. So I wouldn't count on Shatner having.
That's a disappointment. He would love his own work.
Yeah, they're still selling it. Well, the version I have, they're still selling it for 4K, $27.99.
It's not too bad for 4K.
Damn, we all Porial.
Wait, what?
I was reading what Gap said. It says, "Damn, we all Porial."
I don't know what that means. You guys are awesome. That means I truly feel that the millennial me truly feels validated now. Thank you.
Anonymous updated his name.
Anonoporeal pimp. Are you the Anonoporeal pimp from Magnum Force? Remember him? Have you ever seen Magnum Force, by the way?
I don't think I have.
The second Dirty Harry film.
Oh no.
The bank robber, the Albert Popwell's character, the bank robber in the first one, he's like, I got to know. And then of course Harry does his little, this is a 44 Magnum. Well, he plays a pimp in that movie.
Oh, really?
And he's got he like drives a pink pimp mobile along San Francisco, and he gets pulled over and gets killed because the villains in that movie are cops, are vigilante cops who are just like they're killing known criminals and putting them out of business. So I want to think that you're that pimp. I want to think you're that you are as flamboyantly pimpish and Like I'm a criminal and I'm proud of it. That's what the Annonatorial pimp is. And so I will have to
bad chariot right there.
I will have to add that to my Poriel myth. I have to come up with a mythology for this. Some lore.
It's my I'm just riding around in my pimp mobile through outer space, picking up some John from Hunnies.
I gotta look. I have to find a picture now of the pimp in Magnum Force in his car.
And
Well,
now
I'm gonna
Pop Talk
take
has
my-
just become Shoot the Breeze.
Yeah, I was right. Pink Mobile. Here it is.
I'm gonna take my pimp mobile over to the pizza place and get myself a pizza because I am hungry.
Man,
Pizza Poriel.
Vulcans don't eat.
Oh, it's a veggie pizza, so
no dairy either. You
no.
have to
They
get
got rid of
those-
the cheese. It's just
bread and
it's very
sauce.
special bread. You know, you get it only on Vulcan, and then they got the spice, Vulcan spice layered on top of. It's like pizza plomex soup. You'll love it. It's great.
All right, so this is the mobile. This is the Annonatorial pimp mobile right here.
Right.
And this is the pimp I was talking about. Like he's such a jerk. He just throws. This woman was holding out on him. She's hiding money and private parts. Where you expect a hooker to hide stuff.
Well,
but then he forces a whole can of drink cleaner down her throat and kills her.
Dang.
Yes, it's ridiculous. Like this movie. I mean, this movie's great, but it was ridiculous. But yeah, this is. If I have to make an Annonatorial pimp character, he would be the model.
I'm a much nicer pimp. I wouldn't do that to my witches.
Yeah, he was in almost all 5 of them. That he could not be in the Deadpool, the 5th one, for reasons. So he was in 4 of them and played different characters in each one. So I like that. This actor was pretty cool. So
yeah, I love it when they rehash actors for different parts and stuff. Freaking Star Trek and like Stargate and stuff. They do that all the freaking time. I loved it.
You got freaking Jeffrey Combs. Like Jeffrey Combs is probably the most popular one. I mean, he plays Wei-Yun. He played Brunt. He played the Vince McMahon, the Delta Quadrants version of Vince McMahon, right, Mike? Oh my God,
that's true.
Oriole sci-fi baseball guy, 414. Wow,
Shran.
That's the best I could come up with.
That's Shran. There you go.
All right, gentlemen, off to get my Vulcan cheese pizza. I will see you.
Wait, you're not getting plomex soup?
Not today.
You have to your final thing has to say
because of the plomex soup.
Your final thing has to be what Spacco says. What does Spacco always say? What does he say? And now that's a
Star Trek.
There you go.
Now that's a Star Trek. All right, Spacco out.
All right, see ya.
See ya, man.
See you later, Spacco.
Spacco.
Enjoy the bread and sauce. That's all you're getting.
But yeah, I have to head
Yeah,
out
I was
too.
gonna say, I think
to,
now's a good time to end the stream.
Yeah, I gotta go cook dinner.
What does an Annonatorial pimp eat? I have to ask.
Well, we're having spaghetti today.
I got to know, man. I got to know. Spaghetti.
Yeah, homemade.
With Alfredo, with marinara.
Marinara spaghetti. No, Alfredo's different. Different noodles, different sauce.
Like if you make it with chicken, it has to be Alfredo. If you make it with meatballs and stuff, you have to have
meatball, Italian sausage, some mushrooms. It's good stuff.
Yeah, mushroom.
Yeah,
it's the Italian way.
That's like right. Francesca's.
But yeah, I'm doing. I'm prepping. We have one more episode tonight. One more episode of House of the Dragon. So it's gonna be me and Salty Texas C and Pips from the White Cloaks and Prophet. My other brother, my other streaming brother, Prophet the Dragon, has been doing all these after shows with me. So so we're gonna be doing that tonight, and and there's gonna be a Q&A if people want to come on, like I've been doing with all my season finales of after shows. So So Mike, thanks for letting me come on and with no notice at all. So
Pop Talk is open for everybody. It's open pop-ins all the time. So if you have the time and you want to pop in, well, do so.
You're like the guy that comes in at 11:45 to get a pizza when they're closed at 12.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Takes another 20 minutes after. It's like, man, that's all right.
No, it's Mike's such a great host. Like, he even allows Pacific Orioles like me to, just come in and just start, yakking away and everything. So,
Because
That's
Pop
cool.
Talk is supposed to be relaxed, laid back. There is structure to it, despite what some people think. There is structure. But it's not supposed to be like, my episode reviews or movie reviews or when I'm doing the box score where I'm serious all the time. It's supposed to be laid back and have fun.
did that Star Trek game ever come up? By the way, that Telltale
Resurgence. No,
Yeah.
they delayed it till next year.
Oh, okay. Well, if you know Telltale Games, you know that they release their games bug-full. Like you would think Todd Howard was running that studio. If you don't know, Todd Howard's the Bethesda guy.
Yeah.
All your Fallout issues, all your Elder Scrolls issues, all those bug issues. Yeah. You'd think Todd Howard was running that studio too.
Yeah, and I pretty much figured it wasn't coming out this year when at first they said it was coming out in the summer, then the summer's
Yeah.
come and gone. And
Yeah, they
I keep
usually
checking.
Yeah,
Go
Telltale
ahead.
doesn't usually tell because I remember Back to the Future. I know you played. You played back.
Mhm.
You played the Back to the Future game that they released, right? Of course you did, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
I even streamed it here on the channel.
That was an okay game, but then then they came out with one for Game of Thrones. This was like shortly before season 5 came out, and that was buggy as hell. But then again, I didn't play it on the PC. I played it on the PS3. So I don't know if it's because of the PS3 port that was poor performance, but like I had to wait for like updates before I could even complete that. So,
That's how
but
the
then
two
again,
Batman games were that they made.
oh, they were like that too, or were they better?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they were buggy as hell when they first came out.
So yeah, I mean, so I'm hoping if they take the extra time, they take the extra time to really clean the game up, so that because I don't think you said they're not going to be releasing them in chapters like they've been doing their all their other games. It's going to be a single experience.
It's going to be a single release from what they've said.
And a lot of their digital stuff, they usually don't announce the releases until like the week of or the week before. Usually, that's another thing I've noticed for years.
That's how it was
especially-
for Shredder's Revenge. They announced it a week before it was actually going to be available on Steam and everywhere else. Okay,
Well, but
Shredder's
even-
Revenge is coming out June 16th.
They did something similar with the Cowabunga collection too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to confess, I still haven't picked it up yet. Yeah, I know. I need to do better. I haven't played a whole lot of video games myself. Like usually, I only play when I'm online, or I usually only play when I stream. So I haven't touched any video games. So I'll say this:
Well,
I think Elden
I don't
Ring's
know.
overrated. I know everyone's gonna destroy me for that. I think Elden Ring's overrated.
Dude, that game looks hard as hell.
It's not only hard, it feels like I'm just doing aimless. I'm just being there's no story. Like they say there's a story, but there's really no story. There's no like in an open world game, usually you have logs and you have, things to help you keep track in case you haven't played the game for a while. Like if there's a mission or something that you come across, you can go back to it and then you can try to do the mission. Here you just run across people and they say cryptic things, and then you just find caves and you find hard enemies and you find really hard bosses, and yeah, and they kill you, and it's just it gets to the point where it gets old. I know a lot of people love that type of game. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I feel like there's no purpose to what I'm doing, and so and it just feels like I would prefer like a game like GTA or a game like Ghost of Tsushima. That's a good way to do an open world game, or heck, even Breath of the Wild. I actually tried to complete though. I have my own issues with that game. So
Well, when Shadow of the Tomb Raider was available for a week for free on Epic, I thought, what could it do? You know, what kind of harm could it do? Picking up a game that's free for this week. Either I'm going to like it or I'm not going to like it. And I ended up liking the game. Yeah, there were some spots that I thought were difficult and I had to figure out, but I was able to figure it out because I took the time.
Yeah.
But, you know, seeing Elden Ring, it reminds me of Sekiro, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong.
Same
but that
people.
game's hard. Yeah, that
Same
game's
people.
hard as hell.
Yeah, it's exactly the same game, same people working on it from software. It's basically they're all the same game. It's just like you're playing, you're in this open world, and you can go in whatever direction you want. You can there's always more places to explore, which is why I guess what people really like about it. That's what people really love about Elden Ring. And I'm playing it, and I'm just like, I don't see any purpose. There's no purpose. I don't feel like I'm doing anything important. And the game just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm like, okay, I go into a cave, I fight a boss, I beat a boss, and then I go to another cave, or I go to another place and fight another boss, or oops, I accidentally ran into an enemy that's going to kill me. And it just gets old. It gets old to the point where I'm just like, I don't like. I mean, there's things to unlock. And like the thing is, you have to learn how to play the game. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to learn how to play the game. If the game doesn't show you how to play, why am I going to waste my time learning how to play a game from a YouTuber or something? That's something my buddy told me. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So
no, you didn't pay $60-$70 to sit through a tutorial on how to play the game. You know,
yeah,
for an hour. Okay, I gotta watch this video for an hour just so I know how to properly play this game. No, forget it. It's like this game Breathage that's on PC. I got so frustrated with that game that I said, no, I'm getting my money back.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it is, and I just lost interest. Like I stopped playing it, and I just didn't want to go back to play it because I just felt like I was wasting time. Like I found ways to, like, you can level up, but it's just like you have to level this up. You have to level your weapon up. You have to do this. You have to do that. It just feels like you're not doing anything of any true value. I don't even fully understand what the point of the game is. You go somewhere, you find these enemies, and you kill them, and that's pretty much it. And like, sometimes you have to. The boss is too hard. You have to summon somebody to help you, and I'm just like, I don't like that. I want to be able to fight the bosses myself. Like first boss in the first storied area, which the game doesn't really tell you that much, or they tell you once and that's it. I'm like, okay. The boss is impossible to beat. Like, you need someone to help you. Like I was leveled up to like level 60, and I was wearing armor, and I was still dying in this first battle, and I found a way to farm experience, and I still had the same issue. So I'm just like, okay, I'm not seeing the. I mean, at first I got into it a little bit, but then I just kept playing more and more of it, and it just got boring. So I just stopped.
Yeah, you're not seeing the general appeal of the game. I mean, an appeal of a game is to be able to level up with experience and defeat a boss and learn more as you're going on in the game.
That's what I love about Zelda. And plus, you have the puzzle elements. There are different ways to interact with the environment. I mean, that's what made Zelda games stand out. My friend tells me that Elden Ring is just like Zelda. I mean, in some ways, they borrowed some elements, like opening treasure chests and exploring, but that's pretty much where it ends.
Yeah,
like, there's no investment. I have no investment in this story and what this character is doing, or what.
Is there a story?
Apparently there is. Like, they always have these opening. Every Dark Souls game, they all have this opening thing where they talk about the world and like all the monsters that are in it and everything. And I'm just like, I don't give a shit. Why do I care? Because
with like Zelda, I mean, there was an overarching story. You knew the goal. There was goals to have, and there were you had to go to this place to get this thing or do this thing. You had to have this item to
the only
progress
issue
any farther here.
Yeah, the only issue with I love Ocarina of Time, but the only issue with Ocarina of Time was that they held your hand too much. Like, they told you everything.
Yeah.
So like, the best way I think would have been to talk to people like the earlier games did. You talk to people and then you figure out where you have to go. And sometimes you might go to a place you can't necessarily, access. So you have to go back and you have to, learn a bit more and figure out where the next place you can go is.
Yeah, some of the hints were kind of cryptic and you didn't catch on at first,
Oh yeah. Those, especially the first two games. Wow. Yeah. Especially
Or
the
how
first
about
game.
Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest?
That game, that game, that's bullshit. That game was bullshit. I'm with the angry video game nerd. That was bullshit. What they, in order to progress, you had to. There was no hint of it in the game. That you had to duck against the wall for a tornado or something to take you to the next screen. That was terrible.
That sounds bad.
So before we wrap up, would you guys like to promote yourselves once again?
I'm an anonymous pimp or anonymous pimp. Please come to my channel and let me pimp myself. Come to my channel.
Excuse me.
Watch a video and leave a like and subscribe. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to choke somebody out.
or pour some drain cleaner down their throat.
Or that.
Yes, same here. Just I am tonight I'm doing House of the Dragon stream with my usual panel. So come on by we're gonna be talking season finale, probably bring some people on for questions. This week I'm going to be doing some more serial horror chats. I know I'm trying to talk to a few people. I think I got one planned for Tuesday. I got one one planned for Wednesday with my friend in real life. I'm trying to get two other people to do one with me, so you're trying to get two other people to do it. We'll see if that goes. So I'm gonna do another anime based one. I did Perfect Blue last week on Monday. So if you haven't seen that, check that out. It's a great psychological thriller slash. I wouldn't go as far as say it's a slasher, but it's a good psychological thriller. But yeah, and then of course, I'm going to end serial horror chats with, I'm going to be talking about my favorite horror movie of all time on Halloween. You know what that movie's called? I just said it. Halloween, 1978. So I'm gonna be doing that with Prophet because he hates horror movies. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have my streaming brother do that. I'm gonna do that with my streaming brother. And I'm gonna have his kid. I told his kid to tell him to do it because I told him like if he pussies out, you gotta call him pussy. So yeah. So that's what we're gonna do, and then I think after that, I'm probably gonna try. I still have my my video project I'm currently working on, which I only wrote a single paragraph for. So I recently did a Planet of the Apes one. So now I'm going to be doing a Metroid one, the one that covers the first Metroid and its remake, the Zero Mission. So because all the Metroid games they have a timeline, they all take place in the same universe. Every story kind of leads to the other. So I wanted to cover the very first story, which is the original Metroid, or what the original Metroid is. So, and cool. Yeah, that's currently what I'm doing. And of course, I'm looking for a job too, but that's outside of this.
Oh no.
That's it, Mike. So thanks for having me on.
Not a problem, brother. And as far as this channel is concerned, well, Wednesday will be another edition of Pop Talk. And as I said earlier, I was thinking about what game I'm going to stream here on the channel. I know I've done it before, but the quality of that stream wasn't very good, so I want to do it over again. And that's probably going to be Transformers Devastation here on the YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on the Twitch side, I'm thinking about doing Ninja Gaiden. Whether I'm able to beat Ninja Gaiden is another thing.
First one?
Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Like you know how you want to know what the hardest part is. If you get to the final boss and you die, you get pushed 2 levels back, and you have to replay the entire the 6-1, 6-2, and 6-3. 6-1's short, but 6-2 and 6-3 are hard. And it's like who in their right mind made that decision?
Well, it's like I was telling Cash the last time I played Ninja Gaiden and streamed it on Twitch 2 years ago, but I want to try it again. I was only able to get to 6-2, and then kept dying.
And then the final boss is not one phase, but 3 phases, and they're not easy. It's ridiculous. No. Like it's like you like I beat the game once, and I was lucky. I consider myself lucky. So you're gonna be throwing that control. I'm just gonna warn you, you're gonna be throwing that controller around, and you're gonna be like, I'm done. I need my sanity back.
Well, I'll tell you guys this: if you're watching the stream on Twitch, and all of a sudden you see the title change to no commentary, just know I'm probably cursing up a storm.
Oh yeah, you will. You will. I have to watch though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what day I'm going to do that, but I will make the announcement on Discord probably. And then, of course, I'm going to be doing my episode review for Chucky on Thursday, and everything else is kind of up in the air as to whether it's going to be a video or a live stream or a short. So that's what's coming up. Thank you to everybody who was on the panel. Anonymous, Nerporial, thank you very much. Phil, thank you very much. Jet Sparks, thank you very much. Spock, Joker Voice, thank you for being here. And everybody who was in the chat, I'm going to go through the names once again, because I think everybody deserves a shout out. Black Dragon, thank you for being here. Gap After Dark, thank you for being here. Let me keep scrolling up. And also, Angelus Draven, thank you for being here.
Yeah, he's friends with. I actually met Angelus once in Las Vegas.
Nice.
And he's friends with my boy Runner Blaze. Runner Blaze, yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Also want to thank Tim. Thank you for being here, brother. And of course, previously mentioned Phil McCracken.
Justice for Star Trek V.
Mm-hmm. Input latency, thank you for being here.
Cool story, bruh. Yeah, he does. He's been playing Mass Effect on Twitch lately.
Yeah, I've actually caught a few of those streams. I've never played the first Mass Effect. I played Mass Effect 3, but not the first one.
First one's a breath of fresh air compared to 3. 3 was so disappointing for me when I first played it.
And I'd also want to thank the Padawannabe. Thank you for being here. Of course, mentioned Spock earlier. Thank you, brother. And then we also had Jester of Sin. Thank you, Jester. We also had...
The question is he a deadly sin?
You'd have to ask him. He could be one of the 7 deadly sins.
I gotta watch that. I have to watch that anime again. I saw the first season. It's actually pretty good.
I have to go back and watch it. I was enjoying it. Then I canceled my Netflix subscription, and now that I have it back because I wanted to review Cobra Kai and still haven't done it.
Oh, that this last season was awesome, Mike.
Yeah, it was.
This was so great.
And I also want to thank Juicy Fat Gamer, Justice Fat Seagal, Fat Steven Seagal.
It's been a while since he beat up Ryan Johnson. It's been a while since he beat up Ryan Johnson.
True.
In his title.
But whatever name you know him by, thank you, Steven, for stopping by. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everybody's support. And of course, previously mentioned Joker Voice. Thank you, Joker.
Now the question is, does he sound like Mark Hamill?
I think he sounds better than Mark Hamill.
Okay, there you go.
And of course, Anonymous. Thank you, brother.
Oh.
And scrolling up. Jet Sparks. Thank you very much. We also had the lovely Sherry stop by. Thank you. And of course, the Admiral.
I don't know who that is. This guy looks like a weirdo. I'd be cautious.
Always.
Who calls himself Nerporial? It's a made up name. Dempsey's awesome.
Yeah, Dempsey is a good guy.
He's been a loyal viewer of all this. I think he's watched all my serial horror chats, or he's been a viewer. So appreciate you, Dempsey. We love you. The Dempsey, I don't know if you guys have heard, Dempsey and his son, Zombie Man, are musicians and they make music. And they made an awesome version of Justin Bailey, the Metroid theme. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
No, I'd love to hear it. If you have a link to it, I'd love to hear it.
And then I actually requested that they make a Crade's theme version, and they went ahead and they both made it. And it's very good. I'll share it. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
But yeah, I think they call themselves Dempsey's. Let me see.
Midnight Runners.
While you're looking for that, I'm going to say thank you to Kathy Skywalker. Thank you, Kathy. And I also want to thank George Lucas. Thank you very much, George. And thank you very much to everybody who was here during the live stream, whether you were lurking or just watching for a bit. Thank you very much. If you're watching this on the replay, thank you. And until Wednesday, this has been Mike for PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. And also, I don't want to forget Paul. He was also on the panel. So thank you very much, Paul, from the Star Wars guys. And with that being said,
this has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.